Great, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We are formally kicking off the Nordic Funding Day. Uh, Let me just head to the attendee side. Hi, Adam, Alejandro, Andreas, Anders. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. It's a long list of amazing people who are joining in. Let's get the chat on fire. By that, what I mean is that head to the chat. On the bottom, you can find the chat button. Go there and tell us where you are joining from, what are you building. If you're an entrepreneur, what impact are you making? If you are investing and supporting ideas, what kind of investment, what verticals, how do you invest? So tell us about yourself. And also, do you need any support from the ecosystem? Like you might be looking for a co-founder. Like, for example, I'm a business developer creating a great startup, but I need somebody with technical expertise. So ask. And if you can offer some support, maybe you're great at UX design, and you can say, okay, I can design amazing ideas. Give me a problem around which I can design a solution. So, what you need help with and what you can offer to the community, that's very important. And this is the way to network, and this is your network. Feel free to share your LinkedIn profile if you want to. That's a great way for people to start getting connected with you. And as I said just a moment ago, let's set the chat on fire. Tell us about yourself, where you're joining from, and your LinkedIn profile for everybody to connect. I have here my colleague from Connect West, Felicia Hestrom. She'll be managing the production side of the event with the name Connect Studio. So you can find her on the chat, and if there is a question, she can answer you from here. And Connect is energized. This is our first Nordic summit. Nordic region is the home of innovation, impact, and happiness. We are always on the top of happiness indicators. So we need a common Nordic agenda to build meaningful ventures. That's why we are here. So a quick introduction to Connect. I'll just quickly share my screen. I won't make it very long and boring. So promise. Let's see if I can share my screen and we can head there. Uh, let's see. Uh, if somebody can just do a thumbs up if they see the screen. Great. So this is me, a quick introduction about me. I've worked primarily for 15 or 20 years in branding space, corporate space, working with innovation, value proposition design. But more recently, I've been building Nordic ecosystems and these are global ecosystems which have found their base or home in Nordics. So Founder Institute Nordics is a global accelerator. Startup Grind is here. Founders Live is a very recent community that I've added almost a year ago. Nutty Ventures is an ecosystem accelerator, and I've also worked very closely with Companion in developing their social acceleration infrastructure, especially in Stockholm. So enough about me. A big thanks to the team behind Connect Studio, which is the support team and who have been connected together with me in the last few weeks in making this possible. So big thanks to Lena, Stefan, uh, Manolo, Jonathan, Nina, and Felicia, who is here in the Connect Studio live connected today. A couple of words about Connect. And Connect is Sweden's largest network of private investors, and we operate in 5 regions all over Sweden. It's a huge and unique network. We started in 1985 in San Diego, launched in Sweden 1999. This is actually our 25th year, and we help companies grow from startups to large companies. And we have other components in our Connect ecosystem: investors, mentors, partners, because this is how companies are built. So, who are we? We are the good guys of capital. Nonprofit makes us purpose driven. We don't take huge equity or shares in startups or large fees from investors. We are neutral. So, that's very important. That's why. And I think ecosystem organizations need to work. If we work in that way, you can make a big change in ecosystem. And as I said, we are one of the largest networks of angels in Sweden, and it's also a unique network because there are many people connected to connect in so many different ways. And the community size we have been estimating is close to 15,000 people nationally. A few very quick facts. 300 plus companies aided by Connect every year, 15,000 people in our network, 22,000 pro bono hours invested in network annually, more than 600 investors, more than 100 partners, 1.2 billion SEK raised raised by entrepreneurs that we have supported in the last 3 years, and 5.2 million SEK is the average investment. Why do we exist? We exist to build strong businesses because we think strong businesses build a great society. We shorten entrepreneurs' path to success by matching them with right capital, skills, and networks. And that leads to businesses that can build a better society. Um, a big thanks to our partners. As I said, more than 100 partners around Sweden, great network, and without their support, we would be struggling. So with your support, we can do it in an awesome way. So big thanks to all our partners who are making it happen. A quick introduction about Connect East. That's where I come from. I'm CEO of Connect East, and I came in around mid-October or late October last year, and we are trying to build Connect East around four V's: volume, velocity, visibility, and value. Typically, those four circles don't work together. We're doing a huge volume of activities at high velocity with massive visibility, delivering high value at the same time. It's not the Amazon arrow reversed the other way, but I liked it, so I put it there. The way, and we are kind of supporting 100 startups a year. How do we do that? Is through more than 500 or close to 1,000 startups pre-screening phase, which come to us in the base of the pyramid, and then there are semi-finalists through mentor screening and other internal processes that we have, which eventually results into 100 startups taken out to the Swedish ecosystem through Connect East. We are doing a lot of other stuff. Connect Talks was launched a few months ago. Very thankful to Magnus who joined us for the inaugural session for Connect Talks. It's growing, and a lot of ecosystem players are now coming, and we are talking about that. We recently launched, in fact, launched yesterday, a Next Angel program, which is to 10x our network in the next 3 to 5 years. And that is about building the base of the pyramid. Just if I go back, when startups, if you want to bring a massive change, the base of the pyramid needs to be big. So as we are going after a large number of startups, so are we going after building the next generation of angel investors in the Nordics. And a lot of other initiatives are also coming in, like Connect Communities, Connect Energize, and other Connect ecosystems. And our huge thanks to local East network as well in terms of our partners. Guys, you are doing great job. A quick introduction, last minute of how this summit is structured. So keynotes, panel discussions, masterclasses, live pitching. This is how this is happening. Very thankful to everyone who is on the panels, on the talking roster. And we'll be starting, the first hour is about keynote addresses. We changed it from addresses to sessions because we thought when you're doing an interactive online event, presentations at times become boring. The personal touch is more important. So we'll be starting with discussing supercharging angel investments in Nordics with one of the leading names in the Nordic and global ecosystem when it comes to angel investment. So Andreas will be here. Then we'll be jumping into a talk on AI with Evelina, who joins us from Wellstreet. Lars doesn't need introduction, the most prominent name in angel investment and a veteran angel. So we'll pick his mind in the small 12 to 15-minute space that we have and see what kind of nuggets we can give to you to build your angel investment practices or portfolios. And then we'll go and talk to Nora Bavey, who's doing a lot of change initiatives and trying to swim upstream when the media and money is flowing downstream with a very different network. How do you build counter narratives in society and move and nudge it to the right path? So that'll be our top topic over there. After that, we have a panel discussion around funding. That's where a lot of ecosystem players will be coming in. We'll have master classes on pitching and go-to-market, 2 week spots for startups. We'll go and tap into regional angel networks. Very thankful that our regional network, how would you say, similar people in different countries, like Connect is in Sweden, there, so is Vivan in Finland. So we'll try to pick their brains on how to build some sort of a Nordic level infrastructure where these non-profits or public sector or mission-driven organizations can collaborate. We'll talk to Johan Gunnars, who heads Connect Sweden board, to pick his thoughts on Connect strategy going forward. We'll do a Connect kind of a regional anchoring. Very second last point of the day will be we had massive interest from startups. So there are some startups we are be putting on stage and asking investors to talk about them and give them feedback. And last point of the day will be an end note from Jonathan Grachan, who runs the world's largest pre-seed network. I'll stop there. That became very long. I promised a very short introduction, but let's start our day with a very interesting conversation with Andreas Grape. Andreas, we are so honored that you are here with us and we can learn from you in how ecosystems are to build. And for people on chat, if you have any questions, put them there. We'll try to bring them in and introduce yourselves. Hi, Andreas.
Hi, Naimul. Thank you
Great.
for having me.
Thank you. Great to have you here. As you know, this is a power talk around 10 to 12 minutes. So we'll get right into the topic. What attracted you to angel investment and to the wonderful world of startups?
Well, as an entrepreneur, I had a privilege of having some amazing angels in my cap table. I was inspired by them. I learned a lot from them, and I saw that it was a way from them to actually give back to people who believed in them in early days. So I decided 15 years ago to, start angel investing, spending, both investing capital and my time and knowledge and network to actually support other entrepreneurs. It's an amazing, job. Lars, who's coming soon, he's full-time angel. I'm a part-time angel, but actually it gives me great joy to be in the same panel or, in the same discussion room with both Lars, Evelina, and Nora. And you as well, Naimul. It's amazing what you do for the ecosystem.
Thank you so much. This will be such a fun conversation. We are very interested or keen on learning about Nordic angels. It has completely swamped the angel investment ecosystem. So we like to hear, what are you building? What's your vision? What's your why?
Yeah, great. We created Nordic Angels, me together with Nora. He's an amazing guy who have done so much for our region, Sweden and the Nordics, and on a global scale as well. He had an idea. He created Brilliant Minds, where he actually invited the world to come to Stockholm to see Stockholm and experience the amazing city as an end destination and not a middle destination. Okay. Inviting great thinkers, politicians, amazing people coming to see, and inviting also Swedish people to the ecosystems here to actually combine and learn from each other. And he saw that it was some kind of people actually maybe not sharing their network in the way that was expected. So a way of actually creating a high trust social media. So when you see each other in a room, if you're invited to a special occasion, you usually establish high trust. So, the guard goes down, people, tend to speak to each other in more way. Nobody's ever built that on a digital form. So we created a high trust social media tool for this particular group of people that we call angels. So angels are, as we define them, are people who actually spend their time, their effort, or their capital in serving, helping entrepreneurs thrive. So this group of people is like crucial for society as a whole. And nobody's ever built anything for them on their own behalf, on their own terms. Everybody wants something from them. They want their star glow or their cash or whatever. So we just decided to bring value to this important target group and creating things for them to use and become more efficient or, just bring value to them. So we had the great privilege of doing that, creating a company with not having an agenda of creating more wealth to us instead of more giving things to them. That was the thesis from the beginning.
Very interesting. So your why is like you have the angels need or what they want at the center. Like any startup, for example, should have the need in the center. So there's a need, but then you have kind of mixed three bubbles: high trust, angels, and social media. So those three things are connecting. Very interesting point over here. And let's go and discuss a little bit about who do you think is an angel? Should we define them in terms of money? Should we define them in terms of passion? This is a very open conversation. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we spent some time to actually figure that out. So our definition and how we define them are people. So that actually brings capital, network, knowledge,
Hmm.
experience in helping entrepreneurs. So that could be people who represent VC funds. So
Hmm.
in my Nora, she's a VC representative, right? She's running a VC fund, but in per our definition, we see her as an angel because
Okay.
she contributes of the things she contributes with. You, Naimul, is also an angel. Even if you don't, even if you invest or if you don't invest capital, we see you as an angel. So we built the tools for you to actually. So we don't have any competitors. We're not in a competitive business. It's more of enabling you guys to do your job even better. And so VC funds representative, private equity funds representative, high net worth individuals,
Hmm.
board members, advisors, we all call them angels. We define them as angels. It doesn't matter if you spend like $1,000 or $10,000
Hmm.
in investing in companies, or if you have like 10 billion. It doesn't matter. We don't care about the capital. We care about people who actually have engagement to support this, entrepreneurship.
I
Uh,
think that's amazing because typically when you talk about angels, the dictionary definition would be somebody you can go in with money. So you have taken money out of equation. So and you have put, let's say, I'm just making a mental map. You have put contribution here, but then this contribution can be in form of money. It can be in form of network. So money, like for example, angels or VC fund people, and then network is people like ecosystem builders, and then knowledge and competence. So contribution is in the center. Capital, network, and knowledge are the circling parts around it.
well, of
Great.
course, in the end, as you as entrepreneurs is listening in the end, you need the capital, right?
Yeah.
With capital, you can do things. So, of course, a lot of our
Mm.
members are investing capital, but they do so much more. They also invest their time and their effort to
Mm.
help you guys succeed.
Got it.
So capital is super important, as we all
Mm.
know. Let's just clarify that. But if we as an initiative or a company, the only thing that actually matters for us is to bring value to a target group that has everything in life. They have capital, they have time, they have network. So how can you be relevant to that kind of people? So in order to do that, the high trust social media platform that we built is a beta version, but it's the largest in the Nordics. It's never what we've seen ever been done before. But we do so much more. So we did Angel Prize last autumn, the first and biggest investor gala in Europe ever. You please argue with me if you see something else, but we haven't seen that. We just launched the podcast, Patrick Becomes an Angel. Patrick is an average Joe learning from the best. And actually, everyone in this panel has actually been attendees in the podcast. Thank you so much for being a part of Patrick Becomes an Angel. He's a regular guy, wants to learn, wants to invest. And then he learns from Lars and Nora and Evelina and all the other superstars actually how to begin, because a lot of people Swedes are interested in investing and entrepreneurship. So we just create an entertainment format for that. We also done the State of European Angel. It's a report that we do together with BCG, where we highlight angel communities around Europe, and so we can go to the politician and actually have a voice for this community in terms of lobbying and saying like, okay, UK, you do this, and France do this. What can we learn in Sweden and in the Nordic countries from the other countries that actually supported, you know, stimulation packages or tax incentives, etc., to actually make people invest more in entrepreneurs. To name a few things.
Yeah, awesome. So phenomenal momentum over there. So you're talking about Angel Prize, you're talking about the podcast, which has become very popular and trending on Spotify now, and the report. So I think all three are done in a great way. Last point, if we can pick up, uh, how big is the potential? Have you put a number there? Like Nordics, angels, how big is the potential?
Yeah, the potential is, of course, I mean, we're not an angel network, right? But we're a facilitator. So you guys connect and run their, angel investors on our platforms, and we don't charge anything for it. We don't have a hidden agenda. It's more that everybody wins, right? So in terms of what I said about the definition, it's approximately 200,000 in the Nordics that actually spends time, capital, effort in helping entrepreneurs. So we built this for them.
Okay.
It's an invite only, so our members are inviting people. I usually get the questions like, how many female angels do you have on the platform, etc., and how many males, and all this kind of data. So we don't sell any data from the platform. It's a high trust environment, right? But we can do polls, we can ask questions. So approximately 200,000, 100,000 in Sweden, and 100,000
rest of the Nordics. Awesome. Andreas, thank you so much for this power talk. We are absolutely loving it. And thank you for building what you're building. I think the potential is huge. We at Connect also realize this. So let's go and address this and make people and build the ecosystem together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Take care.
You. Awesome. Awesome. We now head to our next power talk. We'll request Evelina if you could join us. Hi, Evelina.
Hi. So good to see you, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much for joining in, and let's jump right into it. And we are very curious in knowing what attracted you, as I was asking Andreas, to the wonderful world of startups and venture capital. Let's do a quick discussion over there.
Yeah. Thank you so much. No, I definitely didn't have like a clear sort of plan to enter the world of VC. As a young kid, I was actually aspiring to become a professional footballer. For some reason, I've always been sort of attracted to male-dominated forums. But when I started university, I was actually, my goal was to pursue a career in law and sort of advocate for others in court. But a detour at a big law firm as an M&A lawyer, and then actually entering the sort of startup world, both as an operator and founder, building up an AI company sort of led me into the VC space. So unexpected opportunities along the way.
Awesome, unexpected. So footballer, laws, startup operators, and okay, so that's a lot of dots.
And I mean, I guess the red thread is like it's all about team and team building and sort of curiosity, and perhaps like a Pippi Longstocking sort of mindset about haven't tried that before, so I should definitely be able to do that.
Let's talk a bit about Wellstreet for a minute or so. Tell us what you guys are doing at Wellstreet, and then we jump right into our topic of the talk.
Yeah. So Wellstreet is a multi-VC fund. We're investing in startups primarily in the Nordics, and we have 3 funds at the moment with roughly 30 companies under management and about 10 exits. And we do pre-seed to seed investments, and this is not sort of a typical VC thing to do, to being so early in the sort of company's journey. And the way we sort of de-risk the risk here is by being very hands-on with the companies and sort of proactive investor. And we have a healthy mix of B2B, D2C, B2C, and sort of sector agnostic.
Okay, very interesting. So you are very early, very hands-on and tech agnostic. So that's the thesis for the founders here, for their outreach to Wellstreet. Let's talk about AI. You have been very recently, with all the AI hype coming in, you have been very active on different forums. What piqued your interest in AI, and what do you think it holds for the startups in venture capital, the AI as a technology?
Yes, a really interesting and exciting question and broad question. But if I just start with myself, and I mean, it was like 2016 when I joined the AI world. And it was, I left the big law firm, handed in my notice and sort of a potential safe track on a big law firm. So my former colleagues were sort of raising their eyebrows when I left, because at that time, and I mean, it's not that long ago, it's like 8 years ago.
Okay.
And I mean, AI has been around since the 50s, and it's often illustrated as AI springs and winters to sort of, the springs is where we've seen sort of successes and progress in the technology. And around 2016, 17 was that kind of AI spring. So it was a hype at that time. But the big difference compared to today's hype is that the market was much more immature. And we were trying to build, or we built a platform for advanced AI models to be used by everyone. So basically democratizing AI technology. A super early version, not very humble to say, but early version of OpenAI. But the technology obviously was not as it is today. But I think it was interesting to sort of see the learning curve that the general public has done since then. And I mean, if we're talking about today's hype, we're definitely in a hype. But there has never been a better time to sort of jump into the AI game. The previous hype was mainly driven by, I would say, compute power combined with big data. And there was like a possibility to suddenly process large amounts of data. And today the hype is mainly because of generative AI and sort of the large language models that we see. So we definitely have an ongoing hype, but I also think it's interesting to see that we do see sort of an early stage of a tech stack emerge in generative AI, which I think is super interesting from an investor perspective. And I'm sure, I mean, many of you have seen on the web, and you can just like Google it, but there is like a tech stack, very preliminary, very high level, but to sort of illustrate the different actors in this world, where we have the hardware at the very bottom, then you have the cloud providers, you have the model layers, and then you have the applications. And somewhere in between here, we also have the sort of data tools, data infrastructure, and MLOps. And I think it's interesting to use that framework as an investor to sort of understand where the generative AI market is taking shape, and also to understand where defensibility is and differentiation. And if you sort of look at it today, I think, perhaps it's my personal opinion, but the winners so far is the infrastructure players. And I mean, like NVIDIA, super easy example. And then we have the application companies, which are maybe using OpenAI's GPT foundation models, or they are using open source models, and they are growing super, super quickly, sort of creating a lot of users. But the challenges that they face is still retention, differentiation, and the margins. And I mean, the companies that we've looked at, if you look at the margins, so to say, it could be everything from like 90% to 40%. So there is like a big difference. And I think one interesting thing to see in the future is also like the cost is actually driven by the sort of compute power and the model inference. But then if you look at the layer with the model providers, even though they have been part of creating this boom, they haven't really achieved large scale success yet, which is interesting. And we have, I mean, all of us have so much to thank players like Google for where we are today, because they've spent years on research and engineering work, which has basically created this market. So I think it would be really hard to predict what is sort of happening next. But using this sort of market landscape to see where the different AI actors are is helpful. And And I think going back to what I mentioned about defensibility, I think to be honest, I think it's hard today to see like a structural defensibility anywhere in this stack, even though that we see some of the trends. But a big thing for me as a VC is actually like challenging old truths about how you build a big company. And sometimes it's also like going back to the basics, like what is a successful company? Well, it's about solving a problem and finding a solution that customers really, really need. And sometimes we see AI companies popping up as mushrooms right now. And I think it's great. I think it's so important right now to sort of just stay curious. And what we know is that this is a big technological shift, and AI will be part of it. Like maybe all human endeavors, maybe not all. I'm exaggerating a bit. But I think it's important to stay competitive in this market. You definitely need to start to use AI, but in the right way. I mean, not all problems warrants AI technology. So it's about not only like a product market fit, it's also about like an AI problem fit.
I think that's a very important point that you make over there, because startups in the hype get caught in the hype whenever there is something new. So there was a time when we had the Web3 and crypto. So everybody was thinking of how could they change their entire model, their presentations into something which fit that space. So that's where you make a very interesting point that there has to be an AI problem fit for the startup. You still need to be focused on the problem first, because that's the core reason for a startup to come out. And which brings me to a question as to when you as VCs are getting a lot of load of these deal flow, which is coming in, and everybody's saying that they are doing this startup, and this is our way to do it with AI. What kind of due diligence is needed on the VC side to establish if the claim is valid, and then what is the long-term implication of the technology used at a very early stage hands which are using the technology? So if you bring the due diligence perspective in it, is there some way to check credibility and the long-term reliability?
Yeah, and I mean, now I can only speak for myself and for Wellstreet, and as I mentioned in the beginning, we invest very, very early. Often there's like no traction, so it's a big bet. But as I said, we also like to be a proactive investor and very hands-on, and we think that we can add a lot of value to the founders in those early stages, and we've always focused on finding sustainable business models. So we haven't necessarily looked for like the next unicorn. Obviously, that would be great, but we really like sort of solid companies with not just like a big dream. It should be a big dream, but it needs to be some substantial things to it too. But I think it's interesting now, and again, I repeat myself. It's not about the moats. The moats for AI companies, because we are now in an era where sort of the cost of intelligence is going to zero. So businesses, they must focus on building defensible value to establish and maintain sort of their competitive edge. And domain expertise is obviously really attractive if you sort of know the customer really, really well. But I think in this AI era, what is also important is robust AI expertise in the team. So we really like that combination. Because why I think it's important to have that AI expertise in the team is because we're living in a world right now where the development is going so fast. So you need to be super agile when it comes to adoption of the new technology. And I mean, also yesterday we got information from the European Parliament about EU AI Act maybe being like weeks away now from implementation, at least part of it. So that's also something that investors need to factor in, which I think is really interesting in this world. I mean, you need to be humble here, because we see, especially on LinkedIn, we see a lot of AI experts.
Exactly.
And I think it's super important to understand that, I mean, we're all learning the rules right now. And that's why I started by saying, like, it's a perfect time to sort of jump on the AI train. Because, I mean, obviously there are people that are super skilled at the AI tech, but it's also very important that we have other types of knowledge and skills added in this mix, because this will have effects on democracy, will have effects on society, will have effects on business. So we need that kind of mix of perspectives.
I think that's an amazing point. And that's where we can probably round off our discussion as well. There's been, again, in the LinkedIn, there's a lot of debate going on. Is Europe lagging behind with the regulatory focus? What would be your take? Is Europe heading in the right direction? Because people are saying that we are too slow to adopt and kind of scale the technology. We are very careful.
And I mean, research
think?
shows it. Yeah, and I mean, the numbers are sad in that sense, because we do have a hype and people are super excited about it and really like to talk about it. But when we look at the data for AI adoption, it's still very, very slow. And I think this is why it should be like a top priority on the board's agenda, because it's great if it's coming from everywhere in the organization, but it needs to be a priority from the top level. And I think it should be on every company's sort of agenda now to have a plan for the coming months, the coming 2 years. Obviously, that plan will need to be adapted as we go. But you need to have some kind of like focus and compass, because you will need it to stay competitive. And perhaps not all parts of the organization, but there are definitely operational AI that should be implemented in many companies.
And that's a very interesting part as well, because it's the speed of systems. Usually that comes up in many panel discussions, because technologies move at a different speed, governance moves at a different speed. The company still prepare strategic roadmaps and plans for 5 years and annual plans and looking at last year numbers, while technology is changing at a day or a month level. So how do you adapt to the level of change that is happening on this space to the way your corporate structure? And the larger you are, the longer is your strategic. So the bigger the elephant you are, it takes you a longer time to kind of move back and to adapt to the changes that are happening.
Yeah.
But Evelina, thank you so much for being here, and very, very interesting conversation. We'll definitely have a deeper conversation on one of the platforms, which is much longer. But thank you for bringing out very, very interesting points around AI.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day. Welcome, Lars. Lars, we are so happy that you could join us. You are one of the biggest names in the Nordic angel investment, and we are so happy we could learn from you in today's session.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you so much. My first questions is like, what brought you to angel investment and supporting startups? What brought you into this domain, which eventually has grown too big?
Well, since I was very young, I really was attracted by entrepreneurship, and my thesis in high school was about how to start a company. And I think it's much better if individuals take initiative than to be dependent on the government. So entrepreneurship is really about freeing people to create things. And if I can help people to create successful companies, that's very good, both for them and for the society.
That's amazing. Like, that's a great perspective on entrepreneurship, like freeing people, and then you are part of this route to freedom for people pursuing their dreams. So
Exactly.
Awesome. When you were starting out, and this is quite interesting because there are many angel investors joined in who are building their portfolios at a very early stage in some cases. When you were starting out in the angel investment space, did you have a big plan or it just happened out of serendipity? Just trying to understand that.
Well, I started 40 years ago as a business angel, and there weren't too many startups at that time, and not too many angels either. So when I started to invest, I had to, invest in whatever I could find. Exactly like Andreas talked about here, building a network. I started the Swedish Venture Capital Association in 1985, exactly to gather people interested in angel investments, venture capital, and so on, both investors and people supporting the system. But no, I didn't have any. You can say like this: since 1984, I've been involved in fund of funds, investing in venture funds. I've been managing a venture fund, and I've been doing startups. And I think that startups are the most interesting thing to do. So that's what I do.
Okay, startups are the most interesting things to do. So great. I'm just taking these notes. These are very interesting learnings for our ecosystem. Angel investment, if we talk about it, is it a heart game or a mind game? How do you balance the love and the return? How does that work?
It's both heart and mind, of course. And when I try to define what I'm doing, I used to say that I'm paying my own money to work for free with other people's problem. And if you like that, you can become a venture capitalist or an angel investor. And so you have to love what you do. You have to think it's fun, and I think it's fun, and to see entrepreneurs grow and societies, companies grow. I don't aim for 100 times multiple when I invest. I go for 10 times, which means less risk and much higher proportion successful companies. In total, I have invested in about 80 companies. I've done 60 exits. And of those 60 exits, about 2/3 have been successful and 1/3 have not been that good, bankruptcies or less than what I invested. So that's quite good ratio, but it also is reflecting that I'm taking less risk than, for example, a venture capital firm can do, which means that I see most of my entrepreneurs succeed, which is good.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm just writing here 80 companies, 60 exits, and 2/3 success rate. Startup success rate is, it's really, really rock bottom when it comes to, we say that 10% or even fewer startups if we count people who don't establish companies or work initially. So this is a huge success rate, but then you attribute it also to that you take lesser risk. So if somebody is starting out angel investment practice, what would be your advice based on your experience?
I would
Should you
say
select?
that
Yeah.
put in more time than money in the beginning, because you will
Okay.
lose some companies. In the beginning, I took a lot of risk and didn't have that much money. And I was lucky enough to have a few successes. So next stage, next phase of my investment life was that I could invest much more and a little bit less risk. And now in the third stage of my investment life, I invest less with less risk. Based on experience, based on what I think is working for me, and so I have a very clear criteria for which type of investments I do.
So less investment with less risk, and you talked about 3 stages. And if we pick the first stage where you mentioned that maybe it's important to focus more on time than just dropping in money.
And also to maybe try to piggyback on other more experienced investors. And you can do that if you are a member in the angel network, for example. In Stockholm, there are Sting running the Propel network, and you can co-invest with other investors, maybe taking a little bit of money, but also your time. And if you build experience, then you will be more sought after from other entrepreneurs and investors. So they will ask you to come in. And eventually you could also, if you work with sweat equity, you can have stock options because you contribute to the company's success if you don't have that much money in the beginning.
Okay. But very interesting point. I think network is a major connection, and that I think is something which Connect is also known for. We actually have a platform where you can go and check startups and see which other investors are investing and actually co-invest. So it's a great way for you to open your eyes to the first level of investments you will be doing in the next few years, and then kind of go to the stage 2 and stage 3 that you're talking about, and then build a large portfolio. But time, I still come back to that point. Do you think if somebody is starting out angel investment today, should they be prepared to put a lot of time into it, or is it something that they can do alongside a regular job or a part-time other commitment of building one of their startups? Or what would be the optimal time commitment in the first 2-3 years if you are starting out as an angel?
That's very individual. Of course, you can do this and having a normal job on the side. But for me, it was clear that I really wanted to do this full time. So in 1984, I quit my job as the marketing and managing information manager for a listed company and became a full-time angel investor. So, but that's very individual.
Okay. And then as you start working with let's say it's your first 5 years as angel investor, and you have started building that, maybe you have gone full time with it. How should you work? Is it important as an angel investor to be very active, taking a board role, or kind of be in a mid situation where you have some board roles, or you just invest with money and still have a due diligence process where you can monitor how startups are investing? Like how active you need to be to build a portfolio, like a success rate, as you are saying, and we'll try to learn from you.
Yeah, that's also very individual, of course. If you have an expert area like Evelina here within AI, you can help in that area, and many other areas probably, maybe law also. In my case, I'm more a generalist. I've seen most typical problems a startup can run into, and I think that's my biggest contribution, that I can. All companies have moments of death. They're close to die, and just by being able to calm down the situation, I've seen that 80 times. so I'm not shocked, while the founders can be shocked because that's the first time for them. And it's just to work it out. And when it comes to how active, I like to say that I'm responsive, proactively responsive. You shouldn't interfere if it's not needed, but you should be there. So I try to talk to my CEOs, if not every week, at least every second week or something. So, and when I'm in Stockholm, I live in France, so but I'm doing all my investments in Stockholm. When I'm in Stockholm, I try to see as many of them as possible, just to listen. And when it comes to board, I used to be a board member in all my companies, and normally the chairman. And some years ago, as my portfolio grew, I suddenly was chairman of 9 companies and board seats in 13 companies, and that was too much at the same time. So it was not good for me, not for the companies. And I think, of course, the board is very important. But and I've been on 45 boards, 25 chairmanships. But now I think other people can do that. I can help in other ways.
Some very interesting learnings here. I'll just pick up one or two very quick questions. over here. So Björn has a question before I go into my next question. How much money do you think one should be able to invest to even consider angel investing? And without considering sweat equity for a moment.
As I said, when I started, I didn't have that much money. It was a few, maybe 100,000 crowns or something. So it was a lot of sweat equity where you work and you have a stock option. And of course, that's very time consuming because it takes a few years to build a certain amount of money so you can invest. But as I said, don't invest too much in the beginning because you will make mistakes like everyone. So it's much better that you put in less money so you lose less and you learn more. But of course, later on, the money is the tool to be involved. You need money to invest, not just your time. So, but it's very individual. A few 100,000 up to several millions, of course.
Okay, great. We hear you. Before we, so Lars, first of all, a big thanks for being here and sharing your wisdom and your experience with a portfolio of 80 companies and several board seats. So it's amazing and phenomenal. You're also, we were discussing this in one of our desk calls as well, that you're also probably in a phase of putting these thoughts together in some form. So tell us before.
As it's 40 years ago I started, I thought it was good to summarize my experience. So I'm writing a book that will be published during the fall, hopefully in October, with a lot of very practical advice from my experience, how to do it, but also how not to do it, because you learn more from the failures. And I've had a big share of failures also, lost a lot of money. So that will be a book coming out in October, how to become a successful business angel. And there will be very, very detailed case studies from real investments that I've done with all the details. So I hope people will like the book.
That'll be awesome. And Lars, we'll also approach you as we were discussing. We are arranging a Nordic angel bootcamp around somewhere around end May. So we'll request you to join us and inspire the angels in our network as well.
Absolutely. I look forward to that.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your wisdom. Thank you, Lars.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll request Nora to join us from Unconventional Ventures as we take a different conversation to a completely different dimension now. And let's see if Nora is here. Hi, Nora. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Nora, I'll go into the same question which I've been going in with the previous Power Talks sessions people. What attracted you to startups and venture capital? Let's take 1 minute over there.
Well, I think what attracted me to startups to begin with was that it was such a powerful way to solve problems in a big way, right? And I think that was what attracted me to startups and being an entrepreneur myself and have that ambition of trying to build something that would last more than maybe the next 3 to 5 years. But what attracted me to venture was the very problems that I saw in the startup ecosystem. So the reason I turned to venture was literally to solve the problems within venture and startups.
Okay. So, and your company name is also very, I love it when you have something called Unconventional Ventures. And I was thinking, like, if we kind of discuss what's wrong with the conventional. So let's go on the other side. Let's try to discuss that.
Yeah. I think we need a full hour. Obviously, we always look at what is great, and that's why we're here, right? If it wasn't, we wouldn't be here. But I'm in the problem-solving business, and I think when I see that from that perspective, I look from within, and then I try to do the best I can. And one of the biggest issues is that it's too closed, it's too homogeneous, it's losing out on some incredible opportunities within innovation. And if innovation is about, if the end game of innovation is completely changed old ways and create new paths and new ways, we're missing out on all of those things. So I think one of the thought thinking about unconventional ventures is that we're actually looking forward changing our name to conventional ventures the day that we built an inclusive ecosystem that is really tapping into some important opportunities, as well as bridging some important innovations that we desperately need.
And why do you think we have these problems? Because we are hearing there is a problem for, let's say, migrant entrepreneurs, there's a problem for female entrepreneurs, and these numbers are constantly being generated. There are reports over reports of numbers coming in, but these problems are sticky. Why?
Well, we can, I mean, knowing that we have a few minutes, the reason why I would say why is that the people with decision power and obviously with capital are not affected by the problem. So therefore, we are not going to see change, unfortunately. And I think we constantly focus on it's always about the business, the best founder will always get funded. And it's not the case, because if we were all about the best business cases, if we were about listening to the data, right? I love that the whole session about AI, because what is AI? It's statistics, it's data. And I mean, AI isn't, like Evelina said, is nothing new. I mean, the future of AI, and thanks to my background, being in the IT and telecom space before sexy tech space, I've been in this conversation since 2009. And obviously knowing that before that, there has been conversation about AI since the 80s. And I was, in terms of timing, 2016, I know you talked about something happening there, but with the powerhouses of Google's and others and the access to data, we saw the first kind of AI chatbots being launched, right? And where did that lead to? It led to them mimicking human voices, and less than 24 hours, those human voices became one of the most sexist, racist voices in technology. Less than 24 hours. So it's really a reflection of the data that obviously is accessible, but it's literally just reinforcing over and over again that we did not build this ecosystem for everyone to be valued equally, and we're not solving problems for the many. And I think if we had anything to look forward to, is that we've done the scale at all costs. That's why we're in this shit together. Market conditions, we know why. If we're now learning anything, is that we're at a point in time that we need to mend at all costs. And what does that even look like, right? What is it that we need to mend? And how can we do that? And that's what I'm excited about. I'm really excited about putting capital behind those kind of solutions. And obviously, we all play our roles. Now, I don't pretend that us Unconventional Ventures, or even me, is sitting with the only solution. We're part of the solution. But I'm talking about from an ecosystem perspective, where each of us as stakeholders have a responsibility. And the very first initial path are obviously angels. You are so catalytic on so many ways that you are the first and last one that actually has more power than anyone at the end of the day. So that's why it's really about engaging the whole ecosystem. Now, if we look at Unconventional Ventures, obviously it's business metrics first. It's about great returns. It's about looking at that data, right? Our type of AI, then, if we were to talk about that, is that it's telling us that diverse teams outperform, that you have women-led companies actually more profitable than male-founded companies. It's about, if you look at the companies that have IPO'd, the last 500 IPOs, did you know that over 40% of them in the founding team has immigrant background or different ethnicity background? It all speaks volumes about, if we're at the first check talking about it's all about the founders, if we at the second check talk about it's all about the founders, then it's clearly not about all founders. It's about those that mirror ourselves. And I'm kind of tired of that mirror, because that isn't solving anything for me or my future as a mother raising kids in this society.
Amazing points. I have 2 pages now on the side, but these are really, really good points, because you mentioned something which it was smack in the center. Like, people in decision-making capacity are not affected. But also it's apathy. So you don't feel it, and it's a statistic. And when it's a statistic, it doesn't change because you just read past it and you say, at another day, another person's problem. And I think then you made a great point on that. We are at a time when we need to mend at all costs. And really appreciate your pointing out that angels have a huge responsibility to fix, because they go really early. It's at an early stage that you can really mold minds into creating a tech solution into a meaningful tech solution, because that's in your power. You're putting, as Andreas was saying, like, network, capital, and your competence forward. So let's talk about how unconventional venture, like, what is your plan? You said that it's very arithmetic driven. You invest in companies which have scalability. But if there are other companies also on the agenda and there is a whole ecosystem cropping up, what eventually needs to be done? How can we do it? Is it more collaboration which is needed between funds? Is it like, what would be your idea of creating a change, or to go upstream against the narrative which is flowing downstream right now?
There needs to be an honest conversation. We're not having honest conversations. There's no such thing as unconscious biases in 2024. We're very conscious of our biases, and I think we need to address that from that metric. And I think we need to move the needle. Now, we've been talking about this problem for the last 10 years, at least as long as I've been in the VC space talking with investors. And before that, we were talking about, female founders aren't interested in XYZ, right? That's why they're not here. We always talk about needing to find new role models, but we never question ourselves, what have we done with the current role models or the previous role models? Because there's lots of amazing founders that are not, young white men, if I'm going to be really, really direct. And that's not saying, and I want to make that very clear, it's not about, a 50-50. I don't believe in a 50-50% target, because the world is not 50-50, right? I do believe in 100%. There should be 100% of access to entrepreneurship and venture capital or investments for those founders that are actually building and having the right metrics in place. And before we turn and say, well, underrepresented founders, or as I say, historically excluded founders, that being women, people of color, XYZ, it's really about understanding why are they not getting funded. And we go back to the same thing, which is really why I say we all have to, someone pointed out kroka arm, the Swedish, we need to tag along together. It's about building an ecosystem where we then support each other, because if you can't see it, there are other people who can, and try to learn from them in that case. But also look at the metrics in terms of what do we invest in? What are the KPIs that we're looking at? It is a great example. We don't even need to talk about the founder composition. Forget about that. Look how many, the Nordics is known for its software, SaaS investing, right? It's a strong market here. But look at how many of them now becoming, climate investors or impact investors, right? They're using the same metrics for that they invested in software, now trying to solve climate change, as an example. That's really interesting. And it's kind of also prohibiting us to understand the value of investing in hardware and the value of commercializing research. And the research, we've been a research strong region, but we have a hard time commercializing, that. So if you just look at what we deem as successful, profitable, unicorn metric, which is a vanity metric, because as you know, market conditions clearly demonstrated that unicorn metrics meant nothing other than for investors, right? So I think we need to take a good look at our own ecosystem, the closest ones we're out, and then say who's missing. Who am I leaving out and for what reason? You know why. You don't even need to ask her. You most likely know why. And the question is, does the future that you want to be part of, because one day you will be affected by that. It goes, I love to talk about, you know, diversity from an age perspective. The only reason age came into the picture was that we built the tech ecosystem for you know, some generations and left another generation out where we're thinking about technology as an end game and not a tool to enhance or advance wherever we are in whatever context, society or business. And now when we're looking at these tools for the older population, knowing that on every market in the Nordics, we're going to have a huge population is going to be older in a few years, we forgot to include them in the discussion. Right? We just took it for granted that, oh, well, everyone just needs to learn. Everyone just needs to adopt. Well, everyone was not a part of that conversation. So it's a very short-sighted strategy to think about everyone in the first 12 to 24 to 36 months of a company journey.
But this is amazing, Nora. So I've written that what you just said, technology is an end game. So I think that's a huge message here for our community. Nora, thank you so much for sharing your very insightful, very heartfelt, and very powerful messages with our community. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
For the community who is joining here, now we are moving to the second part of the summit. Initially, we ran through 4 very interesting areas of conversations. We started with supercharging angel investments in the Nordics. So Andreas was here from Nordics Angel. Amazing conversation of 200,000 potential angels in the region. That's a huge number. So we need to chase that and we need to enable that so that they can make a change, a sea change, a large change in the way tech and startups are built. Second part was AI, where we had these amazing thoughts coming from Evelina and how venture capital startups need to evolve as the change is so rapid. It's coming our way. We also talked about the kind of stickiness problems of regulations because they are generally slow, almost catching up all the time when the change is very fast, and so are corporates. We went into building angel portfolio discussion with Lars Lindgren. We are honored that he was a guest at our program today, and we talked about his 80 investments and the amazing portfolio he created with such a high success rate and very interesting points for angel investors over here. And up to the point we had this talk with Nora, and we talked about why we have sticky problems in ecosystems. That's because people in decision making capacity are not affected by these problems themselves. So that's the underlying message. Very interesting, a quadrant of, I would say, insights coming in. Let's move now to our funding panels. A big and a warm welcome to all our honorable guests here. So thank you so much for joining us, Carolin, Björn, Arne, Charlotte, Thomas, and Per. Thank you. Awesome. Let's go around this virtual table and let's try to have a what we are interested in knowing as in starting this panel is tell us about yourself. How are you connected in the startup or funding landscape? Maybe you are a founder, maybe you are working in the ecosystem. Tell us about yourself. What are you doing in the startup and funding landscape? And let's to make it easy, let's go alphabetically. So Arne, let's talk about you, and then we go to Björn.
Great, and thanks for having me, and hello everyone out there. So my name is Arne Tonning. I'm partner with Alliance VC, early stage venture capital firm from Norwegian roots with US connections, grown into being a pan-Nordic venture firm with presence in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland now. We typically do seed investments from €500,000 to €2 million, with backing ambitious founders looking to friendly takeover of the world, I guess we can call it. That's sort of the mission. So definitely a check writer in the ecosystem, but very keen on working with great founders building interesting things, because that's like fundamental drive of being a player, even if what we bring to the table is the money and hopefully some battle scar and experiences on the way.
Awesome. So you're operating now as a pan-Nordic entity and in several countries. Is there a particular focus, like a particular type of tech or sector or vertical, or are you vertical agnostic?
Yeah, you'd like to say that we're agnostic in some ways, but that sounds like we have no opinion at all. We are definitely sort of a digital tech oriented. We have sort of 4 core themes, being business efficiency, climate and environment, fintech, and digital health. And then we think that we're sort of in the midst of a 20-year wave of AI impacting it. So we've sort of been investing in AI-driven companies for about 10 years now.
Ah, okay. Awesome. Thank you, Arne. Let's move to Björn.
Hi, Naimul. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Björn here. I'm here because I'm an entrepreneur, but also an angel investor. But I'm one of those small angel investors. Many of them you meet, you got they're higher up in the value chains like VCs and so. But I've been an entrepreneur for 15 years, and I've raised capital 5 times in 5 years in one of the companies. And when I exited that, I started an investment network and took the training from Connect and so on. So what I've been doing since is to create the investment readiness process to help other founders to prepare for raising capital in a structured way. And now it's become the most widely spread preparation process in Nordics, with 250 companies down the process. So I think I've seen quite a lot of companies prepare, and also how successful they are in raising capital. So I'm that part of the ecosystem right now. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Björn. And we're very lucky at Connect East. We are using Björn's process Beels in our EU-funded project called Strong Bread and Impact. So great process. Founders love it. Thank you, Björn, for the great work you are doing for the ecosystem. I would say let's move to Carolin and then Charlotte.
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. My name is Carolin Solskär, and I've been an entrepreneur for the last 10 years in many different forms. So I started my first company in 2014. Since then, I've been involved in all type of entrepreneurial journeys, especially focusing on helping others start their companies. So I founded an entrepreneurial association at Stockholm University, and then we grow that to become entrepreneurial association at all universities in Sweden. We organize different type of entrepreneur hacks and so on to inspire students to start their companies. And always since then been working at the larger corporations, but have been dreaming of going back to entrepreneurship. So 2 years ago, I started my now company Nuverica, where I'm the CEO and co-founder. And we work in the food tech and reg tech sector. So we digitalize EU directives for food companies, which is we're quite alone in that specific niche, but it's very fun.
Very interesting. So it's a synthesis of EdTech and RegTech, Nuverica, that you talked about. But very interesting to have that kind of background, like working in the company side, being an ecosystem builder yourself, and then working on startups, like connecting 3 circles together. So a lot of synergies in mind and in the networks that you're building. Carolin, thank you. Charlotte, let's move to you.
Amazing. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Charlotte. I am a not at all tech person who turned into become a tech entrepreneur. So I started off as a co-founder and CEO running a tech startup called Teamico. During that time, I also did my first I guess it's 3 or 4 angel investments. And then I transitioned into becoming a board member. So I stepped down as CEO, but I nowadays work at Sting, which is sometimes referred to as the OG, the original incubator and accelerator in Sweden. Stockholm, and we have a focus on climate tech, health tech, and society startups, pretty early stage. And there, my job is today to get to the full circle of ticking all the boxes of what you can be here. So just like Björn, I pretty much have the same job, but helping the Sting company. So I'm heading the finance part of the program where I teach them how to fundraise, but I also connect them as my role is head of investor relations. So I connect startups with relevant investors. So that also means being the point of contact for both angel investors, family offices, VCs, both internationally and nationally, that are interested in startups that are in the Sting program, both current and alumni. I think I covered it all now.
Awesome.
Yes. Thank you.
But great to hear about your own entrepreneurship journey as well, and then within Sting as well about having the investor relations hat, but also coaching startups on how to raise money. So I think very interesting insights that can bring to our discussion moving forward. Thank you, Charlotte. Per, over to you.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Per Björklund, and I work full-time as an angel investor. I primarily invest in tech in the broad sense. It could be deep tech, and tech related. I like cases that have some kind of intellectual property or technological height, so to speak. But it's not strict. I work in a company called Further Than Capital together with my partner Stefan. And we are very, very active angel investors. We enjoy being active. We enjoy working with the entrepreneurs and together with them at the side of them help and assist in solving the problems that all entrepreneurs face, and we have seen it many times, so we can assist. Of course we don't take over, of course we don't decide, the entrepreneurs do all that, but we can come with coaching and mentorship and recommendations. My background into startups and the venture funding, I'll actually take the liberty to copy Charlotte there. I liked that circle description. So at 22, I started my first company because I saw the opportunities with having a company as opposed to just being an employee. After that, I took a long break, studying a lot, working in the industry as a multi-billion-dollar VP in a multinational company. I was a venture capitalist before then at 40, starting my own company. I ran that with my co-founder for a number of years and then made a successful exit. And now I'm this angel investor and thus closing the circle. Thanks for that, Charlotte.
Awesome. Very, very interesting background. And very interesting point somewhere you made. We don't take over companies, we coach them, we mentor them, and we put recommendation to them. So great to hear your approach. Thomas, let's hear about you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot, Naimul, for having me. Thomas Bigali here, French-Italian, living in Paris, but traveling a lot for my current role. Like Carolin, I've been launching my first venture roughly 10 years ago. I launched 3 in total. After exiting one, I started supporting a bunch of entrepreneurs, but also, investing as an angel. Really like doing that. And after, I've been visiting the HQ of Plug and Play, and I really like their value proposition that on one side, Plug and Play is one of the most active VC globally, but on the other side, it's also the largest open innovation platform. And I did believe, and I do believe still, of course, in their mission and vision, so decided to pursue my career there. And it's been 5 years and a half now, so what a ride. I've been contributing to the launch of many different offices. So continued traveling a lot and created the European, Middle Eastern and African Investment Committee 2 years and a half ago. And listen, in in a bit more than 2 years, we invested in 180 companies with this IC. I don't know for the ones that are not fully aware of what Plug and Play does. So on one side, we invest in over 200 startups per annum, from pre-seed all the way to Series C with different vehicles. And on the other side, so we supercharge the innovation capabilities of our partners that are mostly large corporations, but not only. So in the Nordics, we work with companies like Volvo, Tetra Pak, Ericsson, etc., where we can support them doing many things. So we can be mandated to run their accelerators, run their CVC, do a POC management for them, etc. See us as innovation consultants, basically. That's what we are doing, and myself again, so managing all of the investment activities here in EMEA, where we have 32 offices.
Awesome. Like Plug and Play is it's very difficult to pin it down. Like you guys are doing so much work. You're venture capital, open innovation, then you're doing CVC. So it's a lot of hats. But great to have your expertise and your experience in the panel as well. Let's kick off our discussion with some of the points which could be interesting for the community listening here. There's a lot of entrepreneurs who have joined in, but they're also investors. And one of the I coach a lot of founders, and then they're in Connect as well. There's a lot of activity that we have seen in the startups in the last few months. At what stage do you decide as a startup founder that you are ready to raise funding? Or you should consider that you are ready to raise funding? I know it's a tricky kind of a question, and I would not kind of pick up. So anybody who wants to go, just raise hand using Zoom function, or just raise it like this. So we'll go with Per, and then Charlotte, and then Thomas. Okay.
Yeah, it's when you need the money, of course. And actually, it's worse than that. It's well before you need the money, but because it takes some time. But when you realize that, well, we will need some money here within half a year or so, you have to go out there and really try to get it. But it's also linked, of course, to where you are in the process. Mm-hmm. So what you do before you raise the money is that you work as far as you can with the resources you already have to become more investable, which I think we will come back to what that actually means. So it's not you can't say exactly when it is. It's a dynamic process, and it's also individual.
Awesome. But I think you said something very important, well before you need the money. So I just noted that as a point. We'll come back to that. Charlotte, over to you.
I can echo Per, but I think there are two different versions of answers here, depending on if you're super early, let's say idea stage, then you might be able to do it part-time or bootstrap and so on. But you need to ship some sort of first prototype or MVP, and maybe you can have a friend who can help you code. But if you want to get someone on board to work with you, let's say as a CTO or a CEO full-time, and that person, hasn't saved tons of money, obviously you gotta raise your first round based on an idea. But if you're a little bit later stage, I agree with Per. Might sound contradicting, but I always think customer money and sales goes before funding. I know I work as someone who's helping founders fundraise, but if you can, try to get sales. And one of these tips as well that people might not think of is, let's say you get a customer deal, why not make them pay a part of it up front so you can actually build what they're requesting, and then pay the rest. You just split the invoice, and then that might save you time and not need to give away equity and spend time on fundraising, but actually getting that commercial traction. And then obviously the larger the round, the longer it takes, and the worse the climber, the longer it takes. With the, let's say, pre-seed cases, we say, at least 3 to 6 months before you sort of die.
Got it. Very interesting points. And you brought in a very interesting point. You mentioned from idea to whatever stage. So you're saying that there has to be a stage to fundraising, but you're also saying customer money and sales and then fundraise. And then you mentioned the word MVP and prototype as well. So there should be some method or form to the madness you're building. Not the word madness, but I'm just using the phrase. But great. Thomas, your take on this. Like, at what stage do you decide as a startup founder that you're ready to fund?
Yeah, I mean, fully agree with what Charlotte and Per have been saying. I think, what's the most important as a startup entrepreneur is really to jungle between the three main pillars of your activities. That should be product development, so building your solution, then market validation / tractions, and last but not least, funding, because you need to finance that, right? But in order to have funding, generally, you need tractions, right? And to have tractions, you need to develop a product. So this is why I'm trying to say you need to jungle wisely with these three main pillars. And fully agree with Per, typically we request companies, especially at early stage, to have minimum 6 to 9 months runway when they are fundraising. Why should you fundraise as well? Is simply because you want to get more market shares and finance your growth. And to do that, you need to have a clear, milestone in 18 to 24 months that you want to reach. And in order to reach that milestone, you need to finance it, right? So month over month, we want to have the breakdown of how you would spend this money effectively to reach this key beachhead milestone, let's put it that way, in 18 to 24 months. Right. And actually, I've been always really surprised that really few entrepreneurs could answer this question. So where you want to go in 24 months, how much cash you need to finance this growth, and where you will spend that cash effectively. And then we can add the valuation topic on top, right? But this is something that I would definitely recommend to any entrepreneurs who don't spend time, for instance, doing financial forecasts for 5 years while you don't even have a product market fit. What matters is really this run rate timeline of 24 months and where you want to go. So this is what I would advise overall.
Very interesting point of having that 18 to 24 months period, and then kind of nailing it down in terms of milestones. So that's concrete, people can see it, and you can also see and feel it and can be driven to deliver on it, which is very important. Too fluffy a vision probably just sits there, and somebody can just come in with a pin and say, poof, and there it goes. But really good discussion. Arne, let's move to you at Alliance VC. You said that your minimum base was, I'm just going back on my notes, $500,000 to 2 million. So that's the normal band that you are working with. And in terms of investment readiness, how early do you go? Like, what kind of signals do you have in mind when you are the startups that you take at the lower bound? What level of readiness do you see in them?
Yeah, I think I should expand on that somewhat, in that $500,000 to 2 million is our sweet spot.
Okay.
I would say our dynamic range is much bigger, in that we do cover, so that, $500,000 to 2 million is typically like a significant chunk or a lead ticket in a seed round. But we actually cover pre-seed to A, sort of as the full dynamic range as a first time investment. And I think it's very different from that. So when we do pre-seed investment, it tends to be very proven founders, because that risk reduces a lot the later stage. So that tends to be, so at pre-seed, it's very much about founders truly, and their ability to navigate, and the belief you have in that they will iterate to something. I mean, the idea has to be there, but it's pretty much a bet on the founders, at least the kind of pre-seeds we do, their ability to iterate something and the confidence in that. Whereas if you do a seed deal, which is kind of our bread and butter, there are much clearer signals, and it gets to be very clearly into sort of you can call it people, product, potential, or maybe add planet to that. So like you have a P framework, or you have T framework, which is team, TAM, and traction. But it's much more proof about have they built something, what's the initial response to that, and then projecting where could they be in the 18 months that Thomas was talking about. But typically at that stage, I mean, there are exceptions for deep tech cases and this sort of thing, but typically there is a MVP or something more mature there. It's in the hand of a few customers if it's an enterprise thing, or like a large business thing, or hundreds or thousands of users if it's a consumer or SMB kind of thing. But it's still very much a bet on the future, but there's much more tangibility to it. And then if you look at the A side of things, then you're sort of at the much stronger product market fit, and maybe more indication of like a go-to-market fit, but typically less proof on the scalable, fully scalable go-to-market model.
Very interesting discussion, because you mentioned four main things on the first side, which was so your starting point was proven founders. So I've written it here, like that's really probably the crux of what you're looking at. But then add-ons to that is an MVP, the team, TAM, and traction that we talked about, and of course a rock-solid plan of 18 to 24 months, which Thomas was also talking about. But then the requirements are completely different if you go to the other side, because it's about product market fit and the GTM fit. Great points over there. Björn, let's hear from you, and we are coming to you then. Carolin, because your journey could be quite interesting. We can talk in context of Nuverica, but before that, Björn.
Yeah, I just want to add to Thomas what good thoughts that if you have market fit or pre-proof of business, in this climate we have now in financing, even angel or smaller angel investors are hesitant to take risks. So I think that in that case, you need to be able to explain maybe the 5-year journey, even if it would not be correct. You need to see how much your total capital needed so that you can explain this. How many rounds will it be? Because small angels, they need to understand how many follow-ons they should do in this. And today they are really hesitant in investing. So the better you can explain that, the easier it is to get the early stage investors. And I think that's something also that Lars said, that the bigger angel you become, you later stages you go, because you want to decrease the risk. So to attract the really early stage angels, I think you need to be aware of the financial future situation as it is today.
All right. Very interesting point. And I think that kind of is would not be an either or, but an and. Like, for example, you still need to have a 5-year thing, but you still also need to have a very strong near-term future in your hand, so that it's seen as an achievable something and not a piece of fluff over there, which typically happens when you're doing market calculations as well, that how do you do a very interesting bottom-up calculation. So great points over there. Carolin, turning to you and trying to learn from your entrepreneurial journey. You have been very recently building your startup. So how tough was your journey? Because it was happening in about the same time when the financial situation has been evolving, let's put it mildly.
Yeah, so I mean, I think first of all, something that I wish that I had done from the start, which I didn't, was to just even like think the question, like, should I take in money? Is that something I want to do? Is that something I need to do? Because everybody shouldn't take in money. So I think that's a good, like, great place to start, to really like be tough on yourself. Do I need this? Because I think as an entrepreneur, you see investments as something glamorous and something like an achievement. Like, if I manage to do this, I have achieved something, which of course it is, but it's also very hard and puts a lot of more like pressure on yourself as an entrepreneur. So it's also a backside of it. So I think you really needed to think about if you need it. But yes, then as a question, answer to your question, I did my first round during last winter, so the winter of 2022. And back then it was tough. I thought, oh my God, this is so tough. It will never be harder than this. Right now, I'm doing my second round, and it's so much tougher right now. I can't barely compare them, because last time it went quite fast. I mean, obviously I started the pre-work about 6 months before we actually had the money on the bank. But when I really like officially opened up the round and gathered the investors I wanted with me, it went on about a week, from like the first one saying yes to the last one saying yes. So it still went like really quick when we really opened up and said, now we're doing this. This time it's a completely different climate, and I feel like the biggest reason for that is that most investors, and I still only talking to angels, to be clear, so I'm not talking to VCs or larger, so only angels, but I think most angels today, they are fully invested because the money that they still have, they need to put them in the investment that they have already done, because so many entrepreneurs and startups are struggling. So what I've been trying to do is rather to see, okay, who isn't an angel investor yet, but is interested in becoming one and also understand my product. So people working in the food sector, working in the regulatory sector, who could be interested in like being part of an entrepreneurial journey. But then that's also a challenge, because then I have investors that aren't experienced of being investors. So that's also something. But yeah, right now it's very hard. So to be honest, I think you need to start even before 6 months, way earlier than that, and really start to think, what can I do differently? Not just listening to what has people done before, because right now it's very different from how it has been the last years.
Very interesting points, and I think if there are founders here, it's very important for them to note that, because what you said was like very important. Like, do I need to take the money, and what are the implications of taking the money? So, as a founder, do your maths, do your values check as to what you are building and where you want to be in the journey. But then you also talked about the market conditions and how that has been volatile. In fact, I wanted to mention a couple of things over here as well, because Connect will soon be publishing our investor barometer results as well. That process is going on, as well as we are in process of putting something together with Beels as well in terms of an article. So those two things will be coming out, which can give audience here some kind of view how this is evolving in our networks or the things that we are doing. But great points over there. And building on what Carolin was saying, let's take another question. Like, in today's climate, how much time do you think a founder needs to be ready to invest in fundraising? Is this a full-time job, and does it take focus away from startup building? Or is it still something that you can do while you're building the startup? So we are asking that from investors as well as entrepreneurs. Yeah. So happy to take some views here. Carolin, you want to go first, and then Charlotte, and then Arne. Okay, so that's the first leg.
Yeah, so it's definitely a full-time job. It takes a lot of time, and I think as a founder, you need to be very honest with yourself in that journey. So for me, for example, I'm the CEO of the company. So for me, a lot of my work, like time, goes to sales. And that means that right now, when we're taking in money, I can't put as much time in selling, which of course make it so that goes much slower. And I also need to tell my other co-founders that they need to take a lot of my other work, that, for example, a lot of the admin work and so on, and have an open discussion about that. Like, how can we take a lot of the things that I usually do and put that in someone else's for a little while, so that I can put my time fully on this, because it takes a lot of time. And you really need to, like, you can't do everything you used to do and also take in money. So you need to be very aware of that.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Carolin. Charlotte, let's head to you. You're coaching founders on fundraising and kind of managing the network as well.
Yeah, so I'll start answering the question wearing my founder hat. I've raised 5 rounds. I've had 3 VCs with me. I've had plenty of angels with me. Also, in the good days when SaaS businesses pre-revenue got millions thrown at them, it was a full-time job. So anyone who thinks that you can do fundraising with your sort of left hand, even the most amazing cases that, we have a case now where I'm literally bodyguarding who gets to speak to them, it is a full-time job. So, but as we all know, as founders, one full-time job is not what we have. We kind of have 2 anyway. So, it's like right now with the cases closing, especially VC rounds, we have meetings in the evenings, because that's when I can talk to the founders. So, yes. And I also actually see, this might be controversial, not something you want to hear, but I do see a correlation with the ones who don't believe this, that the fundraising doesn't go as well. So you need to set off time, but there are hacks you can do. So this is the good news. One, you really need to, once you consolidate your outreach list of people you want to talk to, and make sure that they're relevant to a stage. So when I was a completely new founder, a lot of VCs and whatnot contacted me saying, hey, we're super early stage. And I had no clue what that meant. I thought that Series A was relevant for me when I was doing my 5.5 million SEK round. It's not. So VCs that are being measured, sorry guys for wrongness on you in the room, or VCs, but VCs, to them it doesn't cost anything to take a half-an-hour meeting, but to you as a founder, your time is the most precious resource. So you can actually be sort of rigorous with whom do I want to talk to? Are they relevant? That's one hack. And another hack is to sort of time cap and actually make a process for yourself beforehand and say, you know what, we're aiming to close this round in February. And you push yourself towards that. And yeah, maybe you're aiming for 3 million SEK, but then you only have 2.7 on the table. You know what? Just close it, because you need to get on with life. You need to start selling, building the team, deploying that money, because otherwise that can drag out forever and never, never, never. So there are a few things you can do, but there will be a point in time when you shouldn't be expecting it to be a part-time job.
Very interesting point, and I kind of totally feel the last points that you made, that there needs to be some process, but then you need to have realistic expectations and kind of very clear decision making. Okay, this has happened, no more will happen, move. Because the real part of the business building is business building. Yeah, I'll just pick something which popped up here. Scott is joining us from US. So he actually had a point here. Yes, the money is important, but the relationship with potential funders and what they bring to the table is more important in the long run. Great point, Scott. And thank you for joining us from US. I don't know what time it is over there, but happy to have you here. Arne, let's move to you.
Yeah, whenever I'm in the panel, I try to make a point out of disagreeing, just finding one point to disagree on, just because I think it makes for an interesting panel. I don't know, and I'll take this one point to disagree on, and then we'll see if I really disagree. But so I'm not, my answer is no. And as a founder, your job number one is to maximize the potential of your company. Okay. That doesn't mean that fundraising is not a huge resource drain and a huge job. It's just that there are things in your company you cannot leave, and that's like your team, your customers. You have to look after that. And that means that you cannot use 100% on it. You might be able to use 100% per week, or that you have to work 200% and 100% is fundraising, which means that, it's 50%, because even if you work 200%. But it's just so important that you don't drop the ball on the other things. And also the more time you spend on your customers and product and whatever the core value drivers of your company, the more likely you are in actually succeeding in fundraising, because there's nothing better than, traction and things that grows like crazy. And some of the easiest fundraisings are if you can, make a brilliant business that flows really fast and people start calling you and say, can I invest? So, my point is not that it's not massively draining and you should do whatever to compress it and do these things. I think in the massive drain, I just disagree on the point of full time.
Awesome. Great point. And so your focus is on actually working on, because a startup is built around potential, because it's going somewhere, it's here, but it's going massively somewhere else. So potential of the company, and then the 3 areas we pointed out, or you pointed out, were don't ignore the team, the product, or the customers, which are the core drivers of a business. And then if that is done well, you probably will have a can I invest as opposed to will you invest. Okay, very interesting counter narrative. Per, let's move to you.
Yes, the bad news here is that you're all wrong. The good news is that you're all right. At the same time, I would say it takes about 70% of your time as a founder, as a CEO, of your on average 60 hours or more per week. So it is an ordinary full time, but you can't omit, of course, your ordinary stuff entirely. You have to delegate, as Charlotte said, but you also have to keep track on the most important things with customers and staff. I would say the two most common mistakes here is that, like Charlotte also mentioned, that you don't vet the starting list, the starting field well enough.
Okay.
And that you spend a lot of time on unnecessary calls and so forth. And the second mistake, I think, especially when it comes to later rounds, maybe not the very first ones, is that many entrepreneurs tend to work in a serial way, not in a parallel way. To bring in capital, it's like making a big purchase project, or it's like sales as well at the same time. It's both. So you're getting in money and you evaluate a lot of different suppliers of this. And you should do that in parallel. So the aim for you working with later rounds, I mean then from seed and forward, should be to have at least 3-4 term sheets on the table when you're done with the process. And you won't get that if you work in a serial way. You have to work in parallel with those players. And then you might think, oh, it's so tough and cumbersome to work in parallel and talk with many players at the same time. But the good news there is that the total lead time is shorter, and I would claim that the total number of hours spent in the process becomes less than if you work in a serial mode, and the risk is also less.
Thank you. Thank you for the distinction between the parallel and the serial. Very good points, Per. We'll take Björn and then Thomas, and then we have a very interesting question coming in from the audience as well. We'll take that after this. Yes, Björn, over to you.
Yes, we talked about mistakes. I think I would add a third one, especially when it comes to the first rounds. What I've seen is that founders tend to do the plan for 12 months or 18 months, as Thomas said, and that's good, the goal. And then they do the budget for that. Okay. But they include some sales. And then after 6 months, they realize that the sales are a little bit too high and they're not reaching their sales goals. And then they burn more money. So in the month 9, they need to go back to their investors asking for more money, not achieving your short-time goals. And I think this is the most common mistakes, because then they need to have a lower valuation or the same, because angels are a little bit hesitant. And then the founders are asking for little money because they don't want to be diluted. And then they're in the same spiral again. This is not good for anyone. So this is really... Well, this is why we also assist companies in planning for a long-term perspective when it comes to funding. So I just want to add that to Per's good thoughts. Thank you.
Very interesting point over there. Thank you, Björn. Thomas, over to you.
I will try to go really quickly. I mean, all of this goes back a bit to what I was saying before with the 3 main pillars that founders need to jungle with, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to grow fast and follow the typical VC scheme, you need to be, in a way, constantly raising. Of course, you will enter like specific roadshows, right? And your roadshows, they will be intense. And of course, you know, the balance will go more towards fundraising, while as soon as you close your round, you can go back more to sales, but still not eliminate fully the pillar of fundraising. So again, really jungle between these 3 pillars. Don't touch too much on one and 0 to the other ones, because it can have a counter effect. But what I would recommend, and especially, you know, for early stage startups, as the resources are really limited, besides market validations and always try to have tractions, try really to work smart, optimize your time as much as you can. When you enter a roadshow, have you know, an investment deck that is perfect, prepare a data room with the investor FAQ so that you can ease the work of the due diligences of you know, analyst and associate, for instance. And bear in mind that all of the investors that will speak to you, they will always ask for different things. So try really to collect all of this information over time so that you can share that directly with the potential investors you have, and in order for you to practice your pitch and collect all of these informations over time. I will definitely recommend you, when you create your pipeline of VCs, and please, I totally agree with the other panelists, do your homework. Try to really target VCs or business angels that are relevant to what you are building and your stage as well. And from that point, when you have this pipeline, try to target first, to practice your pitch, the tier 2, tier 3, so that you keep warm the tier 1. And as soon as you are ready, you can contact them. And trust me, when you secure a tier 1 lead investor, this will act as a snowball effect. Like people will knock at your door. So try to practice your pitch with tier 2, tier 3 in order to contact the tier 1. And when you secure a tier 1, you will see everything is going to be easier.
Very interesting point. And I hear structure over here. I also hear when you say, prepare your pitch deck, be ready for due diligence, data room. So I think it's a lot of preparation, which you recommend for founders to have a very strong process rather than going haphazard and trying to connect the dots. So I think great points over there. We'll pick a point from the community here. Barry has a question. Does the panel recommend founders to work with investor scouts? And I'll add one of my questions I had over here is, do you think accelerators, similar programs and investor scouts, are they a recipe for better fundraising success? What is your experience? Björn, and then Thomas, and then Charlotte.
I will try to be...
let's have short answers because we are
sure.
almost at the tail end of the talk.
I would say if you're in the very first rounds, the pre-seed rounds, angels want to meet with you as founders, not brokers. And I think that's what you need to prepare for. Later stages, scouts can be good, but in the first beginning, I think you need to do this yourself. And you need the money into the company as well. So yeah.
So it needs to be your true self in front of the first angel investors. Thomas.
100%. I mean, the terminology of scout might differ, right, from one company to another. So if you mean like fundraising consultants in a way, I guess this is what Björn was inferring. I totally agree with him. I think especially early stage, you need to do the work yourself. And to go back to the second question, which is, should you apply to accelerators, incubators, etc.? I would say definitely yes, though try to also target tier 1 because some terms of accelerators can be sometimes really aggressive. And if you accept aggressive terms, it needs to be with the top class. Otherwise, it does not make sense. Don't give 25% equity for 150K for a tier 3 incubator. It doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. And you have a lot of actually programs that are for free too. What you should do when you enter an accelerator or an incubator is really to try to leverage their network and expertise because, when the resources are limited, they can support you a lot, connect you with the right people, and help you save some time, or at least have the answer to many, many questions. So we'll definitely say yes, but be picky, please, always, with investors and all the other fundraising or investor players in this value chain. I would recommend you really to find the right ones that are high class.
Awesome. Great points over there, Thomas. Charlotte and then Per.
I agree with the others. I've never heard a super early stage company really succeed thanks to a middle hand. Later stage, different story. I know one case who's closed around that way, but I also know cases who've actually gone bust because they trusted the middle hand to perform and they didn't. So I'm very careful with those players in the early stage. Second question, incubators, accelerators. Obviously, I work for one, but I agree actually here with Thomas because it depends on what you want to get out of it. So I myself did the Antler program, which was great for me because I was a first-time founder. I needed a co-founder. That was fantastic for that. Sting is much more a little bit later stage. So mostly you have some sort of company and a co-founding team and you're up and running. But it depends on what qualities you are looking for or what you lack in your situation. So we have a lot of cases coming from universities and researchers and, they really need support on financing, sales, education, those kind of things. Now, let's say you are a team that is super specialized within life science. Well, maybe there's an accelerator incubator that opens up doors for you specifically. So I would also there, just like with your investors, do your due diligence and ask yourself, what do we want to get out of it? And then also look at, as Tom said, the terms. There are plenty of accelerators out there who will take over 10% of your company, do it on quite hostile terms, and that is not to be recommended.
Very interesting points coming from Charlotte, who has a lot of experience of accelerators, both as a founder and also being part of it. Like, what is your expectation as a founder when you go to accelerators, and then what's the stage? Because different accelerators, some are seed stage, so the YC, tech starts, as opposed to really early stage founder focused accelerators, and then niche accelerators like vertical product, food, space. So I think very interesting points. I saw one more hand raise. I don't know if I missed that. Uh, but let's try to close our discussion a little bit around the point of what are some of the common pitfalls you have seen startup founders making when seeking funding, or which you have made, which we can share if you're a founder. So whichever way you want to address, like what are the pitfalls to avoid when seeking fundraising? We have around 5 minutes to close out. Per, you have your hand. Yes, let's start with you.
Yeah, my hand was actually for the previous question.
Okay.
If
Okay.
you allow,
Yeah,
I would
please go
just say
ahead.
that if you, with scouts, mean people working on a commission, I would sincerely avoid it.
Okay.
I think the incentives there work in the wrong direction. I have myself, neither as a VC nor as an angel, I haven't ever invested in a case that is brought forward by such a commission-based scout. On the other hand, one reason why you bring in a certain angel or a certain VC, or you turn to a relevant accelerator, could absolutely be in part because they have an excellent network to other investors in least later stages. But that's a completely other thing. And then they do have a skin in the game, which a commission-based scout does not have. So I don't believe in commission-based scouts. The best cases don't come from there. The best cases don't need them. And everyone knows it. That's the problem. Okay, so common mistakes. Apart from what I said before, I think one common mistake is to be unrealistic. It's important that you're kind of sound, that you have a high enough ambition, but at the same time a realistic view on what you can accomplish when it comes to sales and growth, and also what the value might be of your company. If you're not a Y Combinator US company, don't compare your valuation with a YC North American company, because you will have a lower valuation. So those are the main pitfalls as I see it.
Very interesting point on valuations and expectations. So any other points, like what are the common mistakes which you, based on your experience, would say startup founders need to avoid to raise money in this climate? Carolin? Yes.
Yeah, so I think one mistake that I made during my first round was to don't do my homework on who I reached out to. So I just reached out to anyone. And what I realized during that time was that, I mean, I need to reach out to people and show them why did I reach out to you. So make sure that when you're reaching out to someone, you let them know why, and also let them know that you know why. So for example, have they invested in similar startups before? Have they worked in that sector, and so on? And it's quite easy to do that type of background work, and it saves yourself a lot of no's and a lot of like disturbing people that you don't need to. So I would say that is something that I really wish that I did different the first time.
Awesome. Yes, Björn.
Yeah,
I saw half raised hand. But
yeah, I had already mentioned the things that, you know, I overestimating the short-term sales goals. I already mentioned that. But the one thing that adds to that is that if you don't know how much money you need in the next round after 12 or 15 months, you could be, you know, the angels can be surprised that you're coming back so soon and wanting more money, because you want their pro rata investment, of course. So being more prepared, so you can say that in 15 months we would like you to have you know, money to pay, you invest in your pro rata share, so that you are aware of that. And I think that's also very common. If you don't get that pro rata, that will send a signal to other investors that this is not a company that you want to invest in. So that's why it's important for founders to, you know, have their first investors knowing how much money that you need in the next round.
Thank you, Björn. We'll take one last opinion here, and then we'll close the panel. Charlotte.
Okay, multiple round cap table agree. just have a cap table ready for your simulation or already early on. Speak to customers and prepare them that part of the due diligence might actually be that potential investors want to speak to your customers. A lot of people focus so much on the outreach list and the pitch deck that they forget about the business. And then they come to me and then they say, oh, is this normal that they want to call our customers? Yes, it is, because they want to validate what you're working on. Don't overwork the budget. I've seen people spending a lot of days with those 5-year plans. Clarify what the assumptions, the very rough, everyone knows the budget will be wrong. That's the only thing we know. But clarify the assumptions behind the budget. Which quarter is what going to kick in, rather than getting lost in the numbers. And never lose track of your own timeline and your own non-negotiables.
Got it. Very good points, Charlotte. We'd like to offer a big thanks to the panel for being here, for raising sometimes contrasting views, which is good because it encourages debate and it builds the overall knowledge base for the community. Thank you, Arne. Thank you, Björn, Charlotte, Carolin, Thomas, and Per for being with us today and sharing your wisdom and your experiences. We'll be engaging with you on deeper conversation as I was speaking with other speakers. So we have these Connect Talks and other platforms. We'll be reaching out for them for you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good one. Take care, guys.
Thank you. Taylor, great to see you here. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great. It's a phenomenal energy in the event and all the insights that are coming in. We'll probably synthesize this through some AI tool to create some really good summaries out of what we discussed today. But we are here and we are here with you. And my first question again with you is also, how did you get started with your passion for startups and marketing? How did it start? Let's have a conversation.
I mean, there's there's so many different pathways to get there, but I think it came out of getting involved at a very early age with the ecosystem that I was originally from, the Washington, D.C. area, and attending a number of pitch events, which led me to get into all kinds of different startup events that were really fascinating. I mean, I just wanted to get out there. So like one day it would be IoT, the next day it would be big data. It just was all interesting. And I think the events that I got the most out of and the most practicality was seeing marketing related stuff. So I kind of felt that was my draw and it was pulling me in.
So marketing became your home ground. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. And you are joining us from, where are you connecting? Because you are traveling. Where are you connecting from today?
I am still in Copenhagen, Denmark. But you know, there's always things that pull me in and out of the ecosystem. But same with you. You're always out and about.
Yeah. Likewise. But great, Taylor. The basic idea behind today's session with you was to. So we are, and for the community, people who have just joined in, we have had initially some keynote talks, and then afterwards we had a funding session and a fundraising sessions with a panel, and now we are in the masterclass session. So this masterclass is about go to market, and we'll try to learn from Taylor's experience in this domain and see how we can build startups which are strong on marketing from get-go. So let's go there, Taylor. Let's see if we can enable, if the screen share is working. So I'll now take a back seat here and the stage is yours, Taylor.
Wonderful. So I would say give me like a 2-minute warning when we're getting up to the time where I should pause for a couple of questions, because as always, I have way too many slides and way too much information to give. So just give me like a, hey, 2 minutes to kind of wrap it up, and I'll see where I'm at to close it.
We'll do so. And if there are some chat questions coming up, maybe I'll intervene before that, because maybe there is something which comes in which is very interesting. And that's for our here or our audience here. If you have questions, raise them and we'll try to build them in. So
Sounds good.
yeah, over to you.
Cool. So I move really, really fast. My name is Taylor Ryan. I am the only Taylor Ryan in all of Denmark. There is a Ryan Taylor. I met that guy a couple of years back. Super nice guy. But yeah, I would say if you are interested in any of the stuff that I've covered, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to give you all the slides, and there's a ton of links and resources kind of embedded into that. But a little bit about me, I'm a 6-time startup founder, currently the chief marketing officer of Ocean.io, and I'll be pointing to them a couple of times throughout the slides. I consider myself a growth hacker, startup junkie, enthusiast of all things startup related, really into crypto and blockchain. But yeah, I wanted to provide a ton of value today, so let's dig in. A little bit about some of the work that I've done on the investor side. I launched Layer 3 Ventures about a year ago. It was probably the worst time to ever raise money for any venture fund that existed, certainly not within the crypto space. It's still something near and dear to my heart. I've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of startup decks within blockchain and beyond. And I have to tell you, I'm super enthusiastic to get a chance to talk to founders as somebody that has been on both sides of the aisle. And I think it's really important to make sure that people learn these things before spending days, weeks, months, or even years building something that never gets to the point of success. I've worked with all kinds of organizations, small, medium, and large, within dozens of different sectors. I love working with accelerators because the energy of startup founders reminds me why I get out of bed every morning. I really enjoy the passion that goes with it, and honestly, it's kind of like embedded into my DNA. One of the things that I often harken back to is if I move too fast and there was material that you wanted to see, I do have an online masterclass, and I'm constantly in progress of updating and moving on different elements of that. So my goal for today is to provide value, and I'm hoping from not only a theoretical side, but a practical side, you're able to pull information away from the standpoint of a startup that is either trying to raise or trying to get traction. So on that note, it's important to realize that there are access to free assets when you need them. Ocean.io/S/200 is a deal that I worked out with my boss, where you can get 200 free leads for doing outreach or discovery of either competitors or potential customers. I think it's actually really usable. I first started using it 5 years ago. Now I'm working for the company, so definitely something to check out. Again, if you sign up with that URL or the QR code, you're able to get access to 200 plus leads. Cool. So I have a pretty good understanding of why startups are here and a number of investors are here. So I'm going to move past that. The current state of funding and some of my challenges with working in the Nordics is something I'm going to cover, and I hope I don't lose the entire audience immediately. It's just what the reality is. I heard Antler referenced earlier. I've gone in as an advisor, I think, to 3 or 4 different cohorts, and I kind of see the same things over and over. So this is where I'm coming from. So this is you. And shout out to ChatGPT. If you're not using ChatGPT to generate anything visual or text, like what are you doing these days? But I find so many founders inspiring. They're like, I want to change the world. I want to improve society. I want to save lives. I want to fix the system. And that's great. The challenge is you need money to do that. In order to change the world, improve society, save lives, and fix the system, you need money. Money is unfortunately its own language, and it allows you to do a lot of different things. But without the resources to scale, you're kind of stuck in most cases. What I found is people forget that money is tied to the success of a startup in most cases. So people have these brilliant ideas, but they feel the need to tie in SDGs, ESGs, any other acronym you want, impact, sustainability. It always has to come back to that. And so what I see is a lot of clones or inferences or similar startups that are all kind of among the same persuasion because they have to be under this vertical, and they throw out the idea of generating traction or revenue. And this is something that isn't new to me. Since I've come to Denmark, this is always one of the challenges where it's like, you can build the greatest idea in the world, but unfortunately, if you cannot make others money or show value in some form or another, you will never get funding. And money is a pathway to do that. If you can show how you can monetize your idea into making yourself money or other people money, you have something interesting. I think it's one of the most challenging things to speak on because people are like, no, it has to be this altruistic endeavor that saves the world, and making money is evil and bad. And ultimately, that's not the case. You need something You need to build something that solves a real problem, that does make real money, or builds an active community. And I want to show how to do some of that stuff. And just so that I'm placing this in kind of the right order, the reality is it is much more difficult to get a reasonable valuation, which then allows you to get real money in today's standards. This is not 2019 to 2020-ish, where people were getting these crazy valuations and money off of a pitch deck. It's just not as easy as it once was. And for the investors that are on board, I've pitched to hundreds of investors from my own startups. And the reality is, of course, like they care about ROI, return on investment. So if you are not framing your startup or you're not building your startup that takes this into account, you're going to have a really tough time moving forward. So here's what investors want to see, and here's what we need to focus on for a go-to-market strategy, is we need to either build an ecosystem and a community that has 10,000 plus active monthly users, or we need to build something that is generating money. And that means something to the effect of $10,000 monthly recurring revenue. Now, these are baselines, of course, for every situation. There's an it depends added on to this, but most of the companies that I've come into contact with that have gotten a pre-seed round have one of these two things, if not both. And that's just the reality. You need to show that your investment is going to come back, or you need to show that your startup is going to make somebody their money if they throw in on it. So that gets us to the point of acquiring users. And what I've often encouraged people to do is look outside themselves, see what other companies have succeeded, and mimic some of these best practices. So what I often try to get people to realize, especially with early stage startups, when I speak to a lot of accelerators, is get them to start picturing what good looks like. And I often ask them, like, where does this exist in the wild? This idea that you had where it's a dog walking company that trades in time in exchange for, funds for people with low self-worth. I have no idea. It's like, it's a crazy idea. And honestly, the pathway for success is so limited because I haven't seen it. The theory of isostatic adjustment is basically that there is no such thing as a pyramid-shaped or cube-shaped planet. The reason planets exist in a sphere is because it is the most sufficient way of holding matter that exists in the universe. So why would you build a square planet? Don't build something that nobody wants or is too difficult to scale because it is not really addressing a need. If it doesn't exist in the wild, there's a good reason, and it's probably because it doesn't work. I wish I had really focused on that on a long-term way, because I probably would have never started 2 or 3 of the startups that I've been a founder of. I think one of the challenges that I often find is people don't look outside of themselves. They get the tunnel vision on, and they're like, well, this is innovative. I'm going to build the first version of it. It's like, cool, but dude, show me like something that has existed even more recently or forever ago. Show me where I can draw a line to it. And I'm fascinated by 2 different projects as of recent that have gained an insurmountable amount of users. Now, granted, I'm more of a blockchain guy, and everybody has their own proclivities and opinions on that. But any type of startup that is able to garner 4.1 million users in 1 week, or the alternative competitor that came out literally a month and a half later and garnered 2.3 million users in the span of a month, that deserves attention. I didn't understand what TikTok was for the first year that I was seeing this thing going on, and I thought it was just a kid's app. Realistically, it's one of the best marketing platforms that you can use to draw in users today. So I would recommend that most startup founders start looking at the opportunities in the world in terms of their business model, mimicking something that already works. In terms of gathering competitors, there's lots of different ways that I do it, but I always recommend this to founders, and I can't tell you how many companies I work with on a regular basis that don't know who their direct competitors are. You have core competitors, you have competitors that are doing elements of your kind of similar business model, feature competitors, and companies that are directly competing for attention within your industry. And the reality is you can do so many things with just knowing who your direct competitors are. And I want to cover a couple of those later, but the reality is there's so much value in just understanding who you're directly and indirectly competing with. From the standpoint of finding them, there's lots of different ways to do that. I think a lot of people should know off the top of their head their first 2 or 3 competitors. If you have no competitors, then it's probably a shit business model. There is no such thing as a business that just has 0 competitors. You're either way too early or you're not thinking clearly. From the standpoint of how I could find competitors, I might use like an SEO tool, like let's say Ahrefs, or maybe I would use one of the many other SEO tools that would allow me to discover, or technology tools like Built With. You decide. There are so many different ways of finding competitors, and these can also be used to help find your best customers. There's listing and directory platforms, review platforms that also allow you to find direct competitors. I don't care if it's a B2B or B2C or some other business model. Honestly, it's a really easy way to do that. And again, I feel like I'm doing an infomercial, but Ocean is actually pretty legit. If you want to look up yourself or your top competitor, you'll find a bunch of other competitors that are similar to them. So before you compare, I think it's really important to understand what good looks like and why it's good looking. I would say like even the best professional athletes make mistakes, and you can certainly see that with the best companies that are potentially competing for attention time customers. But the reality is recognizing those is really half the battle. So avoiding default mode is one of the things I recommend very early on. I find that most startup founders are building stuff from scratch, where they're trying to figure out like, whoa, what goes into a good landing page? It's like, okay, there's templates. Why are you trying to reinvent the wheel? Or like, oh, let's create this completely novel user experience. It's like, find something that works elsewhere and mimic it to the degree that you don't have to introduce completely new processes. I've seen people create like basically entire side quests. Like I need a referral platform, and rather than just taking one off the shelf and implementing it into their mix, they're building an entire referral platform, an entire CRM, entire other businesses to support their singular business. And that's just not wise. Lots of different places to be able to find either decks or imagery or anything that you would realistically need. You can grab it. It exists, and it's so easy to find that stuff. So I have examples of decks for people that want that. Again, if you want my slides, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to give them to you. There's lots of places where you can see what good looks like from just competing on a startup level and seeing other pitch decks. You would be shocked how many startups you encounter that have never looked at somebody else's deck. I see it all the time. And for landing pages, connect with me on LinkedIn and I'll give you my landing page cheat sheet. The whole thing is there for you. So when acquiring new users, I think it's super important to give them the easiest experience that allows you to collect them, whether it's their email address or pushing them into the community. There's lots of free examples online that should give you inspiration to be like, oh, I'll just take that. I like the way that they've put that section together, and you have yourself a nice website, or at least a homepage and a couple of landing pages to drive traffic to. These are a few links that you can easily go to and look at all kinds of examples. I do that with my direct competitors, and what I try to make is basically an ultimate version of my top competitors. So I take the best sections of all of my competitors and build a much stronger version of what they're all trying to do. So this is an example of what I did for a DeFi platform. Basically, I would say like from the homepage downwards, you're going left to right. So this is the hero and header section. This is the first trust signal section. Then after that, you have data section. And I'm just taking the best pieces of all my competitors as inspiration to then flip to either my designer, or maybe if I'm trying to play out of the kind of rules of the game, maybe an AI landing page designer, and throw these together in a way that I'm actually able to convert people. It's all about taking inspiration from others. I can't tell you how many e-commerce web pages I've come across where it's like the basics aren't there because they never looked at other e-commerce sites or other direct competitors. It's so easy to do this. I don't want to spend a ton of time on the funnel because I think the most important stuff comes after it. So real quick, if you're not familiar with the marketing funnel, like good morning and hello, awareness, interest, decision, and action. The whole reason that we do any efforts related to marketing is either we are trying to get people to buy, or we're trying to get them to sign up to eventually buy our product or service or become a member of our community to eventually monetize them. That is the whole game. And I know it kind of takes some of the wind out of people's sails because like, well, I want to create something beautiful and interesting. And it's like, yeah, I do too, but unfortunately money talks. And the reason that we're building these interesting bits of content or these interesting ads is to eventually drive people to buy from us. That is the game. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this in the essence of trying to move past it so we can talk about some more interesting growth hacks. So you have awareness, you have driving interest, the decision stage, and the action stage. But I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. I find that this is an area that there's so much disconnect when I work with a lot of early stage and even like I would say growth stage startups, is none of them take the time to map out the amount of steps it takes in order to become a paying customer. This is an example of one of the startups that I worked on. It was an AI company, and these boxes represent a step or an action required of the user in order for them to become a paying customer. It's like 30 steps. It's absurd. And so the reality is, if you looked at your own business model, how many steps can you remove, or how many blockers can you get out of a person's way in order to get them into a situation where they're either giving you their details, first name and email address, or they're willing to hand over a credit card and they're like, I dig what you do so much, I'm willing to pay for it. If it's 20 steps, it's going to be a lot harder. If it's 3, it's going to be a lot easier. So you just have to start mapping these things out and reduce the amount of steps. The whole idea of doing this is to optimize the flow of customers. And I can't tell you how many people are like, why am I writing this out? And it's like, fucking, hey, dude, like, think about how much opportunities you're losing by letting people leave without giving their details. And it's sometimes just not maybe there until you start measuring it. And I wish I could spend hours on that. I have an entire presentation that's probably an hour and a half just on that stuff. So what should happen after they convert? Well, I think it depends on the nature of the product and the business model, but I can't tell you how many people really mess up the onboarding or the first experience after they give their money. It should be something that gives them a feeling of, oh, I'm into something that's genuinely real. I feel like I trust this considerably more, and I'm getting information on some type of I guess, frequency that I'm able to recognize what this is and not just dropped off into, you know, no man's land and not understanding any of this stuff. And there's a difference between light and heavy touch, but I'm not going to spend a ton of time on that. So user acquisition, super important. I think I could probably do an entire day just on user acquisition. Here's the reality of it. If you're a B2B website, if you're a B2C website, if you're e-commerce, I don't care what you are, first-time users make up usually between 90 and like 100% sometimes, depending on how new you are, of your visitors. Meaning return visitors are very few and far in between. You have a limited opportunity to convert these people. So if you don't convert them on the time that they visit, then consider them strangers and they're never coming back, which means if you're not converting people that are coming to your website, then you have missed the opportunity. And it's quite difficult to get people and all the noise that's out there to your website. So lots of different conversion opportunities. Not all of them are created equal. Long story short is start looking at the different ways that you can convert these people, because there are many, and give lots of opportunities for people to get in as either a sign up, as a exit intent pop-up. Like they're all listed here. There are so many different ways to make sure that you don't leave money on the table or leave people that would have been interested in your product but didn't know how to get involved. If they're interested and they're there for long enough where they've gotten to the bottom of the page and they haven't signed up, you've done something wrong. It's that simple. So big picture, acquisition kind of stuff. I would love to spend probably a better part of 45 minutes on this. I think it's really fascinating in terms of the breakdown of different areas. You need to figure out what is your best acquisition channel. Focus on one, not all of them. And honestly, not organic social media unless you're a hell of an influencer and already have a really strong following. Most people screw up by trying to figure out which page is the best to convert. Honestly, your homepage and your about page are the 2 most visited pages within any website that exists. Yeah, you'll have landing pages that maybe you drive traffic to once you have product market fit, but you need to figure out for most people, how am I going to convert them off of these 2 pages? Beyond that, we're trying to figure out what are the types of conversions based off of your business model and what are the users that are going to convert. And there's lots of different ways of looking at how we're looking at the people that are onboarded, the people that are selling, and the people that need more nurturing and time to understand like what the value is. Lots of different ways to convert people. And oh, wow, it's a funnel if you turn it sideways. Outbound hacks is one of my favorite things, and I realize that I'm tight on time, so I'm going to streamline through this and recommend one of my favorite new tools. So the first thing that I always run into is people like, we don't do cold emails, we don't do outreach or anything like that. It doesn't work. And it's like, okay, That's fair, probably because most of your stuff sucks and like the messaging is way off or the targeting's off and you're not reaching out to the right people. I find that so many people are like, this channel doesn't work, that channel doesn't work. Look, the reality is if it exists, then it probably works for somebody. So it means your messaging is off or you haven't tried the right things in order to convert on a level that it would be recognizable as successful. So what I often try to break things down to is their simplest parts in the form of a process. When you are doing outreach, whether it's to your earliest customers, trialists, or potentially to investors, this is going to be the same flow and process. You need burner domains and burner emails because you can't send hundreds of emails a day out of your regular company email. You need to figure out what the intent is of that user and how they would see you reaching out to them. Then we do targeting and segmentation. We do email. We do company discovery. Then we do the validation of the company emails. Then we make sure that our messaging is perfect and we do outreach. Discovery is really easy. Again, my favorite tool, and I have used it like for the last 4.5 years, is Ocean, but there are lots of other tools off to the right side. This would allow you to discover customers, partners, integrations, investors, you name it. Yes, this whole thing is GDPR compliant, and we can talk about it if we so declare. I don't know. I'll put a link into the chat about Clay. Clay is kind of one of my new favorite tools. I've always been fascinated by automation. It's kind of a big part of my professional career. And it was always very rare for me to go from each stage into the next stage without having a manual element. I don't have to do that anymore. And so that allows me to tie in like 10 different APIs, including ChatGPT and a bunch of enrichment tools to basically take the companies that I discover from Ocean. So again, these are investors, or these are potential customers, or these are companies you want to work with, whatever. I build that list, and then I run a enrichment flow, which basically helps me find the exact targets I want to. So let's say it's salespeople. I find all the salespeople on LinkedIn that are associated with the company. Then I want to enrich them, and I want to make sure that I have their first and last name, any activity they've done on LinkedIn, so I can put that inside of the messaging, and their company email address. And then I want to make sure that I check those email addresses amongst 6 different email validation tools, so I'm not hitting a bad inbox or getting email bounces. This can all be automated after it's set up and basically done with like 2 clicks. It's a game changer and relatively new company. And you know you have a good product if some idiot like me is like, oh, dude, you got to get on here. So I don't know, try to build a product like that. I do think templates are a big deal when it comes to doing really strong outreach. I've done a ton of investor outreach, and I found that playful memes allows me to stick out in a more interesting way because usually there's a lot more seriousness involved in the dialogues. And so when I started doing memes and being a lot more playful with my outreach, the responses were significantly more positive, and I had just had more of them. So it's just one of those things that I think if you start to play with that or have seen what good looks like, it is a game changer. And then the sequence of outreaches, depending on the tool that you want to use, some people are really into Smart Lead these days. I've been a huge proponent of Snovio and more recently got back into Lemlist, but it just depends on you.
So Taylor, I'm jumping in the last 2 minutes.
Cool.
Like what fast pace and what interesting and absorbing presentation and conversation. So it's the last 2 minutes. I had one question as well. So maybe you can close off and then we can take that question.
Sure. Yeah, let me do the last like little chunk of this.
Yeah, please.
I think I definitely focused on the push, which is basically outreach, and the pull is where can I go to find customers that are already assembled in a way that I might be able to get them from where they are to either my website or becoming a user or a customer or whatever. I try to find communities where people go to vent, bitch and moan, ask questions, get answers, and they exist in lots of places. Distribution channels are basically where people have accounts and they're pushing their content out there. You can find lots of people in the comments section engaging with videos and content and blogs and that kind of stuff. That's one route. The other route is community channels, and these come in all kinds of different flavors. LinkedIn groups are not community channels because nothing from a LinkedIn group ever hits my feed. They're people that thought that was going to be advantageous on LinkedIn. It just doesn't work. Facebook groups, meh. Reddit, Discord, Telegram, much better. Quora, these are places where you can actually interact in an honest way, and I think it's really interesting. Just bear in mind, if you're putting out any type of content that is not hard selling, you're doing way more than most people. 90% of users are lurkers, meaning they will never engage, they will never like, they will never comment. So if you are putting out anything in a community setting, you are automatically a lot more valuable and a lot more interesting to people around you, but nobody's ever going to tell you that, which is just surprising. So there's different ways to scrape those groups. You can scrape them for users, you can scrape them for potentially content and rework it. There's all kinds of use cases for scraping and repurposing that list, and I tend to make content out of that. It's kind of like, yeah, like 2 degrees of meta, where it's like I scrape groups in order to get great content, in order to make content to put into great groups. So it's a really interesting way of continuing to make yourself known to people that are potentially the most active users that would be early adopters to your product or service. And yeah, I think that's slide 79 for another
Well,
117. I got close.
I
right?
loved it. I loved it, Taylor. Like, wow, what energy and what amazing insights, treasure trove, I would say. So really, really awesome to have you here with us today. And I would say, let's just have a quick part, because that was a question I asked other panelists in the funding panel as well. What amount of time should a startup founder be investing in marketing? Very short question, like, let's see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it really depends on the nature of the business model. I've always said that, like, if we're trying to acquire real customers, I mean, marketing normally like makes up close to like half the amount of time that you should be spending. So like there's this, I hate referencing it because I don't think it's like real, but it's called the CMO survey. It was originally put out like 10 years ago, and it consistently gets put out. I think the Gartner Network does it, and it's surveying like the world's top like 500 or 1,000 CMOs, and it gives you a breakdown of budgets, but also like assets and different things that they use. And I find it really interesting where they're like, so what percentage of the company's budget should go to marketing? And dependent on the industry, you get very different answers. But a lot of startup CMOs are like, should be like 45 to like 60%, which is quite scary, especially if you talk to like technical founders. They're like, oh, about 2 or 3% makes sense to me. And it's like, okay, then what are we talking about? So yeah, really depends on who you ask. But I would say about half of your energy should be meeting with customers or acquiring said customers so that you have something to show for traction.
I think that's an awesome parting note for our founders who are here on the call. Taylor, thank you so much for all the energy, for all the insights that you brought in, and we are very thankful that you're supporting the Nordic ecosystem in such a big way. You have been in several of our previous, in my previous conversations. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks for having me, and yeah, appreciate the time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. What brings you to the startup world and the wonderful world of pitching? Let's spend 1 or 2 minutes there, and then the stage is yours to run the masterclass.
Okay. I actually came to this through 2 slightly different directions, which both converged in the same place. The first was that when I was working in a business school in France, I did some innovation workshops, which were for people who had maybe heard that innovative companies are more profitable, so they would hire me to take their staff away to a retreat in the mountains. We would brainstorm innovative new products, which they would probably not actually make. But it was very interesting because I demonstrated what I'd always thought, that anybody can innovate things. It's not that you need some special magic. The problem isn't that, it's the management of the corporate then not deciding to produce it. So that was very interesting, that there's a lot of innovations out there, but they don't ever see the light of day. Then the other thing was through the fact that I was already a speaker coach, and a lot of the people who came to me asking for help with speaking turned out to be startup founders. So I got engaged in that community as well, did workshops about it, went to a lot of events as a judge or a mentor. and so on. And I've been doing that ever since I arrived in Sweden. So now that's become actually an interestingly large part of my work, both the coaching and mentoring of startups through programs, but also the individual stuff where people who generally are beginning to get some revenue and they have the money, and then they hire me so that they can take their pitching to a new level and go get out from the sort of crowd and stick out a little bit more. Because you remember what Taylor said about you have to check out the competition, and
Yeah.
I'm glad he said that, because I was going to say something very similar. I was going to say you're not alone, and remind people that one of the issues you're going to have is that you prepare your little pitch in isolation often, and you don't test it against the other rivals. It's like when you ask a designer to design you a package for a fast-moving consumer product, they will often come with a mock-up of the package, which they will place carefully on a white conference room table surrounded by bright lights, and you all admire it. But the savvy marketers take that box, they take it round to the local convenience store, stick it on a shelf, and think, how does it look now? Surrounded by rival products. And I think you have to do that. You have to be looking not only at your competitors to steal their best ideas, like Taylor said, but also just to know what is the context your thing is going to fit into. Is your thing going to be up to the level of the others? Or are you going to be one of these people who goes along with a lame presentation and you follow three other guys who've got awesome presentations?
Well, I think the last part was absolutely awesome what you mentioned, and there's a huge learning for startups. Like we are kind of, I've seen startups, I've worked a lot with early stage startups and slightly later stage as well, that you're trying to reposition competition into one side and you're trying to carve your positioning. But I think it's very important for startups to very honestly assess where they fit in that competitive context.
Yes.
Because if you can be honest about it, you could actually make your product or service better by learning. So great point to start up the competition as a startup point of building interesting pitches for startups. So that the stage is yours. This is a pitching masterclass, and we have around 23 minutes. So I'll give a 3-minute reminder before the close.
Okay, let me just get the presentation on screen.
And for our community, Andrew works extensively in the Nordic ecosystem with accelerators. He is a major coach for large competitions. So we really appreciate the time you took out, Andrew, to be here today with us.
Okay, now we got the slides. You should be able to see that. Are we working okay now?
Yeah, it's coming up. Yes, now it's visible.
Okay, then let's get started then. So I mentioned before that you have to stick out a little bit. This is very important because if you are under the level of all the others, you've got no chance. So like maybe 10, 20 years ago, you could go to a pole vaulting competition, jumping 575, 585, and come home with a medal. Now you go there with that kind of level of jumping and you're going to be laughed at because everybody else is doing 6, 6, 6, 625, and so on. So the bar has been raised. You've got to look at what the other guys are doing so that your thing will fit in, like the new product on the shelf. Is it going to be completely overshadowed by the rivals or not? So you need to be a little bit aware. Now, if you're somebody I'm coaching, maybe I've spoiled you a little bit because I sometimes do that for people, but I don't tell them. It's part of the mystique of building a rainmaker reputation. But actually, I do. I check. If you're going to go and speak at a certain event, I'm also checking out who else is going to speak there. And I look at their level and I make sure that you are not going to be embarrassed. But I think maybe everybody should be aware of this work that either you're not doing or somebody else is doing for you and you're not aware of it. So how can we make then things a little bit better, a little bit, stick out a little bit more? Well, there's a technique that I actually use myself, and that's to borrow ideas from screenwriters. Now, this came years ago when I first discovered that a lot of people were learning a lot of content in business schools and things, but they were losing that content after a time. So if you tested the people just after a course, they would get a very good score. If you tested them after a week, they would still get a good score. But you wait 1 year, 2 years, and they've forgotten almost everything except the stories. So then I started to focus more on, first of all, building more anecdotes and personal experiences into all my content. But then I discovered another interesting thing. that because the human brain responds so quickly to story structures, you don't actually need to have a story. You just need to have some story-like elements. And I thought, where can we get those from? Well, you can work this out abstractly, or you can copy ideas from books. But what I find easiest is to copy ideas from movies. And what got me started on this was discovering a fascinating magazine which died during the pandemic, but it was called Written By. And this is the magazine of the Writers Guild of America West, which is the Hollywood Writers Trade Union. And it was full of insightful stuff. And I realized that there's a lot more art goes into crafting a movie script than I had realized. And I also realized you can map a lot of the ideas they have into other worlds, which includes also pitching your startup or designing your presentations or your courses or whatever you're doing. So what can we learn from Hollywood? Well, given the time we have, we'll focus on just 3 areas. And first of those is begin with something interesting. Now, this is not a new idea. There's a lot of books begin with something very interesting. And even we can go back to the 1600s because even Shakespeare did it too. If you look at the very first scene, Act 1, Scene 1 of Macbeth, it begins with the 3 Weird sisters with the stirring the big pot, and they're saying, when shall we 3 meet again? And that was a very, very strong beginning. So that's so starting strong is very, very important. But the quick question then is, how do you decide what's strong? Now, one example, on the second. One example I like is the example of the TV series called Peaky Blinders from 2013. Now, episode 1, season 1 begins with Tommy Shelby, Cillian Murphy, riding a racehorse through the deserted streets of Birmingham. Somebody blows some magic powder over his horse, and then he announces that the horse will win a race. Now, at this point, you don't know what's going on. You literally just joined the show. You don't know who the guy with the hat is. You don't know who the horse is. It's all mysterious, but it makes you want to stick around to learn more. This kind of tease approach, this actually can work very well because you can maybe mention something really interesting at the start of a pitch, but not explain all the details. So maybe if you have got more traction in TikTok, you're signing up users more quickly, then what you can do is you can maybe mention that, but then leave the explanation for later. And then you've got people sitting on the edges of their seats waiting. There is another way as well of starting a thing in a very effective way. And I found this by asking people, which movie do you think had the most effective beginning? And a lot of people choose an old Batman reboot called The Dark Knight. Now, this is actually also one movie that was chosen by the writers themselves, because on the Writers Guild website, there is a ranking of the top 100 best movie starts of the 21st century. And number 8 is The Dark Knight. Now, a lot of people have not seen the movie, but they still know the beginning because it's been shared so often on social media. And it's the one where there's a robbery in a bank where the Joker and his friends are wearing clown masks. They rob a bank and then something surprising happens and everybody remembers that. So sometimes I ask people, why do people remember that? And they say, because it was an action scene. And then I explain, but the whole movie is 2 hours and 14 minutes of action. There's nothing especially action-like in that first scene. So we look then at the script. You can download this from various websites, and I look at the first 6 pages. And what you realize is the 2 other things you learn from the first scene. The first is that the writing is very, very tight. They use very few words to communicate a lot of ideas, and every sentence moves the story forwards. It's fascinating to see how it's done because, like, the Joker gets in the car and there's a short dialogue, but from that you realize that there are 5 people and that the less people there are, the better it is because they have more money each. And then, of course, they start shooting each other. But the other thing that makes this incredibly memorable is that there's a twist at the end. There is a surprise. There is something unexpected. And this is something, if you can manage it, this is a great way to get people to remember your content. If you have some surprising fact, some surprising anecdote, anything that will make people go, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And the surprise here is really a double surprise. First of all, one of the robbers, towards the end of the scene, he says, I suppose you're going to shoot me. And the Joker replies, no, I'm here to shoot the bus driver. But they're inside a bank. So he goes, bus driver? And then a bus drives through the wall of the bank, inside the bank. And then, of course, they load the money into it and go away. So people always remember that surprise. So if you want a strong beginning, either do something dramatic or have some interesting fact, or you literally take the best piece. And my common practice is to watch somebody's pitch, look for the best bit and say, let's open with the best bit. That's usually a safe bet. And sometimes it can be the best bit is something that's very memorable because it's surprising, or it could be because it's so amazing. It could be many different things. Like in some pitches, what's the most impressive part is maybe that you have a very, very famous director on your board. Another one, it could be that you have a very important investor. It could be that you have more traction than TikTok. Whatever it is, you lead with the thing that's the most interesting. And then comes a second. There is a second tool that you can use, which is a lot less commonly known, because this is here, we're going more into real screenwriting fans follow these stories. And this is the idea of hiding boring things behind more interesting things. Now, this is called the Pope in the Pool method, because a few years ago, there was a guy called George Ekelund, a screenwriter, and he had to write a movie about the plot to kill the Pope. Now, in this movie script, there was a scene where some officials have to go to the Vatican to explain to the Pope that people are trying to kill him. Now, this would normally be a very boring scene where the Pope is sitting behind his Pope desk with his Pope suit and his Pope hat, and they would go blah, 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 and the audience would get very bored. So he had to make it look more interesting. So what he decided was, I'll put the Pope in the pool. So what they did was they set that scene in the Vatican swimming pool where the officials are standing by the side and the Pope is doing lengths backwards and forwards training. And that made it a little bit, at least visually, more interesting than just sitting at a desk. So this technique then became known as the Pope in the pool. And it's something I use all the time. There's one example I did here, for example, for a course at the Stockholm School of Entrepreneurship. I had to speak about the different revenue models you can have for your startup. Now, I could have called this thing some considerations about the selection of revenue models for your startup, but then people would have forgotten it immediately. So what I did instead was I began with a story about an elephant. And it's based on an old cartoon from New Yorker from 2015, where there's this guy with an elephant in Manhattan, and he's got a sign saying, see the elephant, $1. And on the phone, he's saying, business is terrible. Now, I used to show this to people in courses because I say this is what a lot of digital app startups are trying to do. They're trying to sell something that everybody's giving away free, and that doesn't work. But I found that if you ask students to think about the elephant and ask, how could you monetize that? Most students can think of 50 ways of monetizing an elephant. So then this lecture became monetizing the elephant. It begins with the elephant cartoon. It ends with the elephant cartoon. And after years, I meet people and they'll say, oh, I remember I saw your lecture once at SSES. And I'll say, which one was that? And they go, the one about the elephant. They always remember the elephant. It's a great way of making things memorable. And there's another case I did for Founder Institute recently where I had to talk about the use of AI tools in pitching. And for that, again, I wanted to get across the idea that when you first look at these tools, they look interesting. When you look a little bit closer, they look not so interesting. But then you realize that they're doing exactly what they should do. And the fault is yours if you're not able to make that useful. And I wanted a visual image that would remind people of that. So I went back to an old classic movie from 1960 called Psycho, which is an Alfred Hitchcock movie. And you may recall the famous scene where you look up the hill and you see the house where the psychopath lives. Now, a lot of people, after the movie came out, a lot of people wanted to go and see that house. But then they discovered that the house doesn't exist. What they did was they used some panels from studio sets and just built 3 sides of the house. There's no back. There's not even all of the sides, and there's no top. So like the first time you look, it's awesome. You look a little bit more carefully and it's not so good. But then you realize, but they didn't need a back. The camera never sees that. So it was actually perfect for the job. And now I know what's going to happen. When I ask people, when people say I was at one of your lectures once, the one about AI tools, and then I'll say, which one was that? And they'll go, the one with the Psycho house. Of course, they'll remember that. They always remember that. So you can take an ordinary sort of story, a boring story about whether a tool is useful or not. You can make it much more memorable by mapping it into a different space. Or you throw the Pope in the pool, and it's a very, very effective technique, very powerful. And then you come to another area which is also vitally important, and that is the ending. Now, endings are critical because this is often where you define the people's memory of the whole talk. Now, if you end a thing nicely, people will remember it much more than if they don't. And there's a lot of different options here. One is an ending like The Lord of the Rings. Now, this is a classic. It's what writers call a man in the hole story, because you start with somebody who gets into a hole and then they come out again and everything's fine. Or some people call it the hero's return, because typically somebody starts somewhere, get into a lot of trouble, they solve the trouble, and then they come back. So like in the case of Lord of the Rings, the hobbits start from Hobbiton. They go and all over the Middle Earth, they kill dark lords and things, they destroy the Ring of Power, and then they come home to their little hobbit holes again, and everybody's happy. And this kind of landing the story arc is very effective at making people feel that they've had a satisfying presentation, and it makes people remember the episode much more effectively. So if you start with one story, like if you start with a story about traction, it's probably a good idea to come back to that at the end and maybe link that to a future thing. So this means that giving a satisfying ending is always extremely, extremely effective. But there is another thing you can do as well at the ending, and that's to maybe give an ending that's satisfying, but not necessarily for you. And one of the things I've been doing for the last few years is studying carefully how they structure television series and episodes and seasons and so on, because you can learn a lot from that. For example, by watching how they connect episodes of TV series together, I've learned how to make courses where all of the lectures are all part of a single story arc, yet each has its own ending, and there's a hook which makes you want to come back next week, and so on. So, for example, a lot of classic TV has the model where each episode begins with a summary of what happened last time. But that's old, that's boring. And in fact, you should be very careful always to use new tools, because people are getting tired of the old ones. But then there's a lot of other methods which are much more interesting. Like, for example, the TV series Breaking Bad uses a technique where instead of showing you what happened last week, they give you a fast forward of what's going to happen this week, which then makes you think, oh, I want to see this. I want to see how that happens. And that's much more intriguing. And then there's others. And this brings us to a TV series which is in many ways horrible, but very interesting technically. And that's the story about the train that never stops, Snowpiercer. Now, this is actually intriguing from the storyteller's point of view because of the strange techniques they use in this. And one of them is the way they connect things together. Now, they connect the episodes sometimes, but not always, in a very unusual way, where they don't show you what happened last week and they don't tell you what's going to happen this week. What they do is they tell you what happened between. And I used exactly that model before when I was doing a workshop, course of lectures about digital marketing, because I wanted to show to the students that the world carried on and things were happening even when they were not watching. But there's a special thing that happens in Snowpiercer that is very interesting, and that is that at the end of season 2, you appear to have lost one of the main characters. Everybody thinks she's dead. Spoiler alert, in season 3, you find out she's not actually dead. So the big question was, people were watching because they want to know, is Jennifer Connelly dead or not? But this makes people stay and watch. And I found also that you can use a hook like that, not to make people come and watch your next pitch, but maybe you have a second thing. So maybe you're working on one thing right now, but you also have a longer term plan to evolve in another direction. And you can plant some seeds already now. You can just hint at what might be next in the roadmap, and therefore you've planted a little seed already in people's minds, and they're maybe wanting to know, how is that going to work out? So maybe next time you go and pitch, and you want to pitch the new idea, they're ready for you because you've already given them a little mystery that they want to solve. And I found that by planting little hooks here and there, that opens the way to new presentations, new pitches of new things, or new angles, because maybe the next time you pitch your startup, you're going to use a completely different angle based on a completely different story. But either way, there's really a couple of things you have to do. And the first is, like I said before, you have to be aware of what the level is like. You have to be out there checking what people are doing. And you should try to be a little bit better than what they are. You don't need to use all of your tools all at once, but you need to, first of all, capture people's attention at the beginning with powerful stories, powerful examples, and so on. But then you need also to be paying attention to the feedback, paying attention to what people remember. And one of the things I do is I often go, when clients are speaking, I'm often in the audience, not because I want to hear them speak, because I've heard that already. I'm in the audience because I want to watch the audience. I want to see the reactions. I want also to feel the comparison with the other speakers so that I can have a typical audience reaction. I can think that, okay, the pitch you did was great, but the level is rising, which it is, of course. It's a problem with the rising levels, that a presentation that worked 5-10 years ago isn't good enough today. It's like if you go to athletics and maybe you're pole vaulting 585 and everybody else is jumping 6 meters, you're not going to win. It's obvious that. So you have to be always sharpening your tools, always finding new tools, always experimenting with new methods, and always getting feedback, comparing yourself with the others, listening to the audience, and also waiting a little bit and asking what they remember. Because if people remember nothing, you're not getting anywhere. And remember that there's a lot of noise out there. A lot of people are saying a lot of stuff about a lot of startups. And if you want yours to stand out, you really have to maybe make it stand out by building your pitch around a story, building some storytelling structures, borrow some ideas like putting the strongest parts at the beginning, and so on. And that brings us to the end of what I planned to say. So first of all, if you have any questions, you can send a few questions in now if you want. I think you can send them through the chat. I don't know if you have access to video. Or if we run out of time, then you can use one of the contact details that's listed now. You can take a picture of that. And you can either come around here to Impact Hub and say hello in person, or you can send me a message, or you can ask me through LinkedIn or whatever channels. So I'm ready to answer any questions you want. If you do have a question, now's a good time. And that really is it, I think. While we're waiting, see if anybody has a...
Yeah, thank you so much, Andrew. Again, amazing and a very different perspective. So, like, I think that's also very important. When you're building something new, if you can unshare the screen, it'll become much easier to converse. Hold on.
Okay, I'll take the slide down now as
Yeah,
well, because I
awesome,
think
awesome.
everybody's got...
No, the point is that when we are trying to create these amazing products and services as entrepreneurs, we are trying to hit that tiny space of innovation somewhere. So you're trying to make our case that we are different, and hence we have value, and hence you should come and invest in us or buy from us or become part of our journey. So that's what startups are trying to do. But typically we get stuck with the PowerPoint slides in a very, how would you say, easy to use format and a very standard format. And then we're trying to say that how do we create differentiation in our story. So it's very important the way, the processes that you explained on how to find inspiration in saying what you really want to say about thing which is innovative. Otherwise, maybe the innovation is there, but you are not bringing out the true crux of it. Yeah.
If we have 1 minute, I'd just like to answer Lillian's question from the chat, because this is actually very interesting about affording the time for stories. Now, what you do here is there's two different things here. One is if the question is, if you've got a 2-minute deck, you don't have a lot of time to tell stories. But what you can also do, though, is you can structure your pitch using story-like elements, like having a clear structure, having a beginning and an end, so that it triggers the story brain of the mind, even without being a story. And if the other interpretation of this is, how do I find a time to make lots of stories? And the answer is, what most people do is they create a repertoire of stories. You need more than one, because if you always use the same story, people very quickly get bored of it. So what you need to do is maybe do one session where you reflect on personal experiences, you work on developing those into good stories, you collect also actively stories. Like, for example, I just heard a little thing recently. Somebody said that Ozempic, the weight loss drug, is so good that Walmart is seeing an impact in food sales. And I've not verified the facts yet, but I thought, oh, wow, that's the beginning of an awesome story, that you can make a product that's so good, it hurts other companies. And I think that I would, if I was in the food business or the weight loss business, I would definitely be putting that in my repertoire of stories. And the secret is, you don't look for stories when you need them. You capture them when they will go past, and then you save them. So you need a notebook. You write down everything, whether you need it or not. And that's what I'm doing. That's how I've got the Ozempic story in my little book. And I've got lots of ideas about maybe a rainmaking workshop. And I write them down when they come. And then one day I'm going to sit down and think, today I'm going to do a thing and I need a story. And then I'll remember the story about Ozempic. And that will be maybe how I open it. And one day you'll be here and I'll be doing a talk and I'll begin with the story about how Walmart can't sell food now because the weight loss drugs are so effective. And you'll know where it came from.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Andrew, for taking the time out and for the amazing work you are doing in the Nordic ecosystem coaching.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We are now moving to the next part of our journey today in the Nordic Funding Day. And this section is about spotlighting the amazing Nordic angel investment and startup ecosystems across the Nordic region. And that's where we are going to be talking to the Norwegian ecosystem. So Norban will be here, then Estonia, Espan will be here, Denmark, Danban will be here, Finland, Freeman will be here, and Iceland, where we'll be talking both about Iceland and also about, because Raga has a background also in the Nordic ecosystem, so we'll take it on two sides. But first of all, a warm welcome to the Norwegian ecosystem. Hi, Svein-Magnus, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Great, great, great. This is going to be, and for our audience here as well, these are going to be power talks around typically at the same format that we had in the morning with keynotes. So around 12 to 13 minutes, 15 minutes on these regional ecosystems. So we are very curious about you and what you're building. So let's start with a short personal introduction first.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay.
So me, I'm a background as a consultant. So I'm a technologist working mostly in software architecture, and but I also always had a passion for entrepreneurship. And along with working for a couple of startups throughout my career, I at some point decided that I want to start investing in startups as well. So that's how I got involved with the angel investment community. And then at some point I was asked to join one of these organizations that were called Business Angels Norway. And when I joined Business Angels Norway, we started looking at the community and looking at what's going on in the startup ecosystem in Norway, and how are we actually working with business angels? What services are there available for business angels? And we then discovered, or we always knew, of course, but we discovered that, well, actually we have two organizations in Norway working for business angels. We had Norban and we had BAN, which is Business Angels Norway. So that's, of course, not very practical. So I suggested that we merge these organizations. And everybody thought that was a great idea, and it had been talked about for years. But it wasn't until I came along that I was able to get all the people on the same table, and we were able to merge Norban. So we actually had a relaunch of new Norban organization last fall. So we're kind of starting to reactivate and relaunch and reboot the organization to try to make it into a more structured business angel organization as a single joint organization for the entire angel ecosystem in Norway.
But that's amazing. That's an amazing feat, like going into, because ecosystems themselves are so complicated, and the ecosystem organizations, there's so many stakeholders involved. So it's an amazing feat that you have accomplished that. Let's talk a little bit about the Norwegian ecosystem. What are if you were to pick up some key highlights of the ecosystem, like what are the key cities, what are the current trends in the ecosystem? So let's talk that about so that we can set some context for our audience who are here.
Sure. So Norway as a country is both decentralized and also very, very centralized. That means most things are happening around Oslo. So pretty much any kind of high educational level activity, most of that activity will be going on in or around Oslo. Sure, if it's oil-based, then it's also a community around it in Stavanger. And there are also some communities in the other big cities like Bergen and in Trondheim, where they have the technical university. But even despite this, the Norwegian ecosystem is very Oslo-centric. Talking about other ecosystem actors like co-working spaces or accelerators, most of the other cities like Stavanger and Bergen and Trondheim also have 1 or 2 accelerators and incubators or co-working spaces. But in Oslo, that's where the big numbers are. So I don't have exact numbers of how many there are, but I believe there are about a dozen co-working spaces or more, as well as about a dozen incubators or accelerators. In addition to this, either directly in Oslo in the city or in the around lying areas or nearby smaller towns.
Okay, awesome. But it's good that you talk about the decentralized and centralized parts kind of being there. Are there any particular focuses, or is the Norwegian ecosystem known for certain verticals?
Well, yes. So, of course, as an oil nation, we are very big on oil and petroleum and all kinds of petroleum chemistry-based businesses. And that, of course, is mostly based around the Stavanger area and the Stavanger hubs. However, Norway is also very big on biotech and health tech. So there are several clusters and also focus areas around biotech and health tech startups in both in Oslo and in other places in Norway. And there's also a big fintech community, so for financial technologies and kind of new finance improvements. That's happening in a lot of places, of course. So I'm not sure that is unique for Norway, but we do have a lot of fintech businesses as well. Other than that, there is kind of, say, less focus, but still a broad, say, underforest or undergrowth of startups in a wide range of different industries and businesses, in anything from logistics to food to, well, you name it.
Awesome. That's great to know, like fintech and health tech and biotech. I actually remember somebody, we went to a program together, halfway through the program, Digital Well Ventures, David Holmes. So maybe they are also involved in the health side, I believe.
Exactly. So Digital Well is one of those that are focused on the health tech segment.
Awesome. Now we understand the Norwegian context. Let's go back to Norway and try to understand, like, of course, you've gone through a huge transition or utveckling in, as we say in Sweden, a development process where kind of the fusion happened between these two organizations. What you would see would be the defining vision or the why for this organization going forward?
So the vision that we have for the organization is that we want to kind of create the one single meeting place for all of the business angels in Norway. So we want to have kind of, we are a non-profit, so like most associations, and that's how we're trying to kind of be a neutral actor where everybody in the angel ecosystem, no matter where you come from or your background or what kind of business involvements you have, you should be able to come to Norban, be involved in Norban, join our meetings, and extend your network, and perhaps also your investment competencies by being part of the Norban ecosystem. So our goal is, first of all, to be that networking hub where all the angels are welcome to kind of build their own angel network or angel portfolio, so to speak. The second part is that we want to increase the professionalism of business angels, especially in Norway, by holding courses, training, increasing the level of competency in the angels, both around the practical investment parts, but also around how angels should go ahead and support their startups so that we can strengthen the startup ecosystem as a whole and well, make more startups survivable, so to speak. So those are kind of the two main areas that we're focusing on. But unlike most other business angel networks, we also have a third thing we're focusing on, and that's improving and supporting and strengthening the startup and investment ecosystems outside of Norway. So we are actually project-based and project-financed to a large degree, which means that we are doing a lot of projects that has either public or private financing in places like I was in Bulgaria a few weeks ago.
Okay.
We have some projects with some Romanian startups, Italian startups, Portugal, not startups, but organizations. We have supported an angel network in Colombia. We are also running a program called the North Atlantic Business Angel Network, where we are supporting local and regional establishment of business angel networks in the Faroe Islands, in Iceland, in Greenland, and in northern Norway. So we're also not just focused on Norway. We are trying to kind of support the wider startup and investment ecosystem around Europe especially, but even around the world.
No, but that's amazing. We talked about from Romania to Colombia. So it's great that you are going outside, stretching your wings into different geographies. I think that's a learning for us at Connect. I'm also very curious about how the organization itself is structured. Like if we take Connect, for example, Connect is very evolved as regional hubs, for example. So there is a Connect East, there is a Connect West, South, North, and Uppsala, which is also Eastern region, but maybe they have now gotten into a life sciences focus as well. Are you also organized or anchored regionally within the Norwegian ecosystem, or is it one organization that exists?
To a certain degree, we are anchored regionally. So Business Angels Norway, which is one of the organizations that that became Norban, the current Norban, was based around being an umbrella organization for local regional business angel networks.
Okay.
And of course, we still have that connection to that dozen local regional business angel networks around the whole of Norway, who are then part of of Norban. What we've done with the change, however, is that we're focusing also more on building Norban as the old Norban was, as an individual member organization, to kind of work more directly with angels. So we're kind of having a two-prong strategy here, where we're both supporting with and working with the local regional angel networks, but we're also building this national network where individual angels can join as well.
Okay. And how closely do you guys work with startups? Do you work at all with startups, or is the primary focus or the North Star for Norban the angel community?
So that has varied over the years. Right now, we don't really work directly with startups at all. However, we do work indirectly with a lot of startups because, as I said before, one of our goals is to try to educate angels in how they can support their startups. So in a lot of the programs we do and the courses that we host, we do involve startups to a certain degree. Especially when we're doing angel training, then we want real startups that can pitch, that the angels can try to evaluate and consider making an investment in. So in a way, we don't work with startups, but we also do work with them and try to support the startup ecosystem, even if more on an indirect basis.
Okay, awesome. And if we were to, so this has been very interesting, like an eye-opening conversation into how the angel network and community is developing in the Norwegian ecosystem. What do you see as some of the main challenges going forward as an organization or as an ecosystem, which you would like to kind of address, tackle, resolve, fix, move?
Well, for the organization itself, the major issues going forward is capital and capacity. Because as a non-profit organization that's mostly volunteer run, we have very limited capacity. So there are so many things we want to do, and there are so many things that we could be doing, but that we don't either don't have capacity or either don't have capital to be able to do. So for as the organization, that's actually the major goal. So one of our primary focuses going forward is therefore recruitment of members. So trying to get more members in that can strengthen the organization. Not just as paying members to give us capital, but also as members that are involved and want to take either volunteer or project roles in the organization to help us deliver on all of our goals.
Okay.
If you're looking at the ecosystem as a whole and things we're working on, then a lot of the issues we currently have to focus on are related to how the government is well, in a way, actually directly hostile to businesses, and especially startup businesses and small businesses. They claim they want to build Norway as the greatest startup nation in the world, but so far they have gone the other way in pretty much every change they have made to the ecosystem, including increases in taxes on dividends and wealth tax in a way that literally has caused Norway to lose hundreds of millions or hundreds of billions even of kroner that has left for Switzerland or other places, because rich people can't really stay in the country anymore. And that's of course also a big problem for the ecosystem, because when all the rich people leave, then there's nobody to invest in the startups anymore.
Completely agreed. So we feel you, I think, very interesting points on the system being more pro startups or startup friendly, so that the startup formation through organizations like Nordband can flourish. So I think that would be an outcome once the ecosystem itself is there. And then you also talked about involving the members into doing projects. I think that's also very interesting way of building the organization. Thank you so much for taking the time out today and for joining us on this very short conversations. As I was explaining to the previous speakers as well, this is more like a meeting point or a starter for Connect. Going forward, we'll have much deeper conversations and dialogues with the organizations. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
My pleasure. And thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Anu. Great catching up with you here. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Okay, let's get right into our conversation. So, as I've been discussing with previous speakers as well, tell us about yourself and what are you passionate about when it comes to startups and angel investment. Let's start with your,
Perfect. A small introduction to myself. My name is Anu, and for now over 6 years already, I'm the managing director for the Estonian Business Angels Network. So it has already been quite a journey for myself when previously I was working with really early stage startups with those pre-incubation programs. So from there, I got my goods wet and went into the angel investing scene or business. And now, yes, already quite a while. And during this time, I'm so happy that I have been able to form a network of not only Estonian investors, but also international investors looking towards Estonia and towards Estonian startups and the ecosystem. And with my small team here, we have been doing, I think, a great job of strengthening the Estonian investment ecosystem as best as we can.
Awesome. Very interesting background, and great that you've been there for several years in the organization in the key capacity. As we were discussing about the Norwegian ecosystem, let's kind of zoom out a little bit and try to understand for our community and audience here in the Nordics, in Sweden, what's the Estonian ecosystem like, and what is the role of startups and angel investments? So kind of zooming out of S-band, and then we go into S-band later on. So let's talk about the Estonian ecosystem. How would you explain it to our community?
Yes. First of all, I'm very honored to represent Estonia here because we're talking about Nordic Funding and that Estonia is now almost welcome to the Nordic gang as well. So, but I don't feel like any other of our neighbors down below to the south. So, anyways, thank you for inviting Estonia. First of all, we're proud and happy to be here. But Estonia's main difference, I guess, from the others is that we're very young in our ecosystem itself. That, as probably all know, in the early 1990s, we got independent. So this means that all the private business started from there. There was none of private businesses allowed to have before the time. And then within 10 years, approximately, there was already the first startups, like startups in this days. So we see that the Skype, which we actually consider as our first, like the first milestone, perhaps, or the first like kickoff point from for this startup ecosystem, was acquired by eBay in 2005. So today it's almost 20 years back. But back in the days, it was 10 years after the independence. So, or 15 years. So it's an interesting fact that how this network effect in a very small community, a very small ecosystem as Estonia is, has had its impact. So Skype in 2005, and now 2024, we have 10 unicorns, which is like per capita. Of course, that's a joke that Estonians like to speak everything about per capita. So per capita, Estonia is in the top of the world with the number of unicorns. So 10 unicorns at the moment, approximately 1,500 startups are counted in Estonia. As an ecosystem point of view, as Estonia is very small, maybe not all of you know, but 1.4 million people altogether in Republic of Estonia. So that's the size of a smaller city, I guess, in some regions. But for us, the main benefits is that everybody knows everybody, meaning that investors know each other really well. The startup ecosystem supports each other really well, and as the Norwegian speaker before me told that they have different regions, and mostly in Oslo. Like in Estonia, it's just Estonia. There are some like stronger regions next to Tallinn, like Tartu, a strong university city, and then or the eastern side of Estonia with the chemical and the industry background.
Okay.
But more or less, so anyways, Estonia is one. Main central point, Tallinn, all the planes which come abroad land in Tallinn. So we're really small, and it's a benefit, and it's a downside as well for the startup ecosystem, of course.
But amazing kind of summary of the entire Estonian ecosystem. I think I feel you when you talk about the per capita. When we are talking about Stockholm, for example, in Sweden, we are also quoting, when we match ourselves with Silicon Valley, we are saying on per capita basis. So of course, we realize that Nordics, in terms of people count, is not a huge region. But the innovation potential, the kind of startup momentum, the impact momentum coming out of this region is huge. So that's point well taken. And you're very welcome to the Nordic front. We are happy to have Estonia here. I actually run an accelerator, Founder Institute Nordics, from which we have significant Estonian representation of startups, because we run a Nordic cohort with Estonia as a part. And a few months ago, we opened Founders Live in Estonia. That's another community that I run. So we had a second pitching round in Palo Alto Club, I think it's called. So we have somebody who runs it in. So great work, but we will be in touch how Connect and S-Band can collaborate more closely going forward. And that brings us to to your organization. In terms of the ecosystem that you are a part of, what role are you playing in this ecosystem? What are you enabling for this ecosystem?
Yeah, so as we have a small history lesson here already, so S-Band was established in 2012. So if you put this into the context, 2005 Skype exit, so the money is on the market, and 2012 S-Band was formed. From that time, we grew from 25 members, and today we have 300 plus angel investor members.
Okay.
And also not only angels, but we are happy to have early stage VCs close to the angels, close to the deal flow, and also some partners who support the startups as well as the investors. So what kind of a role? So S-Band has taken like 4 main pillars. Of
Okay.
course, they're always facing, first of all, the investors, as they are the members paying the membership fee. So we are a privately owned NGO, non-for-profit organization. So that investors are owning, and basically all the services that we first of all provide are for investors. But of course, the startups are there on a side as a very important part of the whole business circle. So those 4 pillars, of course, first of all, starting with deal flow, our main aim is to provide the best deal flow, but not only from Estonia. So as our investors are not only Estonians, the investors themselves are from the region and also from all over the Europe, and some also from Asia and US and other parts of the world. So providing this deal flow for the investors is the very first aim for us. This has been and always will be to have the best deal flow on their tables. Then the second pillar of knowledge sharing, getting the investors more aware how to do investments, how the investors can or how they should be startup friendly, how they should behave, what kind of investment templates, what kind of paperwork should be there. So this is all on Espan to reach and share the world how to do things right in that angel investing world, as this is still new in Estonia comparing the old school businesses, right? And then, of course, third pillar, networking, building trust, getting people to know each other, because we know that angels are like herd animals. They want to do things together. Nobody wants to be the first. Nobody wants to be left out. So the network effect within the network, like as Espan is a very important thing. And then I think the Norwegians, similarly to Norwegians before me, is that setting the trends as being the influencer of the market, supporting the whole ecosystem, being also sometimes the lobbying partner to preach the world word, or to say things out that support the startup world and the investment world, support the government. So yeah, those 4 things are the main things. And what I forgot to mention before is that why startups love Estonia. Basically, there are a few things. I could say 3. First of all, it's a really easy registration process for a company. Extremely easy. You can do this within minutes, not hours, not weeks, not months. Then there's also this startup visa, and now also a scale-up visa, that as a foreigner and non-European citizen, you can apply for startup visa and then build a company here in Estonia. And third of all, the ecosystem is really supportive, as it's really small, and it's supportive for foreign founders and local founders as well. So that's why they come. But yeah, Espan is there. We have been there forever, and I'm happy that with all of those business angel networks here, we are really good friends with all of them. So it's a network of networks, and yeah, it's good to belong in the club or in the family.
And we are very happy that you are with us, and we'll of course be deepening our collaboration going forward. It's really amazing to know, because I've worked with a few founders who actually were in different ecosystems, and they moved to Estonia due to the relative ease and openness of the Estonian ecosystem and the kind of opportunity. So a young ecosystem, but very future focused. And I think when you mentioned the organization, the point that I wrote here, which I think is very important for all these angel networks, irrespective of the geographies that we operate in, is the lobbying and the policy making. Like we were talking about the Norwegian ecosystem, and then the will of ecosystem to the angel network to build something, while the policy making and the government is going the other way. So it's very important that collaboratively and individually we work on influencing the policies for startup formation, startup scaling, and angel involvement in the startup networks. Anu, thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us today. And we'll be, of course, having deeper conversations and maybe invite you to a much longer talk. Yes.
Sure. And before I go, I just wanted to point out here that all of you are really welcome in May to Tallinn, when we are hosting the European Business Angels Networks Congress. So it's a big thing for us, small thing for the world, big thing for us. So I will leave the link about the Congress into the chat here, so everybody's really welcome to join. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Anu. Talk about the Danish startup and angel investment ecosystem. Great, you are on Zoom. Yesterday we were having trouble, but today it's working like a breeze. Wow.
Practice is a good thing.
Awesome. So tell us about yourself. Let's start with a personal backstory on you, and tell our network who you are, what you're passionate about, and then we go into the questioning.
Well, perhaps I should start out by saying I'm new in the job. I'm only about 1.5 months in as CEO of Danban. My qualifying background for that has been first many years in Maersk on the oil and gas side, where I started some businesses a long time ago, and that was that brought me into the IT business, IT industry right after the .com bubble burst. So it was not the party I was looking for, sort of the cleanup of the party, but a very interesting experience in going from big corporates into startup world and run a company where basically liquidity. I never heard about that in Maersk. That was the main parameter to run a company by. And I was there for 5 years, very interesting. And then I came to Sweden and ran a public Nasdaq company in Sweden for 7 years in the fingerprint space, and has been a business angel myself for the last 10 years. So I've made about 20 investments myself, and I'm still involved in about 7-8 companies. So I'm pretty familiar with the whole space there, and that's why I thought that the Danban, trying to create the future of Danban was exciting.
Very exciting, and I feel you. I'm myself in Connect for, this is my 5th month, so very new. But I think that's also interesting, because when you are new, you start seeing things from a different perspective. So the canvas is kind of pretty much blank for you to start writing something exciting on. So, and I think this will be a very exciting journey, and we'll of course have conversations on how to co-build the Nordic ecosystem going forward when it comes to angel investment. But let's talk about Denmark a little bit. How is the ecosystem? Any key highlights you would like to tell our community?
Well, perhaps I should start by saying how impressed we in Denmark are by Estonia and the Baltics, how they've managed to create such an environment in such a short space. And that's also from the Norwegian presentation, that the more established countries with many different industries are struggling a little bit to get the right frameworks in place to secure that we have optimal conditions for making a very inspiring startup community. But I was working in Sweden, as I said, for 7 years, and when I came from Denmark to Sweden, I was incredibly inspired by the Swedish capital market. Much more access to capital in Sweden than I'd seen in Denmark, and not least on the IPO side and on the listed side. So, but since then, a lot has happened in Denmark. Also, we are on an upward trend, and we've had our share of unicorns. Not anything close to the per capita of Anu, but we think that's a very healthy competition, and we're happy to join that. So we're working very hard to make sure that the whole startup sector gets enough attention. And I think the struggle in Denmark is that we have so many successful industries. In all modesty, they're all competing to be spearheaded. So to define the startup industry as an industry in itself and get the frameworks is just it requires a lot of ongoing attention from the political side.
Very interesting point, and I completely understand, and I think it's a classic problem of the tech or the corporate sector. The larger or the bigger you are, the more difficult it is to kind of work in an agile format. And I think that's something which Estonian ecosystem has as an advantage. And they've done phenomenal work. Completely agree on that. Let's talk about the organization itself. Like, what's the North Star for this organization, Danban? What is your underlying vision?
Yeah, so Danban,
yeah.
I think Danban stands out by setting a capital requirement for all members. That's the starting point, that you need to have at least 3 million Danish kroner in investable assets to join, and you need to document that. The next condition we put in there is that you will be thrown out of the network unless you, on an annual basis, provide your data of your activities so we can track and follow what you're doing. And this is literal. We will every year let a few people go because they have not been able to submit the data in time. But that data is also very valuable for us because that gives us a very good idea of what's happening. And on this basis, we are the network in Denmark that is the strongest, invests the most, and is mostly engaged in the early stage scene. In 22, members in combination of funds and startups invested in more than 65 million euros. But we see actually a big potential for increasing that further.
But this is
today we're about 300 nearly 350 members today.
Okay, very interesting point. In Connect East, at least we have started talking about this, like kind of having some sort of transparency around the entry and retention of investors, because it's very important that investors that are part of networks have the capacity to invest, and how would you say, a continuation in that capacity as well. So not just a historical capacity, but a continued effort to be an active member. Because then yeah. No, please go ahead.
No, I think it's on the premise we have about 15 pitching events all over Denmark a year. And probably that's about 6-7 companies pitching every time. So to invite them in and spend their time in the hope of getting capital is also a requirement that the audience is actually capable of investing. Otherwise, it can be a little bit of startup tourism, where people who are just find the sector of interest just sit there and do not have the capacity or the intention to invest. So we try to stand out as a place where there's a better possibility of actually securing funding. And that should be our tag mark.
Okay, and how is the ecosystem how does the organization operate? Do you have strong regional hubs? Do you operate as a national hub? How do you go regional in smaller cities of Denmark and make an impact? Or is it, would like to understand the regional focus of the organization.
Sure. So again, a little bit like Norway, Danban started out as mainly 2 Copenhagen networks that were merged and then further merged into some of the networks in Jutland and on Fyn. So now Danban covers the entirety of Denmark. We have about 2/3 in the Copenhagen region and about 1/3 in the rest of Denmark of our members. And we have activities all over Denmark, but mostly in Copenhagen, I would still say. Copenhagen and Aarhus. We have monthly events there, and then we try to spread out also on Fyn and northern part of Jutland and southern part of Jutland. Because of the density of members is less, but we are working on improving that. There's less activity levels there.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Now, I think on a parting note, what I would like to understand a little bit on, of course, you are very new in the role. I'm very new in the role. But any things on the horizon in terms of Nordic or pan-Nordic or beyond Nordic collaborations or expansion of the networks on your side?
I think so. Danban members for several years have been very active in the Baltics, and we also do study trips every year to startup hubs, not just in the Nordics, but to Israel and to the US and to everywhere where there's a strong startup scene. So we try to collect inspiration from all of these various areas. Ideally, if we had some kind of a forum in the future where we would have monthly Nordic events where you could pitch in in a syndicate or something similar, an SPV, of course that could be very interesting. The best of the best in the Nordics. And sometimes that could prevent us from reinventing the wheel or doing double things, because when we look to the US and see what they do much better than we do, it is the size of the funding. And you can hire more and better people with $1 million as a early stage investment than 1 million kroner. So I think if we can get up in size for the most qualified, I think that would be an ambition that would enable us to compete more. And combining our efforts could be a method to do that.
I think that's very interesting. And I think there is, of course, I actually run an annual event, Nordic Pitch Battle, but I've seen so much potential in kind of cross-fertilizing startup ideas and founders from different parts of Nordic. There is so much for everyone to learn, even on startup side. When you're pitching from Denmark and from Sweden, you can learn from each other.
Exactly.
Even before the investment, there is so much learning in such kind of events. So definitely, I've written this as a point. Going forward, we'll try to figure out how we can do a large platform kind of a meetup where all organizations can go in together. Thomas, thank you so much for the time. This was a power talk. We will be reaching out to you for a much deeper conversation going forward on this. But thank you for a very transparent and a very future-focused view of the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to have you with us. This is our lunchtime, but you are like 1 hour ahead, so it must be 13:41.
Yeah, I've been eating my lunch already.
Awesome. Great to have you with us once again. You have been at one of our Connect talks earlier in January as well. And we really kind of got really good understanding and value out of it. But if we are in front of a larger community today, which is the Nordic community, and if we could kind of have a kind of an introduction from you, like tell us about yourself and what drew you to the wonderful world of startups and ecosystem building and investment.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Tiina from Fiban. I'm a former startup entrepreneur and board member of brightest. And before my startup career, I've worked in different management and leadership roles in digital media companies in Finland and as well in furniture business. And I've also worked for 8 years in the Finnish Defence Forces, and I'm still an active reservist there. So that's very shortly about me. But I'm pretty new in Fiban. I started last May, so I've been here less than 1 year. But anyway, it was easy to jump into this world because I have been looking for funding, for example, through Fiban. So I know how the game is working.
I think that's amazing to hear. Even in Connect, what we have is sometimes some of our investors actually are ex-entrepreneurs which went through the Connect programs of getting funding, and then when they became investors, they came to us. So sometimes it's a journey which takes you back to your alma mater, as to say. But great to
that is so. And I have to tell you that when Fiban is organizing Pitch Finland events, and I did not succeed in that event, but still I managed to find angel investors from Fiban. So.
All right. Great learning for our founders here. So, Tiina, let's try to size up the Finnish ecosystem. What would you say are a few key highlights of Finland's ecosystem, startup and angel investment ecosystem?
Well, first of all, I would say that our ecosystem is very active. We have a lot of different kind of accelerators like QUAS and Kasvu Open, just to mention a few. And then we in Finland there is a lot of regional startup and pitch events, and few which are quite interesting is like a Polar Pitch event in Oulu, in northern part of Finland, and their startups can pitch in ice hole. And that's pretty interesting. And then Business Rally, for example, in Jyväskylä, which is part of World Rally Championship event. And just maybe third one to mention the Tahko ski lift pitch, where startups pitch in the ski lift. So those are not that typical places to make pitches, but quite interesting. And of course, well, I would assume that everybody knows Slush, which is very, very well known. And actually, one interesting funding element came last December, that we call it co-investment fund, which provides financing to Finnish, unfortunately only Finnish startups companies, alongside with business angel syndicates. And Business Finland Venture Capital Ltd has invested 30 million euro to that fund, and fund started its operation in December. And that the co-invest fund invest in investment targets prepared by business angels, syndicates, and proposed to that fund. So it's very interesting new tool for Finnish startups, unfortunately only to Finnish. And then of course there is a Fiban.
That's amazing to hear the activity level in the Finnish startup ecosystem. Very recently, the polar bear pitching that you talked about, one of the startups I coached, like in Founder Institute, went there, Nabohage, I don't know. So there's been a lot of creative stuff going on. So that's great to know. And of course, Slush is now global. So it's no longer a country level or even a Nordic level regional event. It's an amazing global success story, which I think entire Nordics is proud of. The level of work that is happening, the level of interaction. So great to know about what's happening in Finland. If we can kind of have a very quick understanding of how Fiban is operating, what is your core mission and some of the programs that you're running for the ecosystem?
I would say that Fiban, we have three stakeholders. We have members, partners, and startups. And of course, society as well. And one of our main goals is to be Finland's most attractive co-investor network and angel training association. And we are very big in Finland, and we are very well known. And we are one of the oldest angel investor network in Europe. We are a little even older than our Estonian sister band. So Fiban was established 2010. And one thing what we want to be in the future, that we will be most well-known research-based angel investment expert in Finland. So this is something that where we really want to focus, that we will get more data from startups, from our members, etc., etc. And of course, we want to be even better and credible and reliable funding channel for startups. But yes, we are organizing a lot of training, angel training activities. That's very important. And then as well, a lot of networking events. And actually tomorrow we will have Angel Gala here in Finland. And then we are promoting co-investment opportunities. And what we would like to have more active members abroad as well. So, and from startups applications, that's very important. And this is very Helsinki. Well, it's the same thing what it was, for example, in Norway, that it's very much Helsinki-based, or Helsinki, I would say. Most of our angels are from Helsinki, and most of the investments are to Helsinki-based startups. And for startups, we are organizing 8 to 10 BITS Finland events, and we get last year around 700 applications, and this year our target is to get at least 1,200, because I learned from Estonians that they got more than 1,000 applications, and I was thinking that, oh my God, why we get that much less than then, that we should be at least that in that level. So that's one of our target as well.
And these 8 to 10 events that you're referring to, these are pitch events?
Yeah, pitch
for
events.
Startups.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for startups. Yeah.
And then you get, but how much is like, we are reaching the end of the conversation, but how much is the Finnish ecosystem Helsinki driven? Like, is Helsinki the main powerhouse, or is it more distributed in rest of other areas of Finland and stuff?
Unfortunately, it is still mostly Helsinki area, but we are trying to make efforts during this and coming years just to cooperate more closely with, for example, with Oulu Polar Pitching event and with the different event organizers and accelerators from other parts in Finland. And of course, we want to continue cooperation with Baltic and Nordic bands as well. And it was very nice to see that the Dan band has got new CEO. So
yes,
if you still are here, nice to see you, and it would be nice to meet you someday and discuss more.
And I think that'll be so nice. We should definitely try to do something as connect Dan band, Nord band, Fee band together. So I think that is a huge opportunity. Probably we could still take some time, but in around the autumn time, right after the summer time, we can collaborate some sort of a tour where these organizations go around and kind of fuse the networks. Because what I find very interesting is that how can our investors in Stockholm learn from what's happening in Finland, and maybe there are great startups there that they can invest in, and likewise, vice versa from your side, your investors and startups can learn and find a home in some cases over here. So there could be a lot of cross-fertilization, fusion of ideas, and fusion of investments going in.
Yeah, and actually now we are planning with Anu and Espan that we would make a study trip with our angels to Sweden next autumn. So
yes, happy to be on the, and we'll try to create something. So let's have a separate conversation there where we can probably have some sort of a fusion event where the study trip that you make is also kind of a learning exercise for our network over here.
Yeah,
and we can create, maybe do a national event around that.
Yeah.
Great. Tina, thank you so much for joining us today. This was more like a power talk, trying to give our community here some understanding of how Vivan operates. But thank you for being here and joining us once again.
Thank you, and have a nice afternoon there.
Hi, Raga. Great to have you here with us. Hi,
how are you, Naimul?
I'm very
thanks.
well. And great to meet you again. And we are very thankful to you for the amazing work you guys are doing in the entire Nordic ecosystem. And today we'll also be trying to understand the Icelandic ecosystem today as part of this conversation. And then we can focus on the Nordic Ignite. So, but before that, tell us about yourself. Let's have a quick introduction from your side.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have this ridiculous interest in everything that has to do with innovation and technology. And I studied, mechanical engineering back in the day, with focus on product development and production at the time. But I've been in various leadership roles. Iceland Telecom, a couple of IT companies, CEO as a CEO in a couple of software companies, really, and also done the corporate stuff with Marel and Iceland, or it's called Reykjavik Energy. So, yeah, and I've been part of this Icelandic ecosystem for 15 18 years or so as a entrepreneur myself, a mentor, and trying to change the Icelandic innovation law, things like that. So I love everything that has to do with innovation, and it was a normal step for me to go ahead and start a angel investment fund, Nordic Ignite. So
awesome. So, and then we have 2 points over here. One is Nordic Ignite, but before that, let's talk a little bit about the Icelandic ecosystem. What would you say would be the key highlights you would like to talk about with our community here? How would you define the Icelandic startup and angel investment ecosystem for our community?
Yeah, it's growing a lot. What happened a few years back, I think it's 5 years back, we changed the Icelandic innovation law. So the tax reimbursement for R&D costs, they are now 35% for startups. So this really helped us to grow the amount of startups being started here in Iceland, and the innovation ecosystem is quite clearly booming because of this, I would say. But also, we are growing up a little bit, and the reason for example, we started Nordic Ignite, and there are more syndicates like this here in Iceland, is because we needed some more activity in the angel investment area. We have had some VCs for several years, but we needed something more regarding the angel investment, and there is some activity being going on last few years, maybe 2 years. So we're growing up a little bit, and we're also thinking about how to scale companies up. And we're really proud that we had our first unicorn. Iceland's first unicorn, Keresis, was acquired by Coloplast last year. So that was amazing. We have had some exits, but this was the biggest one so far. So we are really happy about that. So it's developing in the right way, and we have ministers talking about the importance of innovation, which is really important for the whole ecosystem, and they're really supporting as well as they can. So there are really so much activity going on here. I love it.
Thank you. I think that kind of summarizes the Icelandic ecosystem. Let's talk about Nordic Ignite. What were the driving forces, or what was the idea behind starting this? And you kind of started it in a time which is the counter narrative, like where the entire the bubble of funding was bursting. So very curious as to what was the thinking process, and where are you guys right now?
Yeah, we are just crazy. I think that's kind of. But no, I think the thinking process was like we were 7 people, 3 of us in Iceland and 4 in Norway, who decided to do something about the angel investments. And what we wanted to do is, we know these, business angel networks, they work quite well. And we were talking to our friends in Norway, and we thought, well, okay, how are things going? How are you coping with the investments? And some of the angels said, well, it would be better if we just had some kind of a fund, something that we just put money into and we could invest for that. So that's kind of what we did. And we wanted to be backed up by both male and female investors. And now we have been raising a couple of times, and we have 79 angel investors on board. So that is a network that we also can use as, if we need some connections or knowledge, or maybe they help us with some deal flow as well. It's important network for us. Having these 79 people, 50-50 women and men, it's amazing, and it really helps the startups that we invest in to have such a wide wide connection network throughout the Nordics. And for example, if we take the Icelandic ecosystem, it's really important that we invest in an Iceland company, but also help them to get their products to the other Nordic countries, for example, or help them to get invested in other countries abroad. So all these connections regarding this network is really valuable, and we are just proud of what we have been doing these past 2 years. We have invested in 7 companies already. That was the first year, and we're still going strong. So we'll be raising again next fall, raising every year, and it's good.
No, very interesting to hear how you are structured. What kind of regional focus you have, both in terms of the startups that you invest in, and as well as the members you have in building this up, as you said, 50-50. Is there a regional underlying focus that you have?
Yeah, we started this together with 23 what we call angel ambassadors, who are both investors in Nordic Ignite, but also they are members of Nordic Ignite who really are there to help us. We have people that are regional in Norway, regional in Sweden, and regional in Finland. We lack Denmark, so Thomas, we need to talk. But there is regional focus throughout the Scandinavian area. So I don't know if this answers your question, but we try to be not only in Stockholm but also in Gothenburg and so on. So we have people in these places to talk to. So if there's a company that applies to our process from Gothenburg, let's say, it's really easy for us to check out our network people from Gothenburg and say, okay, what do you know about this one, and can you support it if we decide to invest? So yeah.
So technically your network is quite distributed, and you can do a quick due diligence on the cases flowing your way. That's what I understand, and that's great to know. What could be like, these are power talks that we are doing. So if I could kind of ask you, what's on your horizon for the next coming years? What do you think would be the core focus for Nordic Ignite to develop forward on?
Big question. Well, what we want to do is we will raise normally a couple of times in the next 2 years, and then our focus is to go to a market. What do you call it? Just do an IPO with Nordic Ignite. So that's our plan, to help normal people also invest in startups through us. And the thinking there is, for example, if my dad was alive still, he would probably be interested in investing, but he's used to having this these rules of the marketplace, so it's easier for him to do this through the normal marketplace instead of going straight to angel investment thing. So we will both, the reason for we want to do this is to be able to have even more people interested in innovation joining and investing in innovation in the Nordics. So let's hope that works for us.
Very interesting points, because I think we'll also try to conclude with this segment of the program with what you are saying here. Because in the talks that we have had, we have talked to the Danish ecosystem, the Norwegian ecosystem, the Finnish ecosystem, Icelandic and Estonian. And typically I'm here representing Connect. So the kind of, I think that the important thing to learn here is, if we go back to the first keynote of the morning, where we had that conversation with Andreas from Nordic Angels, and we kind of defined the angel, how would you, capacity, the size of the market as around between 100,000 to 200,000 angels in Nordics, while the membership basis of our organizations are. So that's one point to consider, like how the membership basis of these regional angel organizations are structured. But on the second side, what was very interesting to discuss with Thomas was that how they are putting these crops or requirements on their network in Denmark, for example, that you need to have a certain worth, but then you need to have a continuation in your liquidity or your worth to be active. Otherwise, you would not longer be in the network. So I think this is very interesting material for future collaboration and discussions. Raga, thank you so much for taking the time out and representing Norway and Nordic Ignite, representing Iceland and Nordic,
thanks.
Nordic Ignite.
And I just want to remind people of Iceland Innovation Week in May 14 to 16. So thanks a lot for today.
Thank you so much, and have a great day. We'll be going deeper into Connect. And we are honored to have with us the chairman of Connect Sweden. So John Gunnar is joining us from Connect Sweden. John, thank you for joining us. A warm welcome to the Nordic Funding Day.
Thank you very much, Naimul, and thank you for the show this far. These are Eurovision times. It feels a little bit like Eurovision.
It's going quite well. We have had like this level of engagement, both on the chat in terms of audience engagement as well as engagement on the panels. And that, I think, we just concluded our regional panel. So we talked to the Danish counterparts, the Norwegian counterparts. The last one was Raga, although they are a Nordic network, but we still talked about Iceland and the great stuff that is happening. If we move our focus to Sweden, and before we go there, we'll first like to understand about you. So tell us about yourself a little.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, I think my journey in this little world started in the year 2000, just 1 month after the crash, when I started my first tech startup in AI. So that's some 24 years ago now. And so it's a lot about timing and all that. We learned that. So far, I've done 3 tech startups. I did 1 exit. I did 1 bankruptcy, and I did 1 in between. I'm sure there's a lot of founders who can feel me on that one. And I closed a couple of investment rounds as well. So I've done that as well. And then had some real jobs, as my mom would say, a big corp that actually pays a continuous monthly salary. But mainly I work as a strategy consultant and try to help companies find their unique value and how they can bring that to the market. But I've also been involved in the ecosystem as coach investor, and also obviously as a board member, both in chairman of Drivhuset and now as chairman of Connect South and Connect Sweden as well.
Some amazing journey, both on the entrepreneur side, on investment side, as well as ecosystem building side. And let's talk about Connect. I'm myself quite new to the network. That was something I was discussing with Thomas, he was 1.5 months old in the network. So what do you what would you see as the vision for Connect? And what is our, because we are mentioning ourselves as a matchmaking organization. So what do you think, or how would you share the story of our vision at Connect with the community here?
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely matchmaking, like you say. We used to think of it as from 3 different perspectives. One is we're trying to, the overarching thing is that we shorter the entrepreneur's path to success.
Okay.
The reason we exist is to make entrepreneurs more successful quicker. That's number one. That's what we do. And the way we do it is with knowledge. We have programs, we have coaching, we have competence panels and all kinds of stuff to help them. And we help them with contacts to meet the players in the market, be it individuals or businesses. And obviously, we help them to connect with capital. And that's what we're most famous for, the pitching. And I mean, we do hundreds of pitches a year in the country. So, but it all comes back to the entrepreneur and trying to make the entrepreneur more successful.
Right. So shorten the path for the entrepreneurs. I think that's a very clear and concise definition. How would you say, what do you think is the role? Because that was also something emerging from different regional conversations. So some organizations were completely kind of pinned to the main city, for example, where the entire startup activity has been happening, while Connect has been more distributed. So what do you think is has been our role as Connect Sweden, what the role organization plays, and how is Connect kind of in the Swedish ecosystem working in a regional format?
I think, I mean, Connect to a large extent, we were brought here 25 years ago by the business community, IVA, and some universities, just to try to help out in Sweden, because it was hard times to see what can be done and new ways of doing things. So we were established in 5 different locations. We're up north in Åland, we're in west in Gothenburg, we're in east in Stockholm, you know that, obviously, and then we're in Uppsala in the midst of it. And then obviously in the south in Malmö Lund as well. So it's a network that's grown from underneath, I would say. So it's very locally integrated, so to speak. So we work very closely, and Connect is like, in my mind, we're like the involuntary Wallenbergs of the ecosystem. Okay. So it's like we operate without being seen, and at the same time, we're kind of the backbone in each local community. So I think regionally we do different stuff depending on where in the country it is, but it's all about entrepreneurs and it's all about helping them become more successful. And then we try to come together on the national level as well, and to see how can we actually leverage that value and bring that for, I mean, because in the South, obviously we have entrepreneurs and investors and partners. But the thing is, so how do they benefit from what's going on in Norrland? And how does West benefit from what's going on in the East? So now we're trying to connect all these dots. And this Nordic Funding Day is obviously the first thing where we try to bring things together in a different way, not just working locally, but also bringing the national perspective. So I'm happy for you heading this up, Naimul. It's really cool.
Awesome. Great to hear. And I think I would like to kind of focus a little bit here, like the word Wallenberg. You said, I come from outside Sweden. So I'd like to understand, why did you say Connect is like the Wallenberg of the angel or the startup community?
Yeah, no, I meant we're the involuntary Wallenbergs, meaning we operate without being seen. I would like us to become more public, more voiced, tell more people of the value that we actually bring to entrepreneurs and investors and partners, and more clearly. But coming from a background where we work very much locally, we also need to make that work in a different way. So we're trying to, or we will step away from being the involuntary Wallenbergs of the ecosystem. To actually be more, hopefully not the Elons, that would be terrible, but somewhere in between Elon Musk and the Wallenbergs, more normal, hopefully. Standing up with the things we do good and letting people know how we can help out.
Awesome. Of course, I see a message here from Peter. Hi, Peter. Yes, we are all about transparency. So I think that's something on which we are doing in a big way in East as well. So thank you for putting that point on. Johan, let's talk about, like, one of the core elements of Connect is our business angels network.
Yeah.
And let's go there. Like, what do you think is the role angels play for the Swedish ecosystem generally, and what could be the ways to even strengthen that role going forward?
I think that's where it all starts, pretty much. I mean, number one, there's an individual who has an idea. And then pretty soon that individual realizes money is needed to make anything happen, either my own money or someone else's money. And then after they realize they need money, they realize I need to build a product that actually brings some value to the market or to some individual somewhere. But without the angels and the angel networks, I would argue a lot of the business we see in Sweden wouldn't be built. I took the liberty of I found an old card deck. I don't know if you can see it. This is Jane Wallerud.
Yes.
The ace of spades here in this deck. There were some guys hanging out in Stockholm that tried to pitch a lot of people. They were called Collecto at the time. And Jane was the only one who thought these guys might actually be onto something. Later on, they changed the name to Klarna, and the rest is history. But it's all about belief. It's about finding someone who actually believes that you can get something done. And initially, I mean, usually when people or entrepreneurs come, it's more about the people and the energy and actually the industry than it is the actual idea. Because, the idea is going to change over time, for sure. They will run into the wall a couple of times, and then something else will come out on the other side. But you want to bet on someone who actually takes it through the wall. And someone who actually is not about realizing their idea, but realizing a idea at all. And so the angels play a super important part in funding ideas and entrepreneurs, but also in recycling their own knowledge. A lot of the entrepreneurs we have in the Connect networks are old entrepreneurs or are expert within their fields, and they've been quite successful usually. So that's fantastic. But it's also for them to give back, but actually put that knowledge to use in a different context. And then the third thing would be the local development and the growth of our societies and communities, where this is all about making it vibrant and great.
I think very interesting points, and I think this was coming in from our morning talks as well. Like angels, like they, as you said, that they invest on someone rather than something, because that something is a delta that can change, that can pivot, that new people jump in, new people, old people go out in terms of who built the startup, who eventually kind of takes it up. And the other point is sharing the experience, and third is developing the local communities. Connect going forward, where are we heading? And what will be our role in this ecosystem? I think we have raised similar questions too with other ecosystems regionally. What do you think will be our role in the evolving startup ecosystem in years to come?
So I think if we take our main stakeholders, which is basically an entrepreneur and an angel investor, from the entrepreneurial perspective, it's like I started my journey pitching at Connect actually many years ago.
Okay.
And I usually say I felt like I had lost Miss Östergötland pageant because you go up on stage, you pitch, and then it's like a big vacuum. And they say, "Oh, get off the stage. Let's get the next guy or gal in here." And then you're like, but this is when it starts. And now I'm all alone again. What's going on here? So I think we need to become much better at actually supporting entrepreneurs, not just only from a capital perspective, but the whole journey and all the things around it in different ways, because we have the knowledge in the network, we have the processes, we have the connections. So there's so much more we can do to help entrepreneurs. And I think from an angel perspective, I can see today that a lot of angel investors are not rewarded for the risk they're taking. Today, they're not rewarded by the VCs. Basically, a lot of angel investors are actually paying for the VC's deal flow without being properly compensated for it. And I think a lot of VCs need to step up their game and see it all from a systems perspective. Because basically, if you don't reward the people taking the initial risk, they will find other ways of doing it. right now, angels are faced with VCs coming with preference shares and super dividends and all that nice stuff, which I can understand. But the problem is they're not being rewarded for the risk they take. So I see in the future angels aggregating in a totally different way, actually coming together, syndicates and funds and other formats to lower their own risk and increase their own incentives. And I also think VC is going to come in even earlier, and some will come in even later. It depends on their risk appetite. But I think seeing VCs in a seed round, I think not going forward. I think they need to come earlier or later, depending on what risk they're comfortable with. And also because when you don't reward the people taking the risks, they're going to stop taking the risks. And then the VCs need to create their own deal flows, which is going to be much more expensive, and it's going to be a really big hassle. So I urge VCs to try to see this out of a systems perspective and see the role in it as well. The good years are over. We need to help out each other in every way we can. I hope I'm not being too conflicting here or stuff like that.
No, but I think these are great points, like supporting, like on the Connect internal side, like supporting more on the journey, because you're absolutely right that we have the network who can contribute. So Connect itself probably doesn't need to do as much, the people itself inside the Connect, but the network has the power to share ideas with the startups that are coming into the network. And absolutely valid points on how angels themselves are not well rewarded in this, and how the angel infrastructure will evolve. Something which I see, for example, from a network that I'm part of in Founder Institute, we have something called VC Lab. So VC Lab is right now the world's largest venture capital creation engine. There's a lot of micro VCs coming in. So that's so in a couple of years' time, there'll be a very different VC landscape. And likewise, for example, we had Wellstreet in the morning here in one of our talks. They invest really early. We will have Butterfly Ventures. So many VCs are going early. So absolutely, we are seeing the signals of what you are saying here. Johan, that was amazing. We have a very interesting kind of a picture of Connect as an organization from the top level. From this, we will move now to a panel where we're going, which will be headed by Manolo. I think he'll take the cap of running the panel. I'll go more in the panelist mode. But it was a great part of the entire regional perspective to hear about how Connect is also moving forward. So thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us.
Thank you very much, Naimul.
That was fantastic, Naimul, with the conversation that you just had. Really, really interesting, really fun. And now we have the team from every region, and we'll just take a bit of a dive into each of the regions. But I'll start the whole conversation with who is Charlotte, who is Stefan, who is Henrik, who is Naimul, and then I'll also be part of the conversation since I'm representing Connect West. So because I really like myself, I will start first. So who am I? Manolo is my name. I come from Mexico, and I've been here at Connect West for about 1.5 years now as investor relations. So taking over the angel investors here in the region. My background is from in Mexico. I studied international relations, and then I came to Sweden and worked at a football app called Forza Football. I was head of sales. Then I moved into, I went to London, did my MBA over there, and then started in the ecosystem in not-for-profit incubator here in Gothenburg. So that's it. Let's go for Charlotte.
Thank you, Manolo, and great to be here. And as Johan said, like some kind of Eurovision, but great event, Naimul. Thanks for that. Yeah, introducing myself, Charlotte Persson, and I'm the CEO for Connect here in South. And I have brought my experience from Avayo, a startup I founded for a couple of years ago. So I've been in this journey of searching for money, pitching events, and more. And before that, I was CEO for family business, and yeah, some kind of bootstrapping way. So you got the both perspective. And with Avio, we also participated in different incubators in Science Park Jönköping, Mink in Malmö, and also Sting in Stockholm. So yeah, that was a busy time, but I learned a lot and have a lot of thoughts around the ecosystem and how we can support startups, and also what's important when meeting investors and VC companies. And outside Connect, I love cooking, eating, and exercising. And I have a new hobby, which is wood turning. So there you got my list if you want to join me for a chat afterwards. So I'm happy to be here with you.
I love it. Thank you, Charlotte. Can we go to Stefan now, please?
Hej där, jag är ju en svensk kille som kommer att prata svenska istället. Hoppas att alla förstår det här. Stefan Erke heter jag. Jag är affärsutvecklare uppe i Luleå för Region Norr, som är ett stor region från Sundsvall i söder till Kiruna i norr, 90 mil. Kommer från privata näringslivet, jobbat där i 30-40 år i både nationella och regionala företag. Och är väl relativt ny när det gäller kapitalinvesteringar, investeringssidan helt och hållet kan man säga. Men vi är ju 4 stycken som jobbar här för kapital och finans uppe i Region Norr. Tack.
Thank you, Stefan. Henrik, who are you?
Yeah, great to have me here. Thanks for the invite. I'm the interim CEO of Connect Uppsala because Arvid, the original CEO, he's on parental leave. So I'm shipping in for the moment. And my background is in advertising, but I've been involved in Connect for 15 years, joining the panels and making the poor people pitching both cry and quit their startups. So I did my fair share. I also invested in some companies, so that's my background. Yeah.
Thank you. Naimul, serial ecosystem builder, I see here as well, which is quite a mouthful, but tell us, who are you?
Yeah, so thank you so much. My background is originally it was not in startups. So I've worked with very large companies, more than 30 of those, like Nestle's, Coca-Cola's, Tetra Paks and all. Honda was a key client at some point in time. But usually I was working through, Henrik, something that you said, like my first job was with an ad agency, which was later acquired by Publicis Group. So I worked very deep in advertising space, in communication space and marketing research space with large brands, which was very exciting. But when I think that experience was came in very handy when I started working with startup ecosystems a few years ago. The a startup is just like, it's a Nestle. If you're building a food tech startup, it's a Nestle. You just don't see it yet, but it's good to maybe think of that you will be someday a Nestle, and then that'll open up your vision as to how you build your startup going forward. Because startups, typically what I found was that founders are very much fixed in a certain box, in a certain time space, in a certain region, in a certain capital capacity, and that kind of limits imagination. And imagination is the biggest asset. So I love working with imagination. I've coached more than 5,000 Nordic founders, work in ecosystems of several kinds, startup communities. And Connect is an exciting place because we are enabling capital for the startups, which helps them drive their machinery.
All right, fantastic. We actually have, I'm going to take an extra minute because I thought it was interesting that Charlotte, you said, what are your hobbies? What do you like? And you like cooking and you like eating, which is, it's a perfect combination. I only like eating. But I was going to say, can everybody just tell, like, Naimul, what is your hobby? Give us a...
I had written that out because I was exactly coming to that. That cooking and eating I can agree with. I never exercise. So sorry, not that as a hobby, but I make music and I do some other stuff. So, but yesterday as well, it was coming out that I need to do some exercise. So we'll kind of move there. So that's my hobby: cooking, eating, making music and writing maybe.
Lovely. Fantastic. Henrik?
Yeah, well, actually, cooking is also one of my favorite hobbies. I don't know, maybe we can make a sort of cookie squad. Besides that, I love mountain biking, and also I try to play golf.
You try, okay, fair enough. Stefan?
Golf, mycket intressant, men den stora hobbyn är ju, det händer ikväll. Luleå mot Örebro. Svenska hockeyligan, slutspelet. We go it. Vi går mot guld. Luleå.
Okay, all right, nice. For myself is football. I'm football obsessed, and I sleep football, eat football, watch football, drink football. It's football. But let's talk a little bit about each region, because now we're representing all of the regions that we have at Connect Sweden. And briefly, how would you describe the region that you're representing? So can we start with Henrik, please?
Yeah, I mean, we're starting off with the odd one out here, I guess, because Uppsala, we're just one city, as the other was our regions. So, I mean, we have a super tight ecosystem in Uppsala. And I mean, it comes both to our investor network, our partner network, and also the companies that we meet. We know them on a first-hand basis. So I think that's maybe also the secret sauce with Uppsala is like that we have this super, super tight network. Yeah.
Thank you. So a tight network, I like it. Stefan, can you tell us a little bit about the region?
Regionen som sådan, som jag sa tidigare, är ju gigantiskt stort. Det är ju 90 mil från Sundsvall upp till Kiruna. Mycket glesbygd. Tufft att hitta investeringar i glesbygd för entreprenörer. Det är stora utmaningarna. Vi jobbar ju egentligen med 2 olika projekt. Det vi är vana att prata med just nu, det är ju kapital och finans. Men vi har också ett annat stort projekt som handlar om ägarskiften, generationsskiften. Och det är ju ett stort jobb, framförallt i glesbygden, att hitta några som tar över duktiga, fina bolag i glesbygden.
All right, thank you. So we went from Uppsala being the smallest one to Nor being the biggest one. Charlotte, tell us about South.
Yeah, I would say that the ecosystem here in South, Skåne is not that big, even though it feels like that sometimes. I would say it's quite crowded, but say in a positive sense, because we have many super, super good incubators, accelerators, program. We have universities, and we are also part of the ecosystem, of course. And they are all quite local, like in every city. And it's Malmö, Lund, Helsingborg, also Hässleholm and Kristianstad, like act local and very available and specified. So depending on what type of business you come with or your startup, you can get help, like just where you stand, more or least. And we meet a lot of companies from all over Skåne. And I think one thing with the ecosystem here, I can see I've been in my role now for 1 year, and I can see make the difference from when I started to now, that we are approaching a lot of cooperation and co-creation within the ecosystem. It's I would say it feels almost like Uppsala than talking about how the tight it is. We are in processes every week where we work together, and I think that's the positive thing for entrepreneurs, talking about the speed and how fast they can get guided to the right support depending on where they are in stage. So some startups come to us, but maybe they should start somewhere else, and then they come back, but we have started a relation with them. So I found it very interesting, and it's always, I think, some talk that it's like it's too crowded, but it's not important actually. It's more the output is important, what we create here in Skåne all together. And even though it's local, it's also national and international. We have a lot of contacts like outside Skåne and Sweden that looking at companies here in our region. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'll take actually you take it, Naimul, and then I'll finish off with the best.
Awesome. I was just seeing here, somebody just posted my song, so please don't click on that. I've stopped. I am not very public with my music, so shame. I think you Okay, shouldn't have said that in my introduction, but very good point on the ecosystem side. Like Stockholm, the East. So let's talk about Stockholm context, because that's primarily the driving force behind the East network. But we are trying to also build in this year some sort of regional anchoring in the entire East ecosystem that Connect is doing. But Stockholm is the top of the world when it comes on innovation and when it comes to impact. Stockholm city branded itself as home of impact. So even though city is Silicon Valley may be bigger than us as an ecosystem, maybe I would say we are better. We are more structured. We have a better, how would you say, purpose behind the innovation that comes out in startups rather than a mad pursuit of creating just the best dollar printing machine. So that we are not. So I think that's the general Nordic tendency, and that's why we are very strong on impact as a entire Nordic ecosystem and the Stockholm ecosystem. So I think we are big, but we are also purpose driven, which means that it's not the mad pursuit of money anymore. It's the mad pursuit of building something meaningful for the humanity. So that's one part. Second part is the ecosystem is crazy active. Like there is so much happening in the ecosystem that as a founder or as an investor or as an ecosystem builder, it's almost impossible for you to keep track of whatever is happening in the ecosystem. There's a lot of activity in the ecosystem. We are big, we are active, but at the same time, I'm also noticing that we are also a very fragmented ecosystem. Maybe fragmented is not the right way to put it, but when something gets big, suddenly there are verticals starting to emerge. So we have verticals around SaaS, we have verticals around e-commerce. So different forms of startups or different stages of startups are now kind of forming up in micro ecosystems in Stockholm. And that's very important to understand. Like, for example, if you want to just know about AI, maybe you should just follow that in Stockholm, as opposed to just about everything in Stockholm. Just go to a particular micro ecosystem that you want to be a part of. Where I think the ecosystem has a challenge, when you are big, massive, doing a lot of stuff and evolving in micro ecosystem, the collaboration is very difficult to achieve. So I worked very actively in the small end ecosystem in a town called Växjö. You could just go out on lunch, meet the top politicians from left to right. The entire political spectrum you could meet on a lunch. All the commune functionaries, all the regional functionaries. It was very easy to decide about what Växjö needs to drive for example, the farming community. You could actually have a lunch conversation. Impossible in Stockholm. So I think the bigness comes with a challenge that we have in the Stockholm ecosystem.
So I'm as I said, I'm not from Gothenburg, I'm from Mexico, but I am a Gothenburgian at heart. And so what I'm listening is Stockholm is impossible, which means then that Gothenburg is awesome. No, I'm kidding. But in Gothenburg actually, or in West, I just got stuck with what you said, Naimul, with the microsystems and the vertical that are being created in Stockholm. Over here, they have been clearer for many more years because of the type of actors that basically founded the city in, I guess, in more recent terms, right? So we have the Volvos, we have the SKF, we have AstraZeneca, we have the Peer, and so it's interesting to see that difference here in Gothenburg, or again in West. It's a lot clearer that we have verticals, and if you are going into mobility, inside that vertical there are obviously multiple actors that are part of the ecosystem. If you're going into healthcare or health innovation, medtech, there are multiple actors in that vertical. And one of the things that we're trying to do in the recent years here in Gothenburg is to expand the sense of, I guess, cooperation, or being able to kind of walk between the verticals in an easier manner, which kind of it's a little bit against what you were saying in Stockholm, Naimul. So I thought that was super interesting. So in a way, or in a word, I would summarize Gothenburg, we're growing fast, and we are looking into? How do we expand cooperation across verticals? So that was fantastic. Thank you very much for those answers. Now I want to run into the next question, and I want to make sure that I ask it correctly, because there are two questions that are going to be discussed, and so I don't want us to jump into the second question. So the first question is, what is Connect's role in your particular ecosystem? So what challenges are you solving? And we will talk eventually on how you solve those challenges. So for now what is the role of Connect, and what are the challenges that you are solving in your particular ecosystem? So I would want to start with Stefan, please.
Uppe i norr är det som sa tidigare att det är ju en glesbygd, så att där är ju kontaktytorna den viktigaste rollen. Det vill säga att vi har ju ett nätverk av investerare, affärsänglar och liknande som entreprenörerna kan komma åt tack vare vårt sätt att vara med och ha vårt nätverk. För vi är ju inte så många städer där man har de här nätverken, utan det är ju oftast glesbygden som har kanske de största utmaningarna att hitta investerare. Så det är väl den stora utmaningen för oss egentligen som glesbygd. Ja.
Interesting. I mean, particularly again, when I thought about Sweden, I only thought about a couple of million people here and there. I mean, I come from a city that's 5 million people big. That's almost half of Sweden. But then when I came here and then I looked up the north, and it's just such a massive place, and I can understand, Stefan, the challenges that you have is how do you connect people, right? How do you bring them together? How do you make sure that there are communication channels that are open constantly? And so in a way, I guess we can summarize, which is probably going to be the same answer at the end for everybody, but you are focused on trying to make sure that people are connected in such a massive region.
För att komma åt intressanta företag, entreprenörer ute i glesbygden, så har vi ju månadsvisa träffar, framförallt med kommunens näringslivskontor, som oftast är en kontaktyta för en entreprenör som ligger lokalt uppe i Pajala eller i Masungsbyn eller vad det kan heta för någonting. Så det är oftast den kontaktytan som vi har. Sen finns det ju självklart andra aktörer också, men vi kommer in till lite större ställen som med Luleå med 70 000 invånare. Då har vi ju frukostmöten, den typen av nätverksmöten som vi försöker fånga upp entreprenörer som vill få hjälp att hitta externt kapital helt enkelt. Ja.
Fantastic, thank you. Naimul, tell us about the role. So I mean, you're still quite new in your position at Connect, but you caught up quite fast with who we are and what we do at Connect Sweden. So, but tell us about the role that you see in the ecosystem from Connect's side, and what type of challenges are you solving over there?
So I think our role is to kind of make sense of a very dynamic ecosystem. So as opposed to when you are in a stable ecosystem, it's very easy to find your role, you find your place. When the ecosystem is dynamic, there is a lot happening, things are growing very fast. You need to find a common anchoring ground. So I think Connect plays kind of a slowdown role in the ecosystem where things are going very fast. You can actually say, okay, there is one place where I can go to find stuff. I can learn stuff. I can connect with people. I can find people with which are on similar journey. So kind of a place where the startups or the investors or the partners or the mentors can land in, find a safe spot, and then build on something together over there. So it's like, so imagine there is a lot happening around, and suddenly you place a community in the center and you let the community absorb all the confusion from around it and create a very, very soft simplification of connections, of ideas, inspiration. I think Connect's role in the next 5 to 10 years in this region will be kind of becoming kind of an island where people can go for help, finding connections, finding inspiration, finding advice. So it's your safety island, I would say. So imagine, and Stockholm is so many islands. So imagine it's exactly the same thing in ecosystem terms. So there is so much activity. It's just like islands. And then you create this island of peace, meditation, and place where things are actually happening in a micro ecosystem. So a micro ecosystem on its own right, I would say.
Fantastic. Thank you. Henrik, what say you?
Yeah, but I'm just gonna follow the lead on Naimul. If you're in a small city, it's very easy to find your role in the ecosystem. So we have a great collaboration with UIC, the incubator. We have great collaboration with Almi, Företagspartner, with Almi Invest. We have great collaboration with both universities and their holding companies, investment companies. So it's easy for us to find. I mean, we're the perfect match for them because what we're doing is helping out with the early stage investments, and that's all we do. So I mean, we're not the first line. Maybe the university investment companies are the first line investors, but we're the second line investors with our investor network. And so I think that for us, kind of easy to find a role, and we can also have the like Naimul said, we can have the discussion. We can gather everybody in the room and have a talk about how we're going forward and how do we create things forward. So it's I would say we probably have a very easy situation compared to the situation in Stockholm. Yeah.
Thank you, Henrik. Charlotte?
Yeah, much to be said around this question. I think our role is actually moving. It's not, of course, we have the mission from the beginning. The start of Connect is still there, a network, as you all have said. But we are also changing, whereas the ecosystem is changing and the market itself. I think we have it's difficult to talk about the role and not the challenges, but I believe that we also I'm kind of relate to when I moved to Skåne from Stockholm, 17 years in Stockholm, and I have a big network in Stockholm, yay! But starting a business in Skåne and start to act local, okay, I need to start from the beginning. I didn't know anyone, so and I wasn't familiar with Connect by that time. So today I feel that our role is also that you can go into the network and you get like the things you really takes time to build relations, and also takes time to learn the stuff you need. So we could be that kind of player. And also arrange these meeting places, and in that format, like include this education and networking, and of course possibility to get financial muscles. So I believe our role is it could be really stringent and clear, but we also need to follow what happens outside. And I often think of how we can lower the obstacles, because one of our tasks is also to grow the investor network, like so new investors can come in. How can we do that in a way? I often meet people that say that, well, I know many people that would love to start investing companies, or especially women say that, okay, but I have a few friends, they are curious. So how can we lower the obstacles and help them out to start and to understand, like from this, when I became like some kind of entrepreneur, I was like, who's an entrepreneur? Who's that? It's the same with an investor. Who's an investor? Who's an investor about 10 years time? So we try to, in our toolbox, like reach out and see how can we use our role to open up so we can have a network that is inclusive, and I think the Ignite Iceland said it in a very good sense, that we also need to match the investor with the type of startups. So with a broader investor network, we can also reach out for a more democratic way of matching the startups with investors. So we have a clear mission for sure, but we also have challenges, even though our role is quite clear in the ecosystem. But the ecosystem is also changing, so it's interesting journey coming up, I think.
I think that was fantastic, the way that you say it. the ecosystem is not static, and so we are always moving with it, and we're figuring out constantly who we are and how we help and how we provide value, which I think, and one of the most beautiful things that I see in Connect as an organization is that we are not for profit. And Henrik, you said it here, like we are here to help, and it's so difficult in this world, in this day and age. For some reason, it's so difficult to communicate. We are just here to help. We're trying to do something good. And what I always tell both entrepreneurs and investors, when I tell them about our mission and how we do it and what we do, they always look at me and said, "Okay, but so what's the catch?" And there's no catch. The benefit is for all of us. And so in particularly Invest, in the ecosystem, we like to say that we are a safe space for entrepreneurs to come in and ask questions and maybe make some mistakes with us as, advisors, for example, or in our network. We hold a massive network of individuals who give pro bono hours. For investors, the same thing. We give them the opportunity to come in and learn from the community of investors. So in many ways, we are a safe haven for the ecosystem. And of course, and as I said before, and the reason as to why we're called Connect is because we do that. We are in the middle of all the madness that is happening in all the different regions, right? And each ecosystem is different, but we're all in the middle, and we provide this opportunity for people to do that, to connect. And so Invest, we also like to talk a lot about there is a reason as to why we're called Connect. So that I think that was well put by everybody. We have 9 minutes left, and I want to make sure that we talk briefly on how we do this, right? How do we solve the challenges? And I can start. We here at Vest, we offer, as I told before, we offer education programs for angel investors, for those who are new in angel investment. I also want to talk briefly about what Johan said before. We do syndicate workshops, or we do syndicate utbildning or education programs for angel investors here. We believe that it is a fantastic way of getting people to jump in, to take that leap of faith as investors, and to learn from each other, of course. So we do that. We do, and that is on the investor side. But when it comes to entrepreneurs, we have also a way of keeping them in our ecosystem, where we have Språngbrädan, which is for early stage companies who are raising pre-seed money. Then we have Scale to Capital, which is a pilot project that we're running to make sure that entrepreneurs are ready for that next round, which is potentially seed or Series A round. So we prepare them for that. And then we also have another program in which we work with companies who are making 50 to 80 million SEK a year, and we help them with that other type of challenges. And so in a way, we want to be in that process with them as entrepreneurs across the lifetime, right? Henrik, can you tell us a little bit about how you solve the challenges over there in Uppsala?
Yeah, well, I mean, or maybe I didn't really talk about the challenge. The challenge, of course, is finding the large scale money for everybody. I mean, we can help out in the early stage with the angel investors, and I think we're doing it pretty damn well here in Uppsala, to be honest. We have a great investor network. We have our Språngbrädan, the springboard, a great process for companies who want to learn how to pitch, and we also have a super good partner network. So when you're pitching, you're meeting not just only like the investors, but you're also meeting like lawyers. So you're meeting a patent professional or specialist. You're meeting someone who knows maybe a med tech device. So our partner network is super important for us to helping these companies out. So we have a really, really good process, and we see that we have a really high, I mean, from our point of view, I mean, we have a 50-50 hit rate. I think it's great. And we see that the company is super excited and really love our program. We know that our investors are also super happy with the companies going through the program, because, I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, we have two parties here, or the third party, also the partners. So yeah, I think that we're doing it, but I mean, we're also trying to stretch that. I mean, we're working with the early stage companies, but we also have programs where we help maybe a scientist get the chance to talk to our investors, what do they need to prepare before starting a company, and also helping the companies reaching the VC firms. So we're trying to like bridge the gap from the super early stage, also friends, foods, and families, to the VCs. So that's I think that's the main challenge, and also what we're trying to help out with. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. Stefan?
Ja, om man tänker på en entreprenör så håller vi självklart, vi har en tät kontakt med en entreprenör att göra en resa innan vi har våran språngbräda som vi pratar allihop om, både på kapitalsidan och kompetenssidan då. Där vi ser till att hjälpa företagen att skapa en organisation, en affärsplan etc. så att de är färdiga för en språngbräda. Och efter språngbrädan och kompetenspanelen känner att det känns bra, så har vi en liten resa att göra med entreprenören innan vi har ett investerarmöte via vårt nätverk då. Så det är väl egentligen den vägen för entreprenören. För investerare så har vi ju typ 2 gånger per år har vi en typ av investerarutbildning som vi genomför då. Och alla våra möten nu för tiden är ju, och har varit tidigare också, digitala med tanke på att vi har ju så otroligt långa avstånd. Vi har inte som Henrik i Uppsala där man cyklar till kunden, utan här måste man nästan ta flygplanet till kunden för att nå dem.
I mean, you could.
We could.
I don't know how long that would take, but Charlotte?
Well, I'm not going to bring up all the activities we do because there are plenty. Like every second week we do something, and we use the strength of the network, and we incorporate all the 3 parts of it, like the entrepreneurs, investors, and our partners, which is the established companies we all been talking about, the experts, to share their knowledge in everything we do. We try to bring the groups together. And we also found that, I think Johan talked a little about it, the thing of when pitching, like you're in this, it's kind of a special format. Before you should pitch, you should be able to meet a network, more than once, to get to know them, to feel more comfortable. And we do that we have different names at the moment. We call it like övningspitch, where you can test your idea for a couple of people from the network, both investors and partners and experts in your area. And we see that the more the further contacts or the spots where you can build relations with investors before the pitching event, the better output. So the meeting spots, it's super important that we arrange them. So it's not like you can meet your investor at this pitching event for sure, but often you have met them before in some other connect event. So that's mainly what we do. And of course, as I mentioned before, we educate, and it's like if ever get better all the time, both the startups, the investors, and of course the established companies, our partners, they also have much to learn from the innovation, from the way of doing things. We all get better. So if we learn a lot of impact investments, or we need to make sure that we all have the tools for how to consider or what to think of the impact investments, or other types of idea that we can get to learn from each other. So we do a lot, but I would say that we mostly facilitate meeting places for the network, and also for people outside the network to come and join and to test. And hopefully we also now working a lot of how we can make the match better and better. So we know so that the people that come to this certain event, they are interested of the same things and will have a better chance to match.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Naimul.
Okay, great. So I think whatever we are doing in East is pretty much new. So we have been handed a kind of a blank canvas to build this, which is good because then you can create something which is built around the needs which are surrounding it rather than the historical perspective. We did it this way, so we will keep on doing it this way. No, we can say. So we are testing a lot of new waters. So I think, as I said, we are in a very active ecosystem which thinks and which believes, and rightly so. So our North Star is not Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley's North Star needs to be Stockholm and the way Stockholm startups are built, for example. So we are, so that's the general ecosystem drive that I see in the ecosystem. And what that means for Connect East is that we are building a very strong momentum and a momentum in the terms of multiples, let's say. Can be 5x or 10x our startup momentum in a period of a couple of years. The startup side is now working very fast. We have a legacy process called Strong Bread and Impact. It's an EU-funded project which has internationalization and impact in it. But 5 or 7 times stronger than that, we have built something called Connect Fast Track. And together, this is building a momentum of more than 100 startups in a year. So we have kind of 5x. We are 5xing in a single year, the startup side, or 7xing. I don't know. The other side is building the investor, how would you say, momentum. And for that, yesterday we launched something called Next Angel, which is several layers that it is around video casting so that people can get more inspired about angel investment. They're going to have self-paced learning modules, boot camps, things which are more aligned with how learning works today, as opposed to how it used to work. So we are building a faster momentum on the investor side. And third thing, which we think is very important and where we need to take the initiative as the East Region Connect, is to build a strong narrative focus. That's where Connect Stock started. That's where Nordic Funding Day came in, and more initiatives will be coming in. And that's where a lot of personal interaction will. So we kind of, instead of meeting 3 to 4 times a year, we are trying to aim for, let's say, 15 to 20 meetings a year. But that is a lot, but then we are here to kind of drive the network, and as the network gets bigger, so will their needs of meeting people. So that's where I'll close.
That's a lot of Naimul for 1 year. Thank you very much, everybody who listened to this really interesting conversation. Thank you all of my colleagues for such wonderful insights. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Let's keep working on what we do and be good to the ecosystem. Take care.
So I'll go around the table, the virtual table, and ask around, and if you could let us know who you are and what you're doing in the startup ecosystem and what is your organization working on. So it's more like his pitch, 1 minute or shorter. So let's start with you, Annette, and then we'll go to Elsa.
Yeah. You start with me because I take the longest time. That's good. Very nice to meet you guys. And good to meet Ida. So many people that I know. So nice to be here. Thank you, Naimul, for inviting me to participate in this session. My name is Annette Nordvall. I'm a venture partner with Butterfly Ventures. Also an early stage tech investor as a private angel for many, many years. And Butterfly Ventures is a early stage kind of pre-seed fund. This is the 4th fund. We do deep tech. We invest in science-driven innovation for a sustainable future. So the nerdier, the better innovation to shift the industrial kind of fields, materials, crazy solutions that will make us have a better future to live on Earth in the future. So that's me. Smallest ticket is between 100,000 to 500,000 euros, and then we move forward into larger scale depending on the innovation and so forth, and the growth and so forth for the company. We do not only invest in women or in men. We invest in sustainable teams. We want to have diversity, and it's not only, based on sex, it's also based on, background and life experience and so forth. So we look forward to brilliant people doing brilliant things together with us.
I love the phrase brilliant people doing brilliant things. And I love the ticket size that you mentioned. I was just having a conversation with Johan Gunnars, and we were talking about the venture capital trends and how maybe the low tickets will be a way to go for venture capital to eventually evolve. But great that Butterfly Venture is operating as low as the 100,000 euros that we talked about. Elsa, let's hear from you.
Yes, hi everyone. Nice to meet you and see some familiar faces at least. I'm Elsa Hyland. I am an angel investor, startup advisor, mentor, and I work right now also on a project together with Connect East, which is Språngbrädan, where I will lead that part-time. Super exciting. I have a background from the ecosystem here in Stockholm, Sweden, but now working on a global level, actually, sitting in a lot of panels and a lot of juries, I would say, all over the world, which is very exciting. I'm a generalist, but I'm currently looking a lot into digital health, social impact, too few investors within that field, but also a lot of exciting opportunities. And also cyber, potentially defense, and so on. So cyber security startups. I saw someone writing here in the chat, CEO cyber. What could that be? Send me a LinkedIn message. I'm curious. Thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to this session.
Thank you so much, Elsa. You are so actively involved in ecosystem. Appreciate the dynamic role you are playing, both in, not both, all three, let's say Stockholm, Nordics, and rest of the world. So all these ecosystems. So great work. Ida, let's go to you.
Yes, I'm also very happy to be here, so thank you. My name is Ida, and I'm the head of Fast Track Capital and Skåne Ventures. And Skåne Ventures is recently set up, and we will invest in companies at Mink, Idea and Innovation, Krinova, and Hedge. So there are all the greatest incubators in southern Sweden or in Skåne. And we invest 500K SEK. So we're usually the very, very first investor that the company brings in, and they need to be part of one of our programs at the startup houses.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ida. Just noted the ticket value here. Great to have your experience in today's jury. Joachim?
Good afternoon, and as everyone else, I'm really happy to be here. I am a startup coach and an angel investor. I run my own company, but also I coach myself day to day because I'm also involved in a startup company in the smart EV car charging space. So I think that's kind of a good combination, having a day job, practicing what you coach the other hours, so to say. So my specialty is sales and go-to-market strategies and partnerships. I have more than 20 years of experience working for international software companies, and I really think that is valuable. I really, really love to help the entrepreneurs to drive the sales. Usually in their setups, they actually pretty often miss the sales part in the roles, and that's where I can help.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You are very active in our in Connect network. We really appreciate the great work you are doing for the entrepreneurs in the Connect communities. Thank you, Joachim. And let's move to Johan.
Yes, hello. My name is Johan. I come from Ventures. We are a startup studio. We are around 50 people working hands-on with the portfolio companies that we invest in. We have 40 companies across 6 countries at the moment, and we work hands-on within areas such as tech, design, growth, and product. Very happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you for being here, Johan. Really appreciate the role Ventures is playing in the entire Nordic startup ecosystem. Let's go to Krimina.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Krimina Toshva. I'm dialing in from Oslo. I'm a community builder and entrepreneur turned investor for the past 10 years in just our startup space. Half of that time spent as an investor. I've seen countless pitches and I still enjoy it very much. So I'm very excited to be here. I'm part of the investment team at Snö Ventures. We are an early stage VC firm looking to invest in high-growth Nordic tech companies in the digital tech space. We're sector industry agnostic. We believe it's really up to founders to build new categories. So we aim to invest in those very visionary, bright founders that are building some global companies that have the potential to disrupt, to create, and capture large markets through transformative tech and solutions. So we're a team of investors and founders ourselves. We're backed by European and American capital, and we're very passionate about the early stages of building a company. So we can do anything from first check up to Series A. So we have a ticket span between 500K to 4 million euro as the first ticket in, and then we have significant follow-on capital.
Thank you so much, Ximena, for joining us. I remember we first met on one of the events, which was called, I think, Nordic Pitch Battle a couple of years ago. So again, great feedback on all the pitches. Thank you for being here. Let's go to Pontus. Let's hear about you.
Hi, everyone. So much fun to be here. I love pitching sessions. My name is Pontus Lund. I work as an investment manager at Wellstreet, and we are a VC investing in super early stage tech companies in the Nordics and across Europe. Typically invest about 500K euros. And our USP is that we're the most hands-on investor you can possibly get.
Awesome. Thank you, Pontus. Evelina also joined in from Wellstreet. We love the way Wellstreet works closely with networks like ours and in other networks in the ecosystem. So thank you, Pontus, for being here. You've been involved in Founders Institute as well. Let's go to Stefan.
Yes, hello. Great to be here. With 25, I like to call myself a professional business angel because I don't do anything else. And I have 25 years experience from startups. I started buying technology startups, working for big American companies, became a business angel when I got tired of the big corporates, then started a VC fund to Creandum together with my partner, Staffan Helgesson. But the last 14, 15 years, I've been doing my own investments. And I like to call myself a professional angel for two reasons. I don't do much else, and I want to be professional. I want to I worked a lot together with a business partner, Per Björklund, and we have which joined the event earlier today, and we have our joint make our joint investment through Further Than Capital, and we try to be professional, deal flow, portfolio, but that's what we do, and I enjoy being here. Over the years, I've seen the inside of more than 100 startups. I've seen so many thousand pitches, so I've stopped counting years ago. So looking forward to the event. Good to be here.
And thank you so much for being here, Stefan. We have worked very closely with Per in several of the Nordic ecosystem-based initiatives. You guys are doing great work at Further Than Capital, and great to hear about your Creandum background.
Yep.
Awesome. Let's jump right into our pitching. But before I do that, I wanted a couple of quick notes for the startups who are joining here. We'll have 8 startups who will be up for pitching. And then we'll see if we can take 1 or 2 wildcard entries as well from the audience. The main thing to remember is that we have quite a diverse experience in the jury, from venture capital to venture studios to angels and to mentors. So I think that's a great balanced experience in terms of feedback. This would be a very fast going round. So what I would encourage from the mentors is that after the founders have done their pitch, you could use the Zoom raise hand function. Maybe you can locate it now in reactions. No, not in reaction. How do you raise hand? My interface is different. If I click reaction, yes, you can raise hand. Yes, of course. So we did some user testing right away. So you can use raise hand. That way I know who is most interested in providing feedback. Startups will have 2 minutes to pitch. We have taken their video pitches in the last couple of days so that there is no artifact in terms of platform not working or something. So I'll play the video pitch. The founder will be here. You will give your feedback. And then in the last 1 or 2 minutes, founders can comment, ask question, request clarity. Okay. So 2 minutes pitch, 4 minutes feedback, 2 minutes clarity moment. So we start here with the founders that I have. Let's go with the first. My request to the production team, Connect Studio will be, so Connect Studio is our team working on the management of the event. So Connect Studio, if you could bring in Travel Tale, Alex. And Alex, you can be here so that we can hear a quick introduction from you. Let's see. The first time it'll take maybe a minute to figure out the routine. Hi, Alex. Quick question from you. Where are you joining from and how are you feeling? And that's the standard question I'll run with all founders.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Naimul. So joining from Stockholm, but I'm an Australian joining from Stockholm. And yeah, feeling energetic to be the first pitch of the day. It seems like whenever I'm in one of these events, I'm always first. So nothing new there.
Awesome. So I'll share the pitch now for Travel Tale.
Meet Alfred. His mum, Josefina, is planning a trip this summer. She's excited, but she's frustrated because of the conflicting maze of information that's out there when it comes to pet-friendly travel. 79% of pet owners in our research highlighted that existing platforms like Booking.com are not fit for purpose and do not cater to their specific needs. At Travel Tale, we offer a curated list of pet-friendly accommodations, packages, and amenities, and we provide the details that pet owners have been asking for but do not have access to. We're also focusing on personalization. As you can see, Alfred and Penny, they're different breeds. Our platform collects data to recommend the right travel options for each of them. We did a proof of concept in May last year, received investment from Anttila, and launched a product with thousands of listings. We've also got our first paying customers. We're targeting two groups, those that are double income, no kids, and those that are empty nesters with pets. We have a big focus on content, have secured ambassadors that complement our geographical coverage and are part of our go-to-market strategy. We make money through commissions on accommodation bookings, we're developing a subscription product, and we also make marketing revenue. We've seen a US-centric player in Bring Fido prove the market by bootstrapping to $40 million in annual revenue. Our differentiation is premised on bringing the latest in travel technology to this niche market, building community engagement through a dedicated platform, and knowing our customers better than anyone. Now, this is an $8 billion opportunity in Europe, and there's currently no market leader. Our team has a strong cross-section of commercial and operational expertise, entrepreneurial success, and technical skills. We also have an advisor that was a co-founder and CTO of the so-called Booking.com of the Arabic world. We're seeking a €300,000 investment at a €2 million valuation to refine our platform and execute our roadmap, acquire specific niche travel blogs, and expand our team. Join us as we redefine how the Instagram dog generation spends their holidays. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. So feel free to raise hand and provide feedback if the raise hand function is working. I don't know. So Pontus and then Stefan.
Thank you for a very nice and easy to follow pitch. One thing that I'm missing in the beginning is actually I'm not a pet owner myself. So I'm, like you mentioned, there are a lot of problems for pet owners when traveling, but I'm not sure exactly what are those problems. And that's kind of like, I don't really understand how big is the pain point then for them. So that could be something to clarify in the pitch going forward. And basically the major thing that I would like to comment on is on from a competitive perspective. So you mentioned that there are bigger platforms out there that are market leaders, but not within the field of traveling with pets. So how do you essentially compete with them in terms of acquiring customers? Because that's going to be key for you. And the second part is how do you compete with them in terms of building moat so they can't go into your field and compete with you if they realize that this is a big opportunity? So those are like questions that I think are interesting to learn more about.
Thank you, Pontus. Stefan?
Yes, one of the challenges when you're aggregating data from a lot of sources, and in this case, you need to make sure that the customer get a good experience when they travel somewhere. And I've seen where scaling becomes a problem because you have to do a lot of manual quality assurance. I mean, how do you go about that? Do you have any smart way of verifying the quality? And nice to meet you again, by the way, Alex. Good to see you.
Awesome. Thank you, Stefan. Elsa?
Yes, thank you, Alex. It was a great pitch. It's very short, and it goes very quick. Obviously, that's why I assume you don't go deeper into the problem. I still see, I'm not a pet owner myself, but I still see, the problem with that. My question though to that problem is, like, is it really that big, or can you, leave your dog with your friends or family or at another hotel, and will you also include other solutions for traveling, such as, where do I leave my dog, which dog hotel or similar. So you build in a full scale solution for the pet owners. Then after that, and maybe you showed that, but it was going too quick, but how many users do you have? And also what's the acquisition data on that? Because 300,000 SEK or 3 million SEK or 300,000 euros is not much if you're going to spend it. This is a consumer brand. You need to spend a lot on marketing. I'm curious to know more about those details and KPIs. But otherwise, great pitch, and it's interesting.
Awesome. Thank you, Elsa. I echo some of the points in terms of the fundraise size that you're doing. So a very interesting point. Annette, half a minute.
Super quick. Thank you so much for a really nice looking slide deck and pictures. And I love the dinks and the empty nesters. Keep that up. One question that I have for you, or more a statement, obviously, since you can't answer, is that I have pets, and it's the more complicated when you have more than one and traveling with them and so forth. So I absolutely understand the pain point. But are you building this platform to merge into, other platforms is that your main goal, or do you want to take over because they're sloppy on their other end and you think that you can add other value than just traveling with pets? I mean, other solutions and experiences where they end up on a location and stuff like that. I looked into a company called Nuverica. I don't know if they're living still, but they wanted to add so many other features. So it's like, if you do vertically, I understand the reasoning on you being on the market, but it's not that much money that you're asking for, like Elsa said. So I understand that you're doing it in tranches, but very nice presentation, and really good luck. It's complicated, but thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll do a quick instruction point here. So if Connect Studio could paste the LinkedIn profiles of all the investors and mentors who have joined in, so that startups can take contact with them. That's one point. Second point is your 1 minute starts now. If you have any answers to give, or if you have any feedback questions, Alex, tell, and then Connect Studio can onboard the next startup.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
I might start with maybe Annette's question, just in terms of how we're looking at building out the ecosystem and where we see this going from a vision perspective. So from a scope standpoint, we started off in the Nordics, and we started off with hotels. We initially had a vision around sort of being TripAdvisor, but for the pet sector. But based on user feedback, the initial problem definition around finding pet-friendly accommodation and really focusing on the levers in the business model that we can pull, we've stripped that right back and focused on accommodation, and then providing experiences around that. So ultimately, the vision is to extend and expand geographically across Europe, focusing on accommodation, because that's where we feel we have the most control, and it's also where we can build deeper relationships with hotels and accommodation providers. So from that perspective, that's where we're looking. I think there was
we are off with the time now. So Alex, great pitch. I think the conversation
I'll have to follow up.
Yeah, and you can also paste your own LinkedIn profile here as a startup. And this conversation, the main thing is that we are creating this magic happen, and then the magic can continue. Let's go to Ida. You're building. Cheers. Thank you, Ida. Where are you joining from, and how are you feeling?
Hello there. I'm joining from Denmark. And this is actually my first official pitch, because my company is so young, but I've been an entrepreneur for 21 years. So I don't know why one always gets nervous. It's like always. So I'm dead nervous. I think it has to be that way.
Awesome. We are going to play your pitch now, and then we'll take the feedback from the jury.
Yeah.
How do I turn that into a really great garden space? How do I train my puppy? How do I get my horse to follow with me? Ah!
What you just saw there is about how 1 billion hobbyists feel every day. I know because I'm a nerdy hobby sailor, dog trainer, horse trainer, garden designer, skiing instructor, and I've been that all my life. The problem is the following. We get all info from media and books, etc. But media hasn't fundamentally changed in over a century. So as a journalist, I thought it would change when the internet came, but all my colleagues were like, oh, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think you're going to watch video on a small screen or something? And my confusion was, I did think that, and I also built a massively multiplayer online game that went out into 10 countries. Yet, as hobbyists, still today, information is the same. However, every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along and changes everything. And the AI large language model is one of those things. I'd like to present to you the Buddy AI system. It's a transformative, leapfrog kind of way of learning. It's dynamic, interactive, deeply personalized, helping us to grow as people. Speaking of growing, Sissy Potts is one of the many hobby upcoming experts. She remembers all plans from earlier years, gives you a reminder to water as well, and I know for a fact I'm going to spend €9 a month on my buddies because when they remember the herb I need to give my horses, or they remember how to rotate what I was doing last year in my gardening, then they're actually becoming like a partner in my hobby. Our first buddy will be born in about 9 months and we're seeking €200,000. That's it for now. We really welcome your questions.
Thank you so much. Please raise hands and let's have some comments.
Oh,
Okay.
I was super much quicker than everyone else. I'm excited that I won. Very nice to meet you, Ida. Thank you so much for a very, very nice pitch. That was really fun to see all the clipping and all the challenges that you have. One of the challenges, obviously, when you're doing something like this is for someone for the stickiness of it. And I guess that you have used your style of using the gamification sort of how you do it. There's been a Swedish company called Gardensia, which has been working on the gardens and so forth, that had a lot of challenges. I would love for you to get a hold of her, and I think it's easy to connect you with her to see if you can get some experience just on this hobby, because I know you have others. But otherwise, I mean, it's just about growth for you and stickiness to make people actually stick to it. So good luck with your venture.
Thank you.
Annette. Carmina.
Thank you so much for a sincere and creative pitch. I really enjoyed it. So 2 points from my side. In kind of the realm of noise of tools that, you know, the world has now been served on a silver platter that are enhanced by AI. Of course, there is something about mentioning your uniqueness into customer acquisition. It is just key that you get users to you know, discover you and also love you. So I think that's a pretty important part of your case to include. And then the second one is always, no matter what type of company you're building, team. That's what really matters. So are you alone in this venture? Do you have partners, supporters, advisors? Who are they? No matter how short your pitch is, even though it's a 1-minute elevator one, always talk about your team and who you have as supporters. And yeah, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carmina. Ida.
Thank you very much for an exciting pitch. And I loved the energy that you were sharing also, like when you were actually watching it yourself. So thank you for that. One thing, like I totally see like there's many different pieces of this with the different hobbies. for me, it was a little bit unclear exactly where you're aiming in the beginning. Like, where's the first step where you're going? Is it gardening? Is it the horses? So maybe like find a way to make that even more concrete for the listener. That was my point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then Elsa, and
Yes,
Connect
just-
Studio, you can bring in the next founder in between. Yeah.
Just super quickly to echo the other ones. It's you have a lot of energy. I would present it in a different way though, because it gets a bit unclear of what you actually do, where you're at. Now you said that you're launching in 9 months, but still, it's try to find a pitch format that is you know, it might be boring but standard, because that really will get the attention for the investor from the beginning, and then you can, you know, bring your own story to it. But I would suggest doing it in a more structured way.
Thank you, Elsa. Any further feedback from the panelists? All right. So Ida, this is your time. Any questions you have?
Yes, so stickiness. Well, actually, first, it's going to be gardening, because my last company was gardening and I managed to get over 5,000 customers, and I was about to distribute internationally. And I have bought that out and put that into this idea. So definitely, I know I know Gardencia. I'm not exactly sure how, but I do know them. And I do also know the strugglings that there are there. So the stickiness is about being that buddy that keeps remembering the stuff you find hard as a hobbyist, and which is where the key is. And I do agree that being very clear that we start with one thing and then we expand is absolutely clear. So that makes total sense for me. And customer acquisition, I'm going to build a whole world of happy tatters who are unrealistically happy about their hobbies, and then they're going to be chatting so much on social media, creating so much buzz, engaging in everyone else's, that they're going to make people laugh, and then they start going to come into the different modules we say, and then the ones we start opening up are the ones where we seem to be able to create enough traction beforehand. So we don't spend money on building a buddy before we know they love the character, you could say.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Awesome.
But it's good that you say I should have it with me, because it's an important part. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ida, for the pitch. We now move to, thank you. Håkon, you're joining us. Tell us where you're joining from and how are you feeling?
Thank you, Naimul. I'm joining actually from Oslo, Norway. So it's good to hear other people from Oslo as well. So I'm feeling great. It's sitting here for an hour hearing about the different conversations, and it's been great so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's play your pitch, which is Ship Ahoy.
Ship Ahoy is bringing the sharing economy to the maritime market. The potential and why now. There's 1 million boats in Norway, increasing by 55,000 each year. Each boat owner uses their boat 27 days at average each season. That means that most boats are left idle 2/3 of the season. Therefore, we come up with a solution which we call Ship Ahoy. We're connecting boat and equipment owners with tenants. A platform where you can rent out assets, such as boats, jet skis, kayaks, and dock spots. We have also created a B2B SaaS product which generates supply towards a mobile app, which helps out marinas and rental companies to rent out their assets towards our users. Our business model is revenue split, where we take a commission of each rental, and also a recurring revenue, which is a subscription model for the B2B product and also the consumer product, which is a Plus membership. Our competition today is Shippery, which is our closest competitor, which is an expensive subscription model, which isn't that consumer friendly. And we mean that we are quite more consumer friendly rather than them. Our tactical marketing strategy is divided into 3 categories: organic reach, partnerships, and paid marketing. We also get a lot of exposure through our B2B products. Helena and I is the dynamic co-founders I'm the CEO, and Helena is head of design. Currently, we're raising money, and we're raised total raise to date before this round up to 2.4 million kroners. And also this round, we're raising around 5 million kroners at a valuation at 40 million kroners. That is our product, and that is our company, which is called Ship Ahoy. Thank you for listening, and feel free to reach my contact information and visit our website as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to the mentors. Feel free to raise hand, and we'll start with Johan and then Stefan.
Yes, thanks for a super good pitch, very clear, and answer a lot of the questions. One question I got was how to get critical mass on both sides. I think you mentioned like the CAC cost of like the private consumers or like the end users that you are renting, but I'm thinking of the other side of the marketplace as well. If that could be clarified a little bit, but otherwise, super good pitch. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. Stefan?
I think I saw the first peer-to-peer boat lending loaning app more than 10 years ago, and there's been a number of failed attempts, and there are a few semi-successful. And I didn't really get what's unique with your approach. Maybe I'm too cynical, but I would like to better understand what's unique with your approach compared to other similar attempts I've seen.
Thank you, Stefan. Johan, you have a follow-up point? Okay, got it. Cremena and then Pontus.
Dear fellow Norwegian, good job. Very, very, thematically typical case to come out of Norway. Yes, Stefan already kind of took my question there in comments. Additionally, I'll just add another comment on how you present, and this is not just your case. This is very typical for Nordic companies in general that start off in one country. If you have global ambitions, my recommendation would be use euros or use dollars to kind of demonstrate that you are thinking about, taking these steps and growing internationally. From the investor perspective, you get perceived as like very locally oriented if you, use the local currency. It might sound like a technicality, like that's not important in the bigger scheme, but it is a signal that companies send to investors, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally, mostly unintentionally. So just a short comment on that, but best of luck.
Thank you, Cremena. And I would rather follow up for the community here, because I think Connect is doing this. I'll take a point on that's something of our method development side that we are doing on Connect. This was too short because the pitches arrived very closely, but in Connect East, what we are trying to do is we're going to try to do a currency standardization for all the pitches that are being presented. We have had a discussion with our mentors and investors. Possibly euro is the best currency to follow. It has a European relevance, but that will happen going forward in our events coming forward. Single currency across all pitches, so that you can also see how the valuations and everything. Otherwise, it becomes very complicated switching the gears. Thank you, Cremena, for that point. Pontus.
Thank you, Håkan, for a nice pitch and a fun case. Now, I'm not a boat person, so this is out of no knowledge from my side, but with a peer-to-peer marketplace, are there any issues with sharing boats or renting out boats in this way compared to other peer-to-peer platforms where they rent other type of assets? That's something that comes to mind. Then you mentioned the B2B part and the subscription part, which was a bit unclear. I did not really understand what that was. So that's something that you can focus a bit more on in the next pitch, I would say. And then also, I think the competition was a bit vague. So it was a bit unclear what competitors you have right now, and also what competitors have been on the market previously. So yeah, just a bit on the USP side as well. Would be my points.
Very interesting feedback. Pontus, thank you. Now this is on to Håkan. Over to you. We have 1 minute left. Either you can say something or you can take one more feedback. I'll leave the choice over to you.
maybe I can answer some of the questions that have already been said. And if
Awesome.
anyone has any questions, otherwise,
Please
please
go
feel
ahead.
free to contact me.
No.
So run through it quickly in the right order on who asked me first. So Johan, about the mass firstly, we think there's a big potential in, as I mentioned, 1 million boats in Norway, and we know about the split in category and group. We can see that 96% of our users are tenants and 4% are asset owners. And we think that is sort of great value. Of course, we couldn't include everything in our presentation during 2 minutes, so it's quite a hectic period to explain everything. So that is sort of the explaining to that. And getting the mass is, of course, the trickiest part, but we have already started a lot of process already due to, for example, direct sales, but also due to paid marketing, already gotten the different methods that works. So what makes us unique, Stefan, quickly to your point, that's probably the biggest question that we get often, is that what separates ourselves from the different peer-to-peer boating rental companies is that we are sort of more of an ecosystem for all maritime assets in that maritime space. We're talking about kayaks, jet skis, boats, but also dock spots in one system. There have been separated systems doing it all together, or separately, but now we're doing it together. Carolin, great feedback as well. We have been focusing on local investors as of now, but we've been working mostly towards Norway and Sweden and trying to scale as well to other countries in the future. That's exciting. Yeah, and quickly to your last point.
Okay, that's about
worries.
it. But we ran out of time. But thank you so much, Håkan, for joining us. Great presentation and great feedback.
Thank you.
We move to Robin from Gronska. Tell us where you're joining from.
Hello.
And how are you feeling?
Hi, I'm feeling great. I'm joining from Stockholm, Sweden. And it's been great to see all the pitches and great feedback as well. So
awesome.
Looking forward to my session.
We'll now play Gronska's pitch.
Hello, I'm Robin Lee, CEO and co-founder of Gronska. Our mission is to empower everyone to cultivate their own fresh produce effortlessly. Our flagship product is a fully automated grow cabinet equipped with over 60 sensors, ensuring optimal plant management. An intuitive app guides the user, and with pre-zoned trays, operating the farm is a breeze. Our sophisticated computer system seamlessly integrates app control, irrigation, fan, fertigation, plant health, RFID, 4G connectivity, and lights. We've already sold 90 cabinets and counting. Our customers include some of Sweden's top businesses. Our success spans various segments, starting with grocery stores and then expanding into restaurants, hotels, and schools. The unit economics of a cabinet's lifetime show a total turnover of 270,000 crowns with solid margins, making our business model sustainable and profitable. We're expanding our product ecosystem in Q3 24. We're launching a smaller cabinet to target a wider market. In terms of revenue, we achieved a turnover of 7 million crowns last year, doubling our sales from the previous year. Going forward, we aim at maintaining this rapid growth pace. Our strategic exit by 2027 aims for an IPO or M&A to elevate our company's valuation from 45 million SEK to 500 million SEK. We're raising 10 million SEK with almost half already committed. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Robin. We have Joachim, then Elsa, then Ida, then.
So thank you for a very good structured presentation, and I think the area is very, very interesting and relevant. From my point of view, when you sell business to business and maybe business to consumer or somewhere in between, it's kind of interesting how you would approach the market. So your go-to-market strategy, for me, is very relevant to be successful, and that's what I would like to get some more information about.
Thank you so much, Joachim. Elsa?
Yes, thank you, Robin. I have seen a lot of different solutions for this, so I'm curious to know what makes you different. I mean, these logos, yeah, again, there's been a lot of companies doing these years that have sold to similar logos. So I'm curious to see what's different and also how you can scale this up. One thing that is also when you look into vertical indoor farming, is the energy consumption. And I would love to, even if this is a smaller cabinet, but how does that, affect your product and how do you look into that?
Thank you, Elsa. Ida?
Very good pitch. I love the calmness that I at least think it brought all of us. So a really good job on that. As said, the competition, I would also love to know more about that. And you mentioned wider markets. I would be curious to know, like, would this fit internationally, and what's your plans outside of Sweden and Scandinavia and the world?
All right, thank you. Annette?
Oh, I have too many screens. I have a hard time to find my button. Very nice, Robin. Super interesting. Like Elsa said, I don't know how many of these kinds of growing cabinets I've seen throughout the years, and I'm always in awe of the production style and how it does. But however, since the last year back, I've actually seen the growing plants at ICA, for example. I live at Kungsholmen, so I have a big Maxi here, and they grow their own herbs there. So I see the shift also in the market, in-house marketing and so forth. If you are, I mean, you already sold 90 cabinets, which I think is really nice. I saw the high price value, so it's kind of expensive, but I also see the understanding of how it can actually bring in revenue. It would be cool if you then added some revenue, kind of, if it's plants, you can grow 59,000 basil plants a month or something like that. That would be fantastic to know. Then I also understand as a consumer if this is something that I would do, because all the other cabinets that I've seen can only in the end do lettuce. And that is kind of sad. So you need to have a really strong growing concept, not only that everybody can grow it, it's also, power, and then the charge and everything for if you're going down the consumer vertical, it's not really a thing that you have to do. Maybe the larger consumers, the ones that are growing in the stores and restaurants and stuff like that, would be a good enough market for you. And then I wanted to say to the guy before, the Skip Ahoy guy, I don't know if he's here, some of the ventures that we're looking to is not meant to be scaled into fantasy numbers and so forth. And you might be able just to sell whatever you have in the market where you are at and make yourself super competitive at that vertical, because it's all about owning a vertical and dare to challenge all the other ones about, how narrow can I actually be? Other countries then, Sweden and the Nordic countries, are larger markets. So you can actually drill a lot deeper just in one segment and be super, super good at that, and then own that whole market instead of just like blazing with whatever we call it, hail, rather than a big cannon. Can
I add on one thing to that as well?
Yes, very quickly.
Yes, but with the brands that you're having and the customers you're already having, for example, Northvolt, say, I guess they buy one batch, not more, because you use it in the company office. You also have to kind of provide who's your actual customer and what value does does your company provide for them.
If you have one cabinet, you have to hire an additional staff to maintain it. I don't know. Just, figure out the good story around it. I know the pitch is short, but really, really would be excited if you were the one who's actually breaking through in the growth cabinet industry. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you. We don't have a lot of time, so Robin, maybe you can, if you have something to say, you can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Great questions, and I'm happy for the feedback. I was not calm when recording this, so that's good to hear. So energy-wise, we've done a full study with the Swedish Environmental Institute, EVL, which points at we use 62% less energy than greenhouses in the Nordics, and that's because we don't heat anything. So if you imagine a greenhouse, it's a huge volume of air, and that has to be heated to 23 degrees. So a greenhouse in the Nordics, they heat and they also supplement lights. So this is better. We can also reduce transport by 80%. So this was one slide that I took away to manage the 2 minutes, as well as the team slide. So like energy and transport wise, it's good. We're a team of 11 people. And we have a great advisory board with investors and also external people. So that's the team. How we differentiate us from our competitors, we have been running one of Europe's largest
Yeah, we got to that, but please continue the conversations. Contact information.
I'd be super happy to take up any conversation after this meeting. So
and I'm just going to mess up the whole system here and go again. So Butterfly Ventures did invest in Nova. So a lot of the information from that company. So we should be in touch, at least with the advisor from our team, to see if you can get any information out of that.
Yeah, that's super. I know them, and we're different from them.
Yes, I know.
Later.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Years later, right?
Thank you, Robin.
Chat more. Okay.
Thank you. Let's see, Lilian, you're here. Where are you joining from? How are you feeling?
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. I'm from Finland, Helsinki. And we are not as cute and not as green, but we are tapping on a very, very, very deep problem. Based on our experience, we were working in the medtech industry for a long, long time with my co-founder, and we experienced something that we want to solve. So I'm curious what you think about it.
Awesome. We are playing your pitch now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lilian, and my co-founder is Daniel. We're originally researchers specializing in early-stage targeted oncotherapies. But after a while, we realized that most of those miracle therapies never get to the patients due to the slow patient pathways. So we started Tagenta to resolve the issue. In the past 15 years, medical services have diversified in a way that one person is usually the patient of multiple different public and private clinics, and this often results in conflicting medication schedules and treatment plans. Our solution is the medical team dashboard system that facilitates communication for medical professionals working on different time schedules, and it has integrated treatment and medication optimization apps as well. Our solutions reduce case processing time, minimize administrative workload, and thus lower per case costs. The core of our software package is a user-friendly cloud platform that enables medical professionals to collaborate remotely on the same patient case securely and efficiently. We propose a software as a service model with subscription plans for private and public healthcare providers. While our competitors focus on practice management software or communication tools, we stand out by offering communication and patient management in one platform. With the current round, we aim to conduct a pilot study to be able to enhance user experience, to improve on compliance, to perform machine learning model training, and to launch within a year. We are actively seeking 1 to 8 strategic investors to collaborate with us. We seek 250,000 euros this round. The short-term goal is to put Tagenta services to the market in the next year and to reach the 100k euro revenue per month mark in 3 years. We are committed to making healthcare collaboration efficient because less administration for doctors means more successful patients. Thank you for your attention, and let's discuss this opportunity further.
Thank you so much. Feel free to raise hands and comment. Yes, let's go. So Pontus, then Joachim, Elsa, and Johan.
Yeah, thank you for a nice pitch, Lilian. I just have a very quick comment. So first of all, I think it was a bit too much text on the actual slides. So it was a bit hard to focus on what was actually happening on the slides. And then from a patient perspective, I completely understand the benefits of this. I'm curious to understand, are the actual medical people willing to collaborate together? Is there a need from their side to do it? So I would like to get more insights on that, and if you've done any user testing of the people who actually use the platform. But yeah, very quick comments from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Pontus. Joachim?
I echo on what Pontus said, but in addition, of course, if you just look like in Sweden, we have 19 landsting, and none of them are using the same system. So of course, we talked about being cynical before. If you would be successful, it would be great for our Swedish tax. So I really hope for that, but I'm skeptical that you could be successful in different countries.
Thank you, Elsa.
Hi, Lilian. Thank you so much for the pitch. I echo Pontus. It's a lot of text. It's hard to couple that with listening to what you're saying as well. But I will also add, please add data when you have arguments in the problem solution slide, because that will definitely make it more valuable and trustworthy. Like if you say there's, I don't remember exactly what you said, but to back up your arguments. Competitive analysis would be interesting because there are so many solutions, and then maybe you specified in one way, but how do you differ? Again, Europe is based on old legacy systems within the healthcare. So question is, are there other markets that are more interesting? GCC, MENA, etc. I see a big shift into digital focus there. Then it's interesting with the pilot you want to conduct. Why? I would say maybe why do you need this money to conduct the pilot? Is it to create the MVP, or do you have something where you can already start and build together with them? And also, is this pilot paid? Are there LOIs? Anything more around that is valuable for an investor. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa. Johan?
Yes, thanks for a great pitch. I also think it was a little bit too much text on the first slide, so you lost me a little bit there. So I would like to have a bit more of a red thread between the different slides, but I know it's hard to adopt and so on. But I was thinking about a little bit of the go-to-market, like what type of players are you initially targeting with the different pilots and so on, like after this first initial? Is it private clinics? Is it specific countries? All countries looks a bit different. How are you gonna go to the market and acquire those first 10 hundreds of clinics? That's what I like to know a bit more about.
Thank you, Johan, and thank you all the panelists. Lilian, it's your time. Maybe you can take a minute to maybe ask a question or something.
Yes, if it's not a problem, I would like to address some of it. I won't have time for all of them. Text too much. I can see that. Now I can see that it will change. And two of you were tapping, I think, on a very important problem. Doctors don't really have time, so they are prone to push away new technologies. And actually, we are targeting the healthcare providers who are employing them. And the healthcare providers are really interested in reducing the case processing time. Doctors are also interested, but they have the activation bump that we need to jump over. And actually we have experience connecting to hospital systems already, these PACS servers and stuff. So we were working in this area, and we know about the diversity and how to overcome it. So with API connections, we can communicate with very large amount of different systems. So there are codes for that, and we can obtain anonymized data. And I really love the idea of emerging markets where we don't need to synchronize with the already existing solutions as much. And the pilot is also an important question, because of course doctors tested our system, but not full healthcare organizations. So this is a larger scale thing, and for that we would need several employees and more software developers, because we will have a lot of feedback based on that, and we need to establish those API connections and stuff. So the pilot studies had different levels, and we already conducted testing a lot.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lilian. Thank you for the courage and the pitch. Thank you. We'll move to now Ritvika, who's going to present more. How are you feeling, Ritvika?
Yeah. And so I'm feeling really inspired, to be honest, after the day that we've had, and excited that I get this chance to share our passion about Moai with the group.
Awesome, awesome. I'm just queuing up the presentation on the side, and let's go. Here.
Hi, we are Moai, and we are on a mission to ease human migration. Imagine spending 20,000 euros to relocate an international employee, only to find that 4 out of 10 international assignments fail today, not because of the employer, but due to the lack of support after arrival. So relocation services today are designed to support the initial move. But as a migrant of 20 years and someone who relocated multiple times for work, I know how difficult it is to arrive to a new country with no friends or family, not knowing the language, trying to understand how to get a driver's license or a child's schooling system. And dealing with these problems after arrival is not only frustrating, but leads to unhappy employees. And that is our mission at Moai, to enable global talent migration with 100% retention. We do this through an AI-driven mobility platform where employers can automate and streamline the management of global talent. Employees are provided with a personalized plan from before move to 12 months after arrival, including an integration plan, and where an AI concierge is trained on official government information to provide reliable answers 24/7. Since our inception, we've validated the problem with over 150 internationals and many global enterprises. We've secured multiple partnerships, LOIs, confirmed our first pilot, and are backed by Startup Bootcamp. Today, there are over 140,000 enterprises in EU that relocate over 14 people on average per year. With our B2B SaaS platform fee and a one-time relocation fee, the potential in EU is worth over 4 billion euros, and globally the market is worth over 35 billion euros. I'm with Vika, and apart from experiencing the pain points, I've experienced leading global teams driving product marketing and strategy. And together with Andreas, who is a successful entrepreneur and has experience in developing solutions for businesses and governments, we really have the skills and passion to bring Moai to life. We're looking for 200,000 euros for a pre-seed round to accelerate product development and sales, and hope that you will join us on this journey of building an inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's take some questions or feedback from the panel, Annette and then Elsa.
Hey, Rutika, very nice to meet you, and thank you for a very informative presentation. I've moved several times, and I've also been in real estate, so I have actually been the one who's been hosting people that are coming over. So this is a very hard thing to scale at large if you don't have engines. But I do feel that you have something that you can work forward with. I don't know if it's obviously not for me in the tech to invest in, but I think it has some energies over to do collaborations with the one that are hosting, in housing and stuff like that. Also, companies that are hiring, I think it's interesting for you to collaborate. Make sure that you actually get some licensing fees from it so you can actually start living on it. Good luck.
Thank you. Annette, I didn't stop you in the way. There is some issue with your sound just this time. So maybe it's a different headset or something happened?
Oh, nothing has shifted. It's just like my computer are tired out now.
Okay.
My minutes are over in speaking.
Okay, so over to Elsa, and then if any other mentor, and Stefan. Yes, Elsa, first to you.
Hi, thank you for a great pitch. Nice decks, great storytelling, and that it comes from your own experience as well. My question is, who is really your customer and who's signing off on these deals? Is it the talent team or not HR, I guess, but talent team or CFO, or who is it that is the kind of sign-off person? And also, how does the business model look, both for the future, but also the current customers that you have in place? I would like to see some more maybe numbers, because you're raising a very small round, but it sounds like you have big companies on board. So I want to understand the connection there.
Thank you, Elsa. Stefan, and then Premena.
Yes, just a combination of question and advice. When you're building, I assume that you're to a large degree, you're building on somebody else's AI engine or model, and you're using a lot of public data, for example, on how to handle driver's license, etc. And to be able to defend your position, you need to have something unique. So if it's somebody else's engine and it's publicly available data, you have to think about your moat. How are you going to protect it? And there are several ways to think around it, but it's important to, otherwise you're just another AI app. And to be honest, I've seen one per week the last year and a half, and a vast majority are just another AI app with somebody else's model and somebody else's data. And that's not enough to be have a sustainable, protectable position. So advice and question come in one.
Thank you. Thank you, Stefan. Cremena?
Yeah, absolutely. Totally echoing here what Stefan is saying. In addition, also on the part that one thing, who's your target customer, but who's your champion, and you know, who's the buyer, and are those different roles, and how does their workflow look like? I've looked at a lot of tools in the HR domain. And usually, you know, an organization and an HR professional doesn't want to have another tool. Just like how do you fit in, and how do you integrate in already, you know, working processes, and really aid the customer in adopting the product and removing all of these different obstacles. I think, it's important to think about going forward.
Thank you so much, Cremena. Rutvika, if you have any question, you can ask back. Maybe within a minute, we have 2 more presentations to go.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, everyone, for the feedback. One question I would have is if I could ask for your contact details, and I can get back to the questions to you and establish a connection. Second, I would like to answer quickly a few of the questions you had. You know, collaboration with hiring company, housing companies. We actually have 3 recruitment agencies as one of our partners. Who is the customer at large organizations? It's actually the global mobility heads, which are making the decision on these. Regarding the business model and go to market a little bit. So we already talked about partnerships with recruitment agencies, but also white label solution for relocation companies is another way how we approach them with a B2B model, as well as then, of course, the direct sales to companies automatically. Public data and defensibility, it's all about personalization. So the data that we'll have on the platform will really allow us to, I think a bit with what Nora was saying earlier today, providing answers with regards to where people are coming from, the type of problem they have, but also the type of cultural differences that they actually experience. And that is exactly what we want to work on. And finally, the champion versus buyer. Champions are obviously employees because it's an employee experience topic, but buyer are the employers because of the turnover, which are really high and expensive for companies. I hope I answered somewhat to your point.
Thank you so much, Rutvika. We move to Arby. Tell us how you're feeling while I locate your pitch.
There, Naimul. I'm doing good. I feel present and happy for you guys to organize this. It's a lot of new faces, so thank you for this. And yeah, please share your feedback afterwards. I'm really bad on remembering a lot of questions, so I will write them. But yeah,
No worries. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Arby, and I'm CEO and co-founder of ThermIScan. We have developed a breast cancer pre-screening solution based on AI and thermal sensors in smartphones because breast cancer is a global growing problem, especially the aspect of late detection. It stands for 70% of all deaths in low and middle income countries. So our solution is a complement to mammography and ultrasound. The thermal sensor you see in the image exists inside some commercial smartphones and gadgets. We developed the AI and combine it with that sensor. So this is a software as a solution for primary care units and insurance companies. The AI does pixel level analysis of thermal image and gives a risk assessment based on the metabolic activity in the chest. So suddenly, in primary care units, as a nurse, I have a pocket-sized AI tool that helps me and the patient to triage and understand chest health. With pre-screening, we can support different screening groups to easier check their chest and be proactive. We target Armenia and India first. Clinical trials in Armenia in 3 hospitals is ongoing right now, and we want to replicate that study in India with 3 hospitals. In India, it will be in 2025, around 500,000 primary care units that can be potential customers. And we know that today there are more than 500 million women above age 18 years old in need of screening. We seek 1.5 million euro with a valuation of 7.5, and with this money we can go live in India, obtain CE marking, and target EU countries. We are the only one having the approach using a smartphone-based thermal sensor and positioning in pre-screening as a complement tool, and that it can be used by a nurse for triaging. Regarding traction, if we start with research, we screened more than 7,000 patients and developed AI and IP based on that data. And last year we did a 6-month validation study, and the medical paper should be any week soon published, and it is satisfying results. And regarding my team members, we are a team of marketers and business and product developers with AI and thermal breast cancer specialists. So we have worked together since 2019 and look forward to onboard investors that will join our journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have some comments now from, okay, so Annette and then Ida, and
Thank
any
you so
other
much.
who wanted.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, Arne, for a really nice presentation. Very quick. This is something that Butterfly actually would invest in. We are in the tech and hardware innovation. I would really like to talk more to you. You are a Nordic-based company, right? Even though you have other markets. Perfect, because otherwise we couldn't invest. We do pre-seed. Good. So you and I will be in contact. Fantastic.
Thank you. Ida?
Thank you for a good pitch. I love that you're actually Sweden-based, kind of what Annette was also saying, but focusing on totally different market where the structure is different. I would love to get a more of an understanding if this is like something that only the hospitals can use, or if I as a patient can use it myself, because as I understand it is from the phone more or less. And I would also love to know more about existing solutions and what makes you different, so competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ida. Pontus?
Yeah, thank you for a very interesting pitch. You mentioned in the end that you have achieved satisfying results. So I'm a bit curious about the accuracy of this and how good it is to as a tool for in terms of accuracy. And also I can imagine that you have had quite a big impact. So from a storytelling perspective, I think it could be good to bring that story a bit more to the pitch as well. So you can really we have help these many type of patients or and so on. So more of a storytelling perspective, a very interesting company. Also on the existing alternatives and competitiveness would be interesting to look into more as well, considering that you don't use any particular hardware, it's more of a software solution. So how unique is that, and how hard is it for others to compete with you on that perspective?
Nice.
Thank you, Pontus.
I would try
we can take like a very quick jab at the questions.
If a hospital have mammogram and ultrasound, then our solution is just an additional tool giving more data. So we target primary care units, the first line of healthcare, let's say vårdcentraler. There we can make the biggest impact and help to triage who should meet specialists faster. But it can be simply integrated with telemedicine. So if I have the smartphone with the sensor inside, I call Kry or min doctor, and basically they guide me to take the images and they get the result. So we only want this to be involved within healthcare and not solely consumer product. So what if I get the risk and I screen myself at home? We don't want that to happen. We want the patient to be in healthcare. Existing solutions complement to mammography and ultrasound. It cannot replace or diagnose. This is screening, but we are not the only one doing AI and thermal, but the rest try to compete with mammography and diagnose. And with thermal, you cannot diagnose, no matter if you use AI or not, any disease, because it cannot find what it is inside the body. But if you screen, for example, in the forest, you can see that looks like a bear or elk. So there are different use cases and results. We are right now in the same level of mammography and ultrasound. So it's very promising, specifically if the patient has symptom. So this medical paper will be online any week soon. So 89% sensitivity and 83% specificity. This means like when it predicts when someone has symptom, it is correct 9 to 10 times. If I don't have symptom, then it's less. It's around 6 of 10 patients correct. So this we want to raise funding to gather more data and develop more algorithms. And the story, thank you for that. Unfortunately, it started with passion, but then it developed with anxiety because my aunt died 2 years ago in breast cancer. Now brother's wife had breast cancer, so we will improve this. I think my time is out. I don't want to take too much, but thank you for your feedback and questions.
Thank you so much, RB, and for a good pitch. Let's go to our last presentation. And for our community here, we have after the pitching session, we have Jonathan Gretchen, who is the global CEO and co-founder of Founder Institute. He's joining us for an end note on how to build a scalable global venture after this. We take our next pitch. Sophia, where are you joining from? How are you feeling while I locate your pitch?
Hi, I'm joining from Gothenburg, and I'm feeling great. It's really, really fun to be here. Looking forward to your feedback.
Great. Let's play your pitch.
Hi, I'm Sofia Brandt. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Birds, your pocket couples therapist. As many as 1 in 3 couples with young kids separate. 50% of all marriages end in divorce. Separation and relationship distress severely affect our mental health, our physical health, and the well-being of our children. Yet only 1 in 4 divorcing couples seek professional help. That's why we developed couples therapy DYI, where you deepen your bonds and resolve issues without interaction with a therapist. You can use Birds from the comfort of your own home. You don't have to talk to a stranger. It's easy and fun to use. It's a fraction of the cost of therapy, and it works for real. Because Birds is not your ordinary consumer app. It's a scientific tool that works clinically. A staggering 82% of our users with substantial relationship issues experience an increase in relationship satisfaction. We got more than 1,300 actively paying couples with more than 85K SEK in MRR. We get more than 4 times the money back on each paying customer in Sweden. Birds works on a subscription model where you pay 79 SEK monthly. We target couples with relationship problems, with high motivation and high willingness to pay. We are 4 female founders with experience within psychology, couples therapy, product development, business development, and marketing. We've got a strong tech and design team, and we are backed by established entrepreneurs and Almi Invest. Now it's all about growth. We got the blueprint to scale the B2C business. We just need to reach larger search volumes to really take off. We are currently growing our B2G and B2B business, where we will establish Birds as a digital companion to physical therapy. We are raising 10 million SEK at a 40 million SEK valuation. This will take us to an annual recurring revenue in mid-2026 of 40 million SEK. Most of the funds will be focused on sales and marketing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Let's have the last round of feedback. Let's see. Feel free to raise hand. Okay, Pontus and then Elsa.
Hi, Sophia. Thank you for a very good pitch. Have a very quick question on the incentives for your business model, since you have a monthly subscription. And I assume that since you're targeting people that have relationship struggles, that they want to be out of those struggles as soon as possible, which would then incentivize them to stop subscribing from your service ASAP. So how does your incentive with the user incentive match together in a good way? But then the second business model with the B2B side, I think is very interesting. But just on a comment on the B2C side or a question on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Elsa?
Hi, Sophia. Super nice to meet you in person. We've been emailing before. Very interesting to hear. I also had a question then about the B2B, but you came to that, given I think it's a good sales channel. LTV CAC, it's interesting, given I would like to understand this because you use it through a separation or a divorce. Do you see examples of couples or people, subscribers using it afterwards as well? And will you expand into different type of product developments in that as well, such as like, how do you handle yourself after a divorce? How do you handle the potential family? Or how do you stay together, as a couples therapy going forward? Also, the finances, 40 million ARR 2026, when you have barely 1 million now. This is a huge gap. I would love for you to expand a little bit on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa. Joakim?
Yeah, so Pontus and Elsa stole my questions, but I have an additional or a thought. I think it would be interesting to understand the alliances and partnerships. You talked about some examples. For example, I'm involved in a company called Numa, female healthcare. And of course, when you just got your first child, the problems can arise. So I think other partnerships and alliances would be very interested to discuss.
Got it. Thank you so much. Any further questions from or feedback points from the panelists? Okay, got it. Any points from you, Sophia? Back to.
Yes, I would love to. So about the incentive-wise, your question, Pontus, it's a subscription model at the moment. We are experimenting with a one-time payment because it's when you first find birds, you are the most incentivized, and you're likely also willing to pay a much higher price than we charge at the moment. So that's exciting and something that's coming. But also, like, we don't see our average paying user lifetime is 7 months. So it's not like you're done after a month or so. And our idea from the start, and why we started a subscription model, was that you would keep working on your relationship. You have the relationship temperature. It works as a relationship health check. Every 6 months, you get your relationship check. And maybe if you have issues, you will get back and work more actively in the app. As for Elsa, your question, so the idea of Birds is using it before a separation. So that the idea is not to separate; it's really to build and find your way back to each other. And so yes, it's a big gap, 40 million SEK. We do have high ambition. That's our ambitious case. We do have a more modest case as well. But we see a huge potential when it comes to both search traffic, looking only in the UK. So our go-to-market in Sweden is very much based on organic search. That's more than 50% of our traffic's incoming, and it's our best traffic as well. And so only in the UK, it's 15 times higher, the search volumes potential. So what we're doing right now is, of course, we're trying to build the same SEO performance, but in the English-speaking market. And the potential is huge. But also adding, of course, the B2B and B2G track, which we see a lot of potential in.
Thank you.
We are working on partnerships. I'm gonna Numa is on my list. They are great. I'm gonna contact them as well. Actually.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That concludes our pitch for the last pitch for the evening. We'd like to hand a big note of thanks to all the panelists, the pitch jury that joined us today. So thank you, Joakim, Kremina, Ida, Stefan, Johan, Pontus, Elsa, Annette. Thank you for being here. And Sophia, thank you for pitching. Really happy that you could join us today. And let's have a quick introduction from your side. Let's hear about you to start with.
Sure. So yeah, thanks again for having me, Naimul. I love, even though these are early in the morning for me, I always love joining the events that you run. Always well done. Always a great audience. Yeah, my name is Jonathan Greachin, co-founder and CEO of Founder Institute. I've been working now in really kind of the idea, pre-seed and seed stage startup space since 2004. Right after I graduated college and just sort of wandered and found myself in the startup space and dabbled for a minute in the big company space when a startup I was working at got acquired, and realized very quickly that wasn't the place for me. So I'm sort of a startup lifer now with Founder Institute, which we launched since 2009 as the world's largest pre-seed startup accelerator. We have now helped launch over 7,000 companies. They've raised nearly $2 billion in funding, and all over the world in over 100 countries around the world since 2009. And we do that by really working with businesses, honestly, much earlier than most other organizations will. Really idea stage, back of napkin, starting there up to about, the stage where still they haven't raised any funding, but are trying to prepare for their first check. That's how we've met Naimul, because I know it's something that he's very passionate about as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Jonathan. Let's go a little bit into the changing global startup and funding landscape. The funding shift has been happening where you have been speaking at a couple of previous events that we organized as well. So the funding landscape, the startup landscape, more recently, Techstars also did a very quick, like a knee jerk or whatever that was. So we would like to have your global perspective on how the startup and funding landscape is evolving right now.
Sure, and I'll speak for a second on the Techstars thing. I feel like Techstars has gotten a little bit of a bad rap. This is a trend that happens after every single boom. Okay, so I could count like 20 or so organizations that really kind of launched or really got huge during the pandemic that have pulled back or completely disappeared. Okay, now Techstars obviously has been around since even before us, since 2007 or 2008, I believe. Yes, they have pulled back from a lot of the other markets that they've been in, and it's been really well publicized just because they're such a big and influential company. But that's something that you're seeing across the board, right? And you're seeing this in kind of a lot of negative ways too, right? Like when things are great in the startup funding environment, you know what happens? People start doing funding things that are more long-term, right? Like a lot of climate stuff, a lot of impact stuff, a lot of ESG stuff, a lot of DEI stuff, right? A lot of emerging markets. And unfortunately, right, and I'm not condoning this, but it's just a trend that you kind of always see, is that, okay, now when the economy is not so great, people start being like, hey, why don't we just go back to what made us money before, right? And start, instead of kind of being progressive and looking forward, and then they start to retreat from emerging markets. They start to retreat from places like that, right? So it's honestly part of a larger theme that we're seeing all across the market, which I think is pretty, everybody knew that this was coming, right? And I do think Techstars is getting a little bit of a bad rap because honestly, this is an industry-wide trend. So I just wanted to say something on that. Now, on the larger startup funding market as a whole, right? It's even, and I think we chatted about this last year too, right? The mega rounds, the later stages is what gets all the press, right? And because those mega rounds, those $100 million plus rounds have dried up the last couple of years compared to what was happening during the pandemic, it's, not only do those just have big headlines like, oh, wow, look at how much less funding there is. It's just a huge impact on the overall numbers, right? But we knew this as soon as this kind of pullback started, that the pre-seed and seed stages would be much, much less affected. And the numbers have already bared that out. Seed valuations are almost back to some of the peak pandemic levels, if you start to look at it. And even the pre-seed, has grown. And, again, this shouldn't be too surprising because during the pandemic, a record number of new funds from emerging managers were raised, and those types of funds are always tend to be at the pre-seed and early stages, right? And that money still needs to be allocated. So, we even saw in Q3 the median pre-seed valuation hit a record high of all time, really. According to PitchBook, and it's something that we've seen as well.
I think very interesting point, and I think this stage-wise comparison or breaking down the problem of funding in stages has really been the key. In Connect, for example, where I've been involved in the past few months, we are actually trying to, because I think it's the best time to build large-scale angel support networks. It's the best time because that's the stage which needs to come in and build in the next machinery of startups, which will need the seed and Series A in a year or 2 years or 3 years time.
I couldn't agree more with that, Naimul. It's something that we're doing as well, because when you look at it, right, most people think, okay, the investment landscape, they start looking at VCs and this kind of stuff. And a lot of that information is freely available online. At least for me, I see it's like every 10th LinkedIn post in my feed is like, here's a list of, you know, every investor in Europe or whatever, right? Unfortunately, if you're in the pre-seed, you know, kind of trying to get your first or second check, a lot of those investors are not the most relevant ones that you need. Right now, that has changed, right? There's a lot more micro VCs and stuff that are interested in the pre-seed stages and first checks. But yeah, it is sort of a fragmented environment, right? Where it's angels, angel groups, angel syndicates, you know, micro VCs, like things like that. Like, and when you're a micro VC, you don't have money for PR and that kind of stuff, right? So you're sort of flying a little bit under the radar. So we've been also trying to just organize that fragmented marketplace too for our companies, because it's something, yeah, it's not the kind of thing that you're going to easily find just by doing a Google search, right?
Exactly. And then how is, because the Founder Institute right now is more than 7,000 strong alumni, backbone, $30 billion in valuation in terms of this portfolio that you have. How are you helping founders build fundable global ventures at this stage, in these times?
Sure. So I think, look, it always starts at the metrics, and this is something we've been preaching since 2009. You know, when there's times of boom, fundamentals like metrics start to go out the window, right? Because it's like, it's a scale of like, okay, in a time of boom, FOMO, fear of missing out, increases for investors. So they start to, you know, it becomes much more competitive, and it essentially becomes a seller's market, right? The founder who's selling the equity. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Okay. For sure. It's the power has gone back into the investor's favor. And that's natural. It's fine. It's not a good or a bad thing, right? It's just the natural ebbs and flows of the market. And as a result, like, you just have to be laser focused on the metrics that are sort of the standard right now for raising any round in any industry, you know, depending on what stage that you're at. So I do encourage people to check out fi.co/benchmarks. Okay, it's just a free thing. We see dozens of term sheets every single week, right? So this is sort of, and then we'll also look at some of the larger trends, you know, just from PitchBook and some places like that. But the majority of the data that we're collecting is literally just us seeing term sheets every single week from our 7,000 graduates from all around the world. And we are publishing there just kind of what we're seeing the market looks like right now, right? What does a founder need to raise this amount of, you know, this stage of funding, depending on the type of business they're in. And then we also try to bring a little bit of clarity to the ever changing term called traction, right? Because traction is a term that everybody kind of knows what it means, right? It means that, okay, like, you found some kind of fit and you're growing, and right. But the problem is that it changes. That definition of the term changes depending on the industry that you're in, depending on what stage you're at. So we try to define that as well. And what we do is we try to reverse engineer, okay, look, if the people that are raising the round of funding that you are trying to raise right now generally have this, then where are you? What is the delta between that? And how do you cross that delta? Now, best case scenario is you can bootstrap, okay? Always the best case scenario is that you can bootstrap to the point where you get those metrics. And just be creative, because then you can go to investors and be in a better position of strength. And, you know, you've just been able to be creative and get that far. But in the case that you can't bootstrap and get there, at the very least, investors now really need to see a very thoughtful, structured, very detailed, you know, plan for how you want to get there, right? So I'll look at the last pitch. What was it, Bird? That company that I was just watching. I thought it was a great pitch, right? And I know it was super short, like a minute long or something, but the recommendation that I would give there was that it seems like they have a lot of metrics and they have a lot of things cracked on the SEO side, which is how they've gotten their initial growth. So for them, right, I think they said kind of use of proceeds was like, oh, we'll use 80% on marketing, 20% on product or something like that, right? I would have really focused that pitch on saying, look, this is the SEO success that we have had using this much money in this market. We feel that with the money that you will give us, we'll be able to take that playbook in the UK, I believe it was, where they had the SEO success, apply that to these 3 different markets, calculating that off of our TAM, SAM, SOM calculations. That means that we will do X, Y, and Z in order to reach that, I believe it was the 40 million or something, right, ARR. Like just very, very structured understanding of how you're going to achieve those metrics that are essentially the standard in the marketplace right now.
Very good point. I would, in fact, let me just see, because I located the link that you talked about for everyone. So maybe just do a quick check, head to fi.co/benchmarks. And this is what John was talking about. Pre-seed, seed, and Series A benchmarks across several factors like traction, growth rate, monthly revenue. So I think this is something which is a free resource for startup founders to quickly check out and see where they are in their journey.
So,
John,
something I would point out about that too is that really we're at a point now where you sort of, there's a term pre-seed post-revenue right now, okay? And it's sort of a general term, right? There's a lot of businesses that can't reach revenue at the pre-seed stage, right? If you're doing like biotech or hardware or something like that, right? But I think the general sentiment is pretty correct. Like, yes, the funding levels for pre-seed and seed have maintained and in even a lot of cases grown these last couple of years, but the benchmarks have gone up.
Okay.
Right, because the competition has gone up, and again, it's a buyer's market, it's an investor's market right now on the 2 sides of that table. So you really do just have to be a lot more creative right now, and you have to show actual metrics of traction. And again, that kind of nebulous term can mean different things, but you know, in some cases it actually is revenue, in other cases maybe it's users or something like that, or you know, I don't know, approvals or LOIs with huge companies or whatever, but you do have to show that traction now. We're kind of back to sort of 2019 levels, I'd say, in terms of what are the requirements to raise funding. And it's healthy. The last couple of years were not normal.
Got it. Thank you. Jonathan, you have done a major curriculum change. We would like to understand why was that needed and what does that entail for that?
Yeah, so we released something called FIV5 about a month or 2 ago, and it is the biggest kind of update to our methodology, curriculum, technology, everything since we launched in 2009. And I think it was something that was really needed. We spent about a year doing this, and first and foremost, it's the integration of AI into our processes, right? And I think I still talk to way too many founders where we're talking about AI with them, and they're like, we're not an AI company. And we explain to them, every company's an AI company now, okay? Now, that doesn't mean that AI is part of your core product, but if you are a startup, especially if you are a bootstrapping, pre-seed, or seed stage startup, your job is to do a lot with a little. Right? Investors want to see that you are able to do a lot with a little, because then they can provide you cash, right? Gasoline, essentially, to take this kindle of a fire that you rub 2 sticks together to create, right? Doing a lot with a little, and then make it really grow and explode and create something awesome, right? And huge that can grow at scale. So if you are not using AI in your processes, right? It doesn't matter what kind of, you build a dog food company, it doesn't matter, right? AI needs to be essentially like an augmentation part of your day-to-day process of building your business, because it allows you to do a lot more with a little, right? So that was really the biggest thing, is now we've built it into the FI curriculum where, you know, even if it's little things like, hey, you need to calculate your TAM, SAM, and SOM, for example, right? Or you need to come up with customer development interview questions, whatever it is, we're building in GPTs now that help you every single step of the way to just move faster, right? Throughout every single thing that you do. And we're lucky because we've built now since 2009 a library of videos from every single Founder Institute talk and session since 2009. Even before COVID, we were recording these, in person with an actual camcorder. And we're able to kind of put those through transcription things and just use that as sort of our data set to answer any questions that founders have. So that really was the biggest thing, because again, I feel like we're going to look back in, I don't know, a decade, maybe even just a couple of years, and just say, okay, when did ChatGPT, when was it released? About, I don't know, 15 months ago or so, give or take, right? So we'll say, all right, well, there was companies that were started and kind of achieved scale or whatever it is, 2022 and earlier, and then the ones after, right? It's sort of like post-AI generation of startups. Because think about the people that are, you always have to think about the next generation, the first-time founders, maybe some of the young ones that are coming out of college and that kind of thing, that are now like AI is ingrained into their processes already, right? Like that's sort of the competition for a lot of us other founders out here. So you have to have that sort of AI first mindset. Otherwise, you're going to get beat. You're going to be made obsolete.
Awesome. Jonathan, thank you for taking the time out. I think the way you are integrating AI, I think the point you're making earlier in the day, we were talking about that don't force feed AI into a startup, still keep it problem focused. But what we are talking about is what you are saying. Yeah, it's a completely different, and that's
day-to-day. It's day-to-day workflow, and I agree. It's like you could slap
and
AI
I think
onto your deck.
That's a great point. Startup founders need to work on simplifying their processes and speeding them up using this free resource that's out there.
Yeah,
it's about. So great point, and great that you are integrating it into the system. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing the global perspective on things. It's been a marathon day, and when you mentioned ChatGPT came out the last time you did a keynote on one of the Nordic festivals, and we were talking about it, and you had a keynote over there. It was one day before that. I just remember.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. It was
15 months ago.
It's a different world now, and yeah, it's a big distinction. Like way too many founders are just throwing and let's register the .ai domain, right? And now we're an AI company. Like, no, it's just, you don't have to become an AI company, but AI should be part of your day-to-day workflow in order to do more with less.
Got it. Thank you, Jonathan, for joining us. And with that, we'll also thank all our participants who joined in for today. And this is going to be awesome. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, lots of interesting comments coming in. We are honored for your energy to stick around for the day. And this has been awesome. A big thanks to my colleague here who's been running the show from the back end. You have not seen her. Maybe you can open the camera for a minute. Felicia, just come around. It has been an awesome honor working with you for the day. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Susan. This has been, and Scott. Yes, Scott, you joined us from US. I saw that in one of your comments earlier on. Thank you for being here. Yes, Kerala. I'll just take maybe half a minute more and thank everyone personally. Happy chat. Yep. Mona, loved it. Sana, thank you. Felicia, anything you would like to say? How was your day? You were managing the entire show like a spider in the web on the background and ensuring this 100% smooth transition of everything.
Yeah, it's been great. I'm a bit tired. Like it's a multitasking job. So, but everybody's been ready and prepared, and it's made everything so much easier. So it's been a great day and great job, Naimul, with moderating and coordinating everything.
And thank you, Felicia. I'll just say that right back.